And good afternoon, everyone. This October 18th, 2022 meeting of the Lake Oswego City Council is now called to order. Ms. Linder, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Buck.
Here.
Councilors Verdick.
Here.
Mans.
Here.
Boot.
Here.
Wendland.
Here.
Wynn.
Here.
And Councilor Rapp is excused this afternoon.
Thank you. All right, everyone, will you now please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, our first item on the agenda this afternoon is public comment. If you are here to provide public comment, please fill out one of these white comment card slips. They are located on the back table, and then please bring the slip to Ms. Linder here at the front. When it is your turn, we will call you forward. You'll have 3 minutes to deliver public comment, and we have a little timer located there at the table. It will start green, go to yellow, and then to red. I appreciate everyone abiding by the time limit, so I don't have to interrupt you. But we do have some folks joining us via Zoom to provide their public comment, and we will start with those folks and then go to in person. So first I have Bill Abity. And I think, Bill, you are on the screen.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. Thank you all for accommodating me from being able to speak here remotely. I'm currently out of state. But again, my name is Bill Abity. I live at 1498 Meadows Drive, about 2 blocks from Hallinan. And I've lived there for about 16 years, and I'm here to voice my support for all 3 segments of the Hallinan pathway as proposed. My son went to Hallinan Elementary School. I walk on Hallinan probably 5 times a week. My son periodically catches the bus there at Hallinan and Meadows to Lake Ridge High School. But again, I'm here to voice my support, especially for segments 1 and 2, but all 3 segments of the pathway. And to me, this is about public safety. It's not just about the 20 homes that are along Hallinan, along that stretch, that southern stretch of Hallinan. It's about every one of us that visit Hallinan, all the students that go to Hallinan and their families. It's also all the families that use the sports field and the playground there. So it's more than just the 20 or so homes there. But the way it's currently is now, on that southern stretch of Hallinan, people have to park on the street. And if you exit your car and want to access the playground, the fields, you have to walk more towards the center of the street around the cars to get to the playground. Hallinan, that gets about 750 cars a day. The busiest times are when school starts, about 8 o'clock in the morning, and then also when school ends, and then special sporting events. And then it's really crowded, like at the school carnival at the end of the school year. Often, when sporting events go on, there can be over 50 cars parked right there around Hemlock and Hallinan. The majority of the cars, I will admit, park on Hemlock and the northern stretch of Hallinan, but that's because on the northern stretch there is a sidewalk, so young kids, parents with strollers use the sidewalk. And on Hemlock there's a lot less traffic. It is not a through street like Hallinan, so that's where the majority of the cars go. There's been some issues raised about, hey, people don't use sidewalks. I disagree with that, and I've also paid quite a bit of attention there on the northern section of Hallinan, that it is rare to see anybody walking in the street. Even with dogs, they use the sidewalk where it's at. So to me, it's a safety issue for everyone. It improves our walkability in the neighborhood, and it also accommodates all the folks that visit Hallinan Elementary School. Even just last week, I was walking, it was early in the morning up in the dark up near the intersection of Upper Cherry and Cherry. I actually had to step into somebody's yard because there was a car coming hugging the curve, and I didn't believe that they saw me or my dog. So I actually stepped off the road. There was no sidewalk to walk on. So I feel that this is really important. And
Thank you,
I
Mr.
guess
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but your time is up. But thank you very much for the comments. We appreciate you being here.
Thanks a lot, and all right,
Thank
thanks.
you. Thank you, Mr. Abadi. Okay, and next joining us on Zoom is Courtney Walton-Hesser.
Can you guys hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Sorry for the delay. It clicked me over
No,
to
no,
be able.
no, you're fine.
Thank you for having me. I'd be there in person, but we actually just had a baby and she's 2 weeks old, so I had to go to the pediatrician, and I figured you guys didn't want to hear her crying.
Congratulations, that's great.
Thank you. So I live at 1615 Hallinan Street. I've lived in Lake Oswego for 13 years, and I've lived in this home for 9. So I'm very passionate about being able to speak today, so thank you so much. You know, especially having an infant, having someone that's going to be going to Hallinan Elementary School in a couple of years, I am very invested in this. However, I actually would like to ask that you do not move forward with the pathway. I really believe the way that our street is set up right now is safer. My husband and I got married a little over a year ago, and he actually lived in Portland, and he lived over by the University of Portland, and the street that he lived on was very narrow. So kind of, I think, the direction that they're trying to go with the pathway. And I found it to be much more dangerous than the way that we actually have Hallinan set up right now. I know that we've been working very closely with the engineers trying to maintain our landscaping, trying to maintain parking on both sides of the street, and everything just keeps making the street, the project that they're recommending is making it more and more narrow. Hallinan is a main street in this neighborhood. We have buses, we have lots of Amazon trucks, lots of FedEx trucks. I have 2 dogs and now a stroller that I'm going to be walking with, and so I really do feel like I'm going to be walking in a more safer street if it maintains its width. In addition, I know that in Lake Oswego we're very protective of the beauty of our area. We get lots of compliments being Lake Oswego, and I really don't like the idea of having this concrete moving our mailboxes, which is also part of the projections now, in order for the mail truck to not have to, the mailman to not get out of his truck to be able to deliver our mail. So I just don't think that it's going to look as pretty as it does right now, and I know that that's important to us as well. In addition, I think you're going to be hearing from someone else of those of us directly impacted. There's 16 out of 19 homes that have signed a petition saying we do not want this. I know you guys really do care about resident feedback, and especially when it comes to the street maintenance fee that you're looking at. I just feel like our funds could be spent elsewhere, because the people that will be impacted 365 days a year do not want this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Walton-Hesser. We appreciate you being here tonight, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Exciting news.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the virtual public comment. So now we will have the in-person. Thanks, Ms. Linda. Okay, and first up is Gerald Cohen. Mr. Cohen, please. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor Buck and esteemed council members. I am pleased to be here. My name for the record is Gerald Cohen. I live at 1690 Hallinan Street and zip code 97034. Since there's no public hearing on the issue on agenda 9.1, I thank you for letting myself and a number of neighbors, starting with Courtney, address this issue, and hope that you can take our comments seriously in addressing this agenda item. We all take safe streets very seriously for all ages and abilities. And I salute the service you all do and staff, but this particular proposal was flawed from its inception. I hope you had a chance to review the plethora of materials that I sent you. I hope it was not overwhelming, but I hope it provided some overwhelming documentation of why this particular segment 2 is just not necessary. As you know, and as you saw, the traffic that is engaged in terms of pedestrians and families occurs along Hemlock from both sides of Free Ponds. And with the new seasons just opening up, that's added to that pedestrian traffic, which is wonderful. We have addressed and spoken frankly to the engineering department about ways to do what I would call better traffic calming. Other than narrowing the street, They use common sense approaches of course, signage, speed bumps, stop signage up on the hill around the curve that our first proponent of this brought up. That's the danger area, by the way. So I want you to understand why we oppose this. We do believe wrong location. You should have looked at a different part of the Hallinan Elementary pedestrian traffic. Number two, of course, is the narrowing of the street's going to cause some very unintended consequences across the entire neighborhood, adding traffic actually on Hemlock, Meadows, et cetera. And lastly, of course, you have priorities to invest in. And we encourage you to invest in those priorities of pathways that will make sense for the city. So with that, I thank you, and I encourage you to vote on option 2, which is to say, please, we advise you to go no further as far as engineering. We appreciate the hard work they've done, but we think this is one step that you don't have to take and save everyone some funds and grief. So thank you very much, and if there's any way you can move the agenda item up, and I appreciate that you may not be able to. I know several of our neighbors that are also watching streaming would appreciate it since they're dealing with caregiving of all ages. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. We appreciate you being here. Thank you for the comments. Next is Tom Atwood. Mr. Atwood.
Switch, have Lindsay go before me. We're going to talk on the same.
Oh, Lindsay, yes, that's absolutely just fine. Lindsay. Hi.
Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody. My first city council meeting.
Please
Looks
have-
like I'm about to start my 3 minutes. Let me know when.
Well, please sit down, yeah.
Okay, I have to sit.
Yes, please go ahead. It will start with you.
Okay, hello, city council and mayor and city staff. My name is Lindsay Boscia, and I live in Lake Forest. Since public comment at city council meetings is limited to just 3 minutes and does not allow for citizens to present or provide audio visuals, a video was sent to your inboxes over the weekend. It can be found for the public at www.vimeo.com/Waluga Drive path. The video presentation was not a first step, but hopefully the last in a decades-long slog of neighbors attempting to elevate Waluga Drive as a major safety concern and to gain safe passage for their families. Our request represents over 40 households and has support and backing from the Lake Grove Neighborhood Association. With the objective in mind, to gain your support for a pedestrian path completely separated from the road along Waluga Drive from Royal Oaks to Oak Ridge. We ask this pathway be immediately added to the Transportation System Plan and prioritized for 2023 KIP funding. Our fact-based research has revealed not only the validity of pedestrian safety concerns, but perhaps reveals Waluga Drive as Lake Oswego's largest safety liability. This video presentation was a result of months of historical research of city records, including every city council meeting mentioning Waluga Drive and Waluga Park since 1987. The research is backed by testimonies from over 40 neighbors, interviews with former advisory board members and pathway sponsors, field studies of Waluga Drive, and studies of current city strategic plans that govern decision-making. To city staff, after conducting this research, I imagine the complexity of your jobs every day as a public servant. Thank you. Any complaints come with a great amount of appreciation for the hard work in reconciling all of these plans. I ask that you watch the video, please, from end to end. It's 20 minutes, but please, please watch it end to end, as it clearly lays out the facts to help you form an opinion. The video lays out exactly how Waluga Drive became a safety failure, with 6 years of documented concerns from both public and city staff and advisory boards during the development of Waluga Park, so much so that the city officials once decided to completely close the road. Obviously, they changed course on that, saying that trails, pathways, and bikeways were the promise to residents for the solution that was never executed. The research debunks all of the no's response we have seen so far from the city and uncovers dangerous, outdated pedestrian safety logic that is still used in the TSP and embedded in responses to citizens, namely the scoring of pedestrian facilities and how they are scored safely. At a time that our nation's public trust in institutions is at an all-time low, it's imperative that we maintain trust on a local level. Trails and pathways were promised to residents in historical context. In a modern context, the failure point is process. Even if decision-making on pathways has to default to the TSP, we need to be nimble enough to let new, updated research guide everyday decision-making. An entire neighborhood awaits your response. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boscia. And just So you know the TSP is about to go through an update, which will be a big public process, as it should be, getting input from folks in all different neighborhoods and whatnot. So I encourage you, as we've relayed in email, other correspondence between you and me and us city staff and yourself, that participation in that process is critical to amending the TSP. So I know you wish this was the last step, but it's going to be the first step. But we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Okay, Tom Atwood. Good afternoon, Mr. Atwood.
Hello, thank you. As mentioned, my name's Tom Atwood, and I live actually across the street from Lindsay in the White Oaks neighborhood, and I've been living there for about 32 years. And when I first moved to Lake Oswego, I was on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. And at that time, when we were planning the West Waluga Park, and so I'm going to give a little historical context to the research that Lindsay has done. The original plan for the park had several pathways and boardwalks running around the edge of the park and also through the wetlands there for obvious reasons, including a pathway along Waluga Park. So that, along Waluga Drive between Royal Oaks and Oak Ridge. So that was in the original plan. However, as mentioned in the video, there was a neighborhood meeting where several neighbors objected to the pathway plan. And I want to kind of clarify that. What they were objecting to is a lot of the pathways around the wetland came right through the backyards of people's houses, and there were boardwalks in there. So the objections were to people who would have a pathway right behind their house. Actually, at that meeting, which I attended, there were actually no one from my neighborhood, which was more directly affected. Unfortunately, to kind of get the park project moving forward, they just canceled all the pathways and, to remove any objection. But there was never any objection to a pathway along Waluga itself. It was objections to some neighbors, and they were very valid objections. So I wanted to put that in context. Secondly, one of the things in the video talks about, there actually is a user pathway that you can walk from our neighborhood into the park. There's a lot of things mentioned in the video like poison oak and trees, and it's not maintained. And also one thing that wasn't mentioned is in the winter it goes through a wetland, so it's not even passable. And there's been an idea proposed to build a pathway through there. However, that would require going through a wetlands area, which is problematic. Lastly, I would really like to thank you for the pathway that was built in West Waluga Park recently. It has generated a lot of views, a lot of people coming there. And it'd be great if they could now have the option to continue on into the park along Waluga, and as well as people coming from north of Waluga, going down to the shopping center on Boones Ferry Road. Right. And lastly, I'd like to state, if you don't build a Hallinan pathway, you can transfer the funds to a Waluga pathway. So anyway, thank you very much for your comment.
Hey, thank you for your comments. There is I think many of us can agree there's a shoulder pathway that we're all familiar with. They exist throughout town, including on South Shore Boulevard, Iron Mountain Boulevard. Many streets that have a pathway have the shoulder pathway, which is a mixed-use pathway provided to intend, provides a passage for both bikes and pedestrians, so they share it, bikes can move out of the way, et cetera. And the least safe form of pathway, that exists, and many of us would prefer a buffered pathway or a curb with a bike lane and then travel lane, and which is why the council's prioritized funds to start chipping away at what we have is over $100 million. Many people here to talk about pathways tonight in unfunded pathway projects that have not been prioritized by the city in a long time, which is why we have the list. The challenge is that it is such a long list. There's many neighborhoods that have no safe pedestrian infrastructure whatsoever, many main roads. I think of Twin Fir, as a huge major collector that has nothing on it, and there's not even a refuge to go off to the side. So it's a matter of prioritization, and a good process that we have in place is the transportation system plan, which provides for lots of community involvement. And I encourage Waluga neighbors, if they'd like to see a redesign of the current pathway into something more like a sidewalk or something different than what it is now, to participate in that plan and to get that plan on the TSP, so that then it can be prioritized along with the other projects that we have on the list. It's a great area because it does connect both to a park and is a pathway that, or a route that kids take to get to Lake Grove Elementary. Okay. All right. Next, we have Anna Griffith. Ms. Griffith. Good afternoon.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us today. And my name is Anna Griffith, and I live at 1630 Hallinan Street. And I would really like to ask you, please don't put a pathway on our street. Our street is very wide and safe. I live here for 28 years now and walk our 2 boys to school. And it's very safe right now, just as it is. If it wouldn't be safe, don't you think we would be asking, like Waluga people do for pathway? I'm sure we would, but it is very safe, just as it is. And one thing is also very important is the parking. And I have to tell you, when the survey was sent out about a pathway, there was nothing mentioned about parking at all. Now I know the change, put a parking on both sides. But in the beginning, there was parking was cut by 75% of it. So at last meeting with Transportation Department, I really believe if they would have that information about nothing about parking on a questionnaire, the project would be end right there, because the Transportation Department was really concerned about the people, and especially people that would be impacted the most. That was their concern. And as you can see on the petition, how people in Hallinan feel. In the beginning of the summer, I went to each house on the street because I wanted to understand how my neighbors to feel about a project. I personally knocked on each door and talked to each person, and it was very clear that pathway was not wanted. I'm thankful for the trees that are not going to be cut, or from the new plan it was proposed to be cut. But still, right now, when you're looking down the street, you see beautiful trees. If the pathway put on, you'll see mailboxes sticking out down the pathway, and the trees would be lost in the background. If the pathway project passed, it wouldn't work, because it would ruin our street and a narrow street a lot, and then what? It would be really hard to turn it back. Before you make such important decision, I would really ask you, please come to our street and see how beautiful and safe it is, just as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith. We appreciate your comments. Thank you for being here. And Robert Griffith. Next. Good afternoon, Mr. Griffith.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, thank you for the time to speak. You just had the opportunity to hear from my beautiful wife, and obviously she's the better half, but I'll share my 2 bits. We live on the west side of Hallinan Street, and I've been there for 33 years, and we love the neighborhood. And members of our household walk at least 10 miles a week in Lake Oswego. And we consider our neighborhood just the way it is, among the very best walking neighborhoods in Lake Oswego. It's very wide, there's a good sharing of uses. You know, you've got school buses, you've got cars, you've got delivery vehicles, you've got people walking dogs in different directions. It allows people to walk on one side or the other side of the street, to pass over if they choose to. It's really the blended use, and it provides plenty of room for the buses to pass through. Unfortunately, we can't support this proposal because the impacts on a number of areas. The one area and it's a little bit distressing because this proposal keeps changing. So I guess the question is, what are you approving? Was it what went through the public approval process or what wasn't? Also, I raised the issue that there was never any mention of parking in any of the public notice things. So what I'm concerned about is the proposal's changed, now it's showing more parking. I had pointed out to them 2 meetings ago that they were cutting 75% of the parking on Hallinan Street. And so it's just changed. The proposal's changed over and over again. And there's the proposal as it is now, they're showing parking on both sides. This means that the travel area has been restricted from 22 feet to 17 feet. I just checked, and a school bus is about 9 feet wide. So you have, between parked cars on either side, you're going to have a restricted area. I think you're going to create more problems than you're going to solve. A lot of weight was placed on these percentages in this so-called questionnaire. The questionnaire gave no indication that parking would be cut, gave no indication that it would mean that the street was going to be narrower. It's really flawed information. The most objective information you have before you on the sentiments of the neighborhood is this petition opposing it by 19 of 21 households on our street. We love our neighborhood. We're just concerned that we make this change, we spend a lot of money, and then what if the buses have problems passing through there? They can't, there's the delivery vehicles, you create hazards. Even as it is, a couple of years ago, our son who parks on the street had his mirror clipped by a car going by and it didn't stop to pay attention. So there's a concern on overall safety that this does not enhance safety. Do you think that a 5-foot wide pathway going up on a steep street is really an improvement if you're putting bikes and pedestrians going two-way?
Thank you.
I think not. Thank you. We
Thank you.
respectfully request that you decline the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. We appreciate you being here. Thanks for your comments. And next is Chip Corbett. Good afternoon, Mr. Corbett.
Good afternoon. And now for
Please.
something completely different. Mayor Buck, members of the City Council, my name is Chip Corbett. I'm a resident of Lake Oswego and I live at 1040 Upper Devon Lane, 97034. I've lived here since November 2017. I was surprised to be informed by a police officer that there is an ordinance against soliciting in Lake Oswego. That's LOC 34.16. What surprised me further is that the distribution of voting slate cards is considered solicitation. I am not being paid to perform this service. I do not ask for money. And if someone answers the door, I ask only one question: will you vote? I have always considered this a public duty, a very grassroots element of democracy, an exercise of free speech, and an obligation for the citizens of Lake Oswego to pay attention to the politics of their city, state, and country. However, the city of Lake Oswego has advised me that this requires a business license, and even a one-week temporary license may require a $25 fee. Free speech is not free. Worse than that, the application process requires 30 days to complete. In this election cycle, that would clearly put the permit out beyond the November 8th voting deadline. During the pandemic, this was not an issue, as all of our materials were mailed. However, free speech is improved and promoted when citizens interact. And with the availability of vaccines and the opening of cultural venues, it would seem to be better to engage with my friends and neighbors face to face. For that, I would like to respectfully request that the City Council review the existing overly broad ordinance and revise the definition of solicitation to allow for the distribution of political slate cards. Barring that, a streamlined one-day permit approval process would be an improvement, and the current system is designed for actual businesses and is not appropriate for intermittent activities associated with the democratic obligation to provide an informed electorate. Thank you for your consideration of this request.
Thank you, Mr. Corbett. Hold on one second. Maybe we can get a quick answer to Mr. Corbett. As I understand, it's more that you can't go to homes that have a no solicitation sign with anything, but that if you're doing political canvassing, that you don't need a business license to do that. And we've all obviously done that without a business license.
Well, you're not actually engaging in business, but the requirement of the solicitation is content neutral in its breadth and scope, as he indicates. So that is that you do need a business license in order to do the solicitation. So that's the catch-22. So we can take a look at it to see whether there's another type of license that could also be required. But the way the code is set up, not discriminating based upon the content of the speech, that it would do not comply with the code. Now, the next question is, does the council wish to consider an exception for that? And then before you do that, I want to look and see whether or not we can even get into that. Because again, that gets into the content of the speech. Some people may not, no solicitation means no solicitation, okay, for whatever purpose.
Right.
So that's what they expect, so.
Right, but without, just homes without the no solicitation sign, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, okay, without a no solicitation sign, well, let's see, if without a no solicitation sign, well, they're not doing business because they're not making a profit.
We have so many people that go out and do slate cards, candidate soliciting constantly, door knocking, just door knocking. It seems a little off that they would need a business license to do that.
Well, let me talk.
I have been in violation for three.
I mean, all of us, I think.
And about 4.
Let me talk to him offline, because I'm sorry,
Okay.
I was thinking we were talking about a no solicitation sign posted
No.
and all that sort of thing. So just solicitation, then let me talk to him about whether or not you need a business
Okay.
license.
Thank you for
But
bringing
that
it to
would
our
be
attention.
after the
I think-
meeting.
Great, okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Corbett. Interesting, okay. Catherine Lupton, please, come on forward. Good afternoon, Ms. Lupton. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I will keep this brief. I'm here to support Lindsay. I watched her video, her 20-minute video yesterday, and I found it incredibly moving. She has taken hours and hours and hours of her free time to research comprehensively the, city council history going back to 1987, as many of you saw in the video. And I think she gives, she's giving a really clear message that we need sidewalks. And I know that there's a lot of people here today even that are opposed to sidewalks, and I understand the reasoning. But I will say from my point of view, I found Lindsay to be an incredible advocate. And I was so appreciative that she made that video and took that time because it gave voice to concerns that I've been having since I've been living in Lake Oswego. And I think that one thing to consider, and just to empathize with, put yourself in our shoes as young parents. Lindsay has young children, 2 young children, which makes it even more incredible that she took the time to do all that research. I also have 2 young children, and sidewalks especially for kids, let's say 0 to 5, even up to 10, are really important because the kids don't necessarily, we teach them as best we can, but they don't necessarily know. It's harder to get them to understand whether or not to cross a white line than it is to tell them, look, there's a curb, there's a sidewalk, keep your bike on the sidewalk. It's just, there's this visceral feeling of fear that I have each time when I walk to the park. I live on 4912 Lower Drive, so I walk up Bryant to take my daughter to school, and then to access West Waluga Drive, which is what Lindsay was referencing. I also have to walk along West Waluga from the other direction, which also does not have even have a pathway, let alone a sidewalk. And that's our closest park. We go there at least 3 or 4 times a week, and we walk there because we're trying to do our part to combat climate change. So, and it's great exercise. It's good for the kids to get out. So I just am here to support Lindsay and to say that please keep the young children in mind when you make these considerations about sidewalks, because that's what we're talking about with the safety, is that it's really hard to keep our children safe, and we are fearing for their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lupton. Appreciate your comments. Oh, someone wins the handwriting award here tonight. Richard, I'm so sorry. Richard, is there a Richard who signed up? And maybe you know that you have interesting handwriting. Yes, please come forward. I'm here to talk about. Oh, that's fine. You're next. Come on up. Good afternoon. Well, it's
Been bad for 50
Well, I know. Yeah, I knew someone would know, right? Oh, not the rates? Is it about the rates? Or
Yes.
study we're having,
Yes.
or you want it on the ordinance that we're having a public hearing on about the franchise agreement?
About the rates. Is
About the rate, okay.
that okay?
Yes.
Okay. I hope you can hear me through this mask. Doctor's orders.
Just fine.
Again, for the record, Mayor Buck, Council, I'm Richard Hertzberg. My wife and I have been residents of Lake Oswego for almost 20 years in the Palisades neighborhood. More years ago than I care to remember, I was the first recycling coordinator at Metro. And then I had about a 45-year career as a consultant in solid waste management and recycling. I've worked closely with Republic Services on a project over many years, excuse me, in Southeast Alaska. So I know the company from that perspective. I also worked closely with your rate consultant, Chris Bell, for many years. You've been presented with a lot of technical and economic data regarding this issue of the rates. I'm not really here to talk about that. What I would hope you would consider in thinking about rates, and this also applies to my concerns about the street maintenance fee, is the overall inflationary environment that we're in, which everybody in this room knows about. Taken incrementally, if you looked at any particular rate increase, it might not seem so onerous. But I think it's not possible to look at each particular rate consideration, fee increase, in the current circumstances in that manner. I think there's a context here that supersedes each individual item and that would call for a reconsideration of your normal procedures in setting the refuse rates. I have monthly service. I'm probably one of the few people, my wife and I, in the city that have monthly service. So I don't find our rates onerous or burdensome. Yes, we can pay the extra amount of money. That's not really the point for us particularly. My concern here is overall sensitivity to the other citizens and businesses, institutions in Lake Oswego, given the current environment that we're in. And I would ask you to consider it that larger picture within which this rate increase is proposed to occur. Secondly, regarding the other item, the extension of the franchise, I understand they're at the end of their current 10-year period, Republic Services, and you're considering another 10-year contract. Given that, it seems to me that a suspension or a holding firm on the rates for this next coming year is not too much to ask, especially considering that they're going to have another 10-year period during which to submit subsequent rate adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Hertzberg.
That's my request.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Thanks for the comments. Scott Adler, you are up. Mr. Adler. Is there a Scott Adler here? Okay. He left. Okay. Then, in that case, Donald Pless? Donald Pless? Plessis? No? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry. How do you say your last name?
Plus,
Pless. Mr. Pless. Good afternoon. We love props.
my name is Donald Plus. I live at the Springs of Common Oaks. And I want to save you a lot of time, so at the risk of redundancy, I was going to say that I support everything Tommy says, except Tommy's going to go after me now, so that's it.
That is it?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I wanted to save you time.
Thank you for coming. Thank you, sir. Thomas Laffarelli. Yes. Ms. Laffarelli.
Good afternoon. City Council and Mayor Buck. I just moved here about a year ago this week with my wife to Holly Orchard area. Beautiful city, beautiful place to live. My friend Don Plas, actually I'm a friend of his son's. He's in assisted living over at Carmen Oaks. So a couple times a week I take him to play pickleball over at George Rogers Park. And it's probably the nicest group of people you'd ever want to meet. I mean, whether people are beginners, they mix and match real well, no matter how old they are. And we play there Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays after 9 o'clock in the morning. And sometimes some of us play Tuesdays and Thursdays in the afternoon, 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock. It seems to be very well organized by the people who run the pickleball club there. I understand there was a few complaints from, I guess, some homeowners. It looks like there's only 5 or 6 across the street. I used to practice law. I've never heard of when you balance equities, 6 or 7 people trying to spoil the enjoyment of any and all the people that play. And it's a lot of people, all different ages, different kinds of people from different walks of life. It's a great sport. I don't know if any of you guys play, but it's fast growing. I just started playing pretty much when I got up here. I probably played 6 or 7 times in San Diego before that. I can't even hear, not that I hear great, but I can't even hear as I'm pulling up any balls going off. So sometimes I have to look, is anyone on the courts like at 4 o'clock yet? Because sometimes it's warm at 4 o'clock. I would love to see what the decibel level is inside a double-paned windows inside one of those 4, 5, 6 houses across the street from the park. Remember, I know that they've converted it from tennis courts, but you are living across the street from a park. They do have a soccer field there, a baseball field, a playground, tennis courts now converted to pickleball courts. So it's not like, you're surprised that it could get noisy there once in a while. Although, I'll tell you, it's pretty, I haven't noticed any noise there at all. And we did have a few recordings. I don't have it on me right now, or I can't find it, but somebody did send me a recording of 3 different spots on the court, outside the court, and across the street. And we'd love to have another, I guess, a sound study done by an independent agency. But it's a beautiful place to play. I mean, it's a gorgeous park. I mean, George Rogers Park, if on a hot summer day, I would take a swim in the river afterwards. So where else can you do that? So it's a beautiful addition, asset to the community, and it's a great way for people of all ages to stay active. Hand, foot, eye coordination stimulates the brain every time you have to decide whether to move left, right, how fast the ball's coming. If any of you play sports, that's good for the brain activity, keeps you.
Thank you, Mr. Lafferty. I'm so sorry.
That's basically what I wanted to say. I don't see any reason you'd want to turn off this beautiful asset we have in the city.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome to Lake Oswego. We're glad to have you here. Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to give public comment that did not sign up? Last chance. Okay, Ellen, please. Come on forward. Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
My name is Carrie. My husband and I have lived in Lake Oswego since 1986. Our last name is Richardson. I wrote this down because I didn't want to forget what I wanted to say. To the city board, Mr. Buck, I have been a resident of Lake Oswego since 1986. My kids grew up in the park. They played baseball, softball, soccer. I played City League softball and tennis there for years, and now play pickleball regular at George Rogers. It's the best sport ever, by the way. There has always been a lot of traffic, a lot of noise to go on with it in the park. These people surely knew this was going to be noisy with all the sports, kids' noise, concerts, 4th of July, events, loss of traffic when they bought their house. They chose to live by a park, but we are taxpayers in this city too. Many times now when I go to the courts, I am walking from my car, I cannot hear a thing, and I have perfect hearing. I thought no one was there, but to my surprise, when I opened the doors, there were people there playing. I thought to myself, these rubber green screens are really working. Also, the back green screen was even taken off to make it cooler and help the noise go behind the courts. I understand the city has paid over $80,000 for those screens and noise testing, which passed the test to try and appease these neighbors. Our tax dollars at work, and the neighbors are still trying to shut down the pickleball courts. Really? We have earned the right to play the fastest growing sport in America, especially for most of us who are retired. We have a lot of fun and camaraderie, make friends, and enjoying our lives instead of complaining. Get the best exercise for our age group and stay healthy and young. And now we have to find another place to build a new complex that might cost over $1 million. Plus our taxpayer money. We could easily spend way less to retrofit and build a lightweight dome, still keep the back open for fresh air and cooling. This is our George Rogers Park too. I rest my case.
Thank you, Ms. Cindy.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming and brought a fan club too. Okay, is there anyone else? Public comment? Okay. Oh, yes. All right. Keep coming, please. Please.
Mayor Buck.
Yes. Here, come up for it. Get in front of that microphone. All right. There you go.
I know I don't project very well.
There you go.
So Robert Roos, 5327 Carvin Grove Lane. Yeah, just on the Waluga Path topic. Thank you so much, Lindsay. So I just ran Hood to Coast for the first time. We exchanged some emails about this. And, you know, certainly some of those legs, I felt like I was taking my life in my hands for sure, particularly coming down from Timberline Lodge right at the beginning there. You know, I don't want to lose sight of the fact that between the grade and the fact that it's become such an active thoroughfare, that Waluga Drive. So there's, and I don't have the exact numbers, but, oh, sure. The number of people coming through Waluga Drive, right? Because they don't want to go up to the circle and come across Cruz. They want to get down to Boone's Ferry. And the grade and the fact that people like me who are up in, you know, whether it's in any of those developments off of Carmen, we really don't have any other way to get over to the park system. So we have to go down that hill. I also have 2 small kids. We're pushing strollers, and we've had like serious issues with people not seeing us, losing control. So I understand that there's going to be an effort to reprioritize this as part of another initiative. I just want to say very clearly that this is a serious, serious safety issue. And it's going to be it could be a disaster. So I understand there's a lot of projects that need attention, and we're going to do some allocations, and this is a serious, serious safety issue. So please, please take this seriously. And again, thanks so much to Lindsay for really putting in time and effort, incredibly thoughtful, really representing a large number of people over in that community. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Roos. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Okay, thank you everyone who came for public comment. Next, we are going to move on to the consent agenda. We have item 5.1, which is the Municipal Golf Course Phase 2 construction contract. And item 5.2, adopting findings, conclusion, and conclusions for Ordinance 2907, which is an ordinance annexing to the city of Lake Oswego 3 parcels consisting of 1.3 acres at 16085 Invery Road, and the public right-of-way declaring the city of Lake Oswego zoning pursuant to LOC 50.001.004.5.a-c, and removing the territory from certain districts. And we have item 5.3, approval of the meeting minutes from July 5th. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Councilman Lynn? Second from Councilor Boop. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 6-0. We'll now commence our study sessions this evening. Our first study session is on mitigation requirements for ministerial development. We have Eric Olson, Senior Planner.
Good afternoon, Mayor Buck, and to the rest of City Council.
Good afternoon. And we'll just, and we'll wait for Councilor Manson real quick. I know you're fine. Gotta stay hydrated. Gotta stay hydrated. Oh, yeah, I know. And Director Rooney is here as well.
Good afternoon. All right, so good afternoon, City Council and Mayor Buck. I just wanted to provide a bit of a background over what we're talking about today, which is some proposed requirements we've been developing with the Planning Commission related to mitigation, related to ministerial development. So this is something that we had identified earlier in the year when we were working on our middle housing code amendments, kind of a result of that work and a result of the work of the Middle Housing Code Advisory Committee. So we had identified, back when we had proposed to adopt code amendments for middle housing, that we come back and adopt a process so that the city can require infrastructure be provided that is sufficient in that area for a particular development. So that's what we're proposing with this overall. So we'll talk a little bit today, a little bit more about the background and give some broad strokes over what we've proposed. I will mention, we've actually been discussing this with the Planning Commission and held a public hearing on this at the Planning Commission just last week. So they did issue a tentative recommendation for approval, and so we've prepared draft findings. So there are proposed code amendments out there. They've been under public review for quite a while now. So I'm still providing some background here, but just so you have awareness of where we're at in the process. I'll start with a bit of background. Really, one of the biggest reasons that we proposed this is to make sure that the city has clear and objective requirements for housing. So this is one, sort of component of the city's practices where we thought the process could be outlined a little bit more clearly and objectively, and that's been a state requirement for many years now. So, we've long had sort of two tracks in our code, clear and objective and a discretionary review track. So we're kind of just proposing to bring this concept into our mitigation requirements. So that's a really large purpose of this, sort of outside of the middle housing work. And as we're all aware here, and as I mentioned a moment ago, earlier this year in July, the middle housing code amendments became effective. Of course, I'm not sure that I need to remind anybody here, but that includes duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhouses, and cottage clusters. So, obviously what we did there was we went through and allowed those in many areas, residential zones throughout the city that previously had only permitted single-family detached dwellings. Because we were now sort of allowing middle housing to be constructed in this area, that sort of entails going through what we call a ministerial development project, or process rather. So, we have many different kinds of approval, but generally, previously, before these code amendments, developments of 3 or more units were considered to be minor development, and they would go through a different process where we had different sort of ability to apply conditions of approval for a minor development. Because the ministerial development process didn't really have that ability, currently, under the sort of current version of the code post amendments for middle housing, we do not have the ability to require mitigation for ministerial development of any kind, only for minor developments. So we had recommended previously, earlier this year, at 2 council meetings in February and in May, to establish code amendments to apply a clear and objective track for mitigation to all ministerial development. And just to go over kind of what ministerial development entails, so this is really just kind of a building permit level review. So this could include exterior modifications or the construction of new single-family dwellings, duplexes, accessory dwelling units, and other accessory structures. So now, post HB 2001, this does include middle housing types like triplexes, quadplexes, and cottage clusters. These don't include any requirements for pre-application conference, neighborhood meetings, public notice, or a public hearing. So this is more of a staff level review at the building permit stage, and it's generally led by the building department, engineering department, but planning department and fire department is also involved in the review to ensure compliance with zoning, et cetera. And ultimately, the decision-making authority is delegated to the city manager, which is a defined term that also includes staff. For minor development, there are other sort of longer processes that we're familiar with that are classified as minor development, like variances, partitions, subdivisions, lot line adjustments if they increase density, et cetera. So this also includes changes of use, multifamily residential development, all commercial development, all industrial development, and all development within certain overlay districts have to go through this minor development process. So this is more discretionary. It requires a public notice as well as usually requiring a pre-application conference and neighborhood meeting and a public hearing, usually at least. For the most part, those are also subject to appeal to the DRC and City Council. So as I mentioned, we really, in the existing version of the code, don't have the opportunity to require that any mitigation be provided to offset the impact of ministerial development, whether it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units. So all development, whether it's ministerial, major, or minor, they're all subject to systems development charges and other fees that are sort of designed really to recompense for the sort of system demand and the development itself. So that's sort of continuing to be implemented. That's collected at the time of the building permit being issued, and it does apply fairly uniformly to all different developments as long as they increase demand on the system. But the sort of issue here is they don't necessarily address potential site-specific infrastructure impacts, so that's what we've proposed a process to address. In terms of the sort of way that we do this currently, we do have the authority through a section in the code of LOC 50.07.003.5, which allows the city to impose conditions of approval for minor and major development. We've discussed this before, but really this is a legal sort of exercise to a degree where conditions are developed and determined based on the rough proportionality of the development and its potential or sort of expected impact on infrastructure or on city systems, whatever they might be. So, we have this concept that they need to be reasonably related to either alleviating the need for public facilities or services or basically eliminating or mitigating a negative impact on the built environment when those are created by a particular development. So, this is something that we've been doing for a long time. This is a fairly established practice that a lot of cities do. So really what we're hoping to accomplish with the Ministerial Mitigation Code amendments was to really codify this and make it a little bit more legible for the general public. So I can get into a little bit more about specifically what we're proposing here. I can stop for quick questions, but I just want to provide a bit of background. But I do have another component. Are there any questions right now?
Well, just to clarify, when the SDC is applying to all development types, and we talk about infill development, though we do not recollect SDCs on the redevelopment of the same type of housing, single family to single family. We don't collect SDCs.
That's right.
Correct.
Okay. Just to clarify. But if you go single family to some form of middle housing, we are collecting SDCs on those additional units.
Yes.
Okay.
I do want to clarify, though, that sometimes a very small house might get a larger water meter, and they would need to pay for that larger meter and therefore additional SDC, that incremental change. So that can happen.
In that case.
Yep.
That's an exception, right? Yes. Okay.
Not uncommon.
Common exception.
A common exception. Okay. Any other question? No. Oh, Councilor Mans? Oh, okay, please, yeah, go
I have something that's been troubling me because I don't understand it. Can you believe it? The question is, say, for example, you have a ministerial lot line adjustment or a ministerial adjustment, most simple form that you can have. And you're going to build a triplex on that. And each of those triplexes is going to be owned by a different owner. Does that in any way, shape, or form change anything that we're talking about here? As far as I don't know, probably not STCs as much because that goes into the building, but the way that we would handle this middle housing situation? Is this question making any sense to you whatsoever? If it
So
isn't,
I think we need
it's fine.
to distinguish, I guess, between, you mentioned a lot line adjustment and the construction of a quadplex or a triplex. So the lot line adjustment would be sort of neither here nor there. We wouldn't allow a lot line adjustment to be ministerial unless it didn't have an impact on the density that's allowed. That's the only types of ministerial lot line adjustments we would allow. Usually those go through a minor development process.
Right, so that would in fact be a minor adjustment if in fact you were putting, say, a triplex on a property? I'm still not getting it, am I?
No, so I guess I'm just trying to put the sort of lot line adjustment question aside, and let's just
Okay.
talk about a new lot. If they were going to construct a triplex or quadplex and wanted to sell those units off individually, they wouldn't be able to do that unless they went through a ministerial, or I'm sorry, a middle housing, expedited middle housing lot division. So essentially there's a process. It's not the typical subdivision process. It doesn't increase density, but what it does is almost just kind of divides up the different sort of parcels within quadplex. They have to be able to be split up, in plan view, similar to a townhouse. It couldn't be easily be split up, one unit above the other. But through that process, there would be an opportunity to, because that would be a minor development process. It would be expedited, but it's still a minor development process. So that, would, under those cases, the new triplex or quadplex development, or let's call it a townhouse, because that's essentially what it is. That's usually what people refer to when they think of 1 unit per lot. That would involve an assurance of the amount of density on that site or on the sites that are being created, I guess, there, and would we would have the opportunity as a city, as we do currently, for a minor development to impose conditions of approval. We're proposing for a minor development process to be able to do that, as well as for a ministerial. So we already have it for a minor development process today. We're proposing to apply it to ministerial, but what you're describing is actually minor development, so.
Got it, so that would trigger everything that would normally happen in a minor development, if that be the case, as it stands at this moment.
There are restrictions within, because we actually don't have that within our code. That's a state statute that we just decided to directly apply. So there are specific limitations on what the state says we can or cannot ask for these types of lot divisions. But for the most part, yes, it's a similar process.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. I truly appreciate it. Couldn't get my head wrapped around it. Thank you.
Mayor, I think Director Siegel would like to say something too. He's on Zoom.
Oh, okay, and Mr. Boone wants to say something as well.
I thought you were asking somewhat of a different question initially, so if that answers it, fine.
And what question? I think I was asking you, because perhaps I was.
Well, I thought you were asking is, if you have a lot and you're going to go a single-family house on it or vacant, and you're going to put a triplex on it, what is the process? And I guess what I was going to say is that prior to the middle housing amendments, if you were going to put on a triplex or quadplex, that would be minor development, which would then be reviewed for mitigation requirements because of the increased intensity on that site.
Got it.
After the middle housing development, since that's a ministerial action, okay, then it is not reviewed for mitigation requirements because the mitigation requirements under the conditioning authority, conditions of approval, is only applied to minor and major development, which is the major issue here. So this amendment is brought forth to move the mitigation analysis to the time when the density on the site is going to go from above a single family, because when you create a lot, generally a subdivision lot, generally you have an assumption of a single family. So this would move it down to when you're actually going to increase the intensity rather than at the time of the lot, it's at the time of the development.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for answering that for me. I hope someone else
I'm sorry,
had
Ms.
that
Smith, say that
question.
last one piece again, and we're moving it from at the time of the creation of the lot to the development?
To the time of the development, right? Because
that's what these code amendments would do
yes.
for a minor development and as proposed for these ministerial.
Well, for a minor development, when we're talking residential, okay, we would, if you have a subdivision, we don't know what's going to be built on that lot at the time of development. So you would normally, you would provide for mitigation to the maximum that could be permitted under ministerial development. Because you can't require mitigation under ministerial applications, both our code and the general. Okay, so this, we would have done that under a minor development when you're asking for middle housing, et cetera. This moves the time from, not from the lot creation, because that's the only time we would look at ministerial is lot creation. This moves it to the time when you're actually increasing the intensity, the density on that site, when you're filing the ministerial application. Okay?
When it's a ministerial application, not a minor development.
Yeah, right. When it's a minor development, and that's the kind of the second shoe on this thing, is when it's a minor development with a land division.
Right.
Again, we don't know what's going to be created.
Well, if it's ministerial, there is no land division. There's only one time, you know. it's
That's right. There's no
ministerial,
land
only one
division.
right.
Yes, there is no land division in a ministerial. That's
Right.
correct.
So you only have when they
That's
would
right.
come
You
in
only have the one time. And so the second shoe.
for the permit, the building permit. Yeah.
Right, and the mitigation requirements.
Okay. Okay, gotcha.
Thank you
I gotcha.
again.
Well, thank you. Then Director Siegel, welcome.
There'll be a quiz later, folks, just.
Thank you. And Evan, I think, addressed my comment. I was just going to say in the example that Planning Manager Olson provided, where that triplex is created and then it's subsequently divided, that would go through the minor development process to divide it. But if your question was, well, how could they just sell off the units individually and avoid that without having this mitigation process for ministerial development? They could, and in fact, because they could create a triplex and then subsequently condominiumize the units. They wouldn't actually divide the land. They could, sell off the units individually. And we see these, there are examples of middle housing in the community today where the units are individually owned and sold as condominiums. And there are also examples of units that are owned fee simple, where each unit, a duplex, for example, each unit is on its own lot as a townhome. So that's a potential loophole that if we're not making this change, that we could see that exception, there wouldn't be any mitigation required.
So, Director, so you're saying that triplex built in the style, kind of like let's say townhome style, where then you would take one lot and divide it into three separate lots, so each home has its own lot. That itself, that would be a minor development.
Correct.
Okay. Whereas just the construction of the townhome, no lot division, condominiumize it, owned by one person, whatever the case may be, ministerial.
The triplex, yes.
The triplex.
Yeah, the townhouses are defined to be one
They're
of their own
different.
lots.
Yes, we'll say a triplex. Oh.
I guess I just want to, if the structure is already existing, maybe this is if the structure is already existing and they're going to create lots in order for saleability purposes,
right.
There's no mitigation that's going to be taken at that point because there's nothing that is increasing.
Right. Well, let's say it's a new structure.
Right. If it's a new structure, then we would provide for mitigations based upon the proposed structure.
Right, I guess we're asking about the difference in just what's ministerial and then what's minor development. If you take the example of the triplex, if you're going in and creating 3 separate lots for that triplex so you can sell them individually, is that minor development? Yeah, okay.
Yes, because you're creating the lots.
Because you're creating the lots.
Yeah, it wouldn't be if it was condominiumized.
Just building
Right.
3 units on a single lot.
Right.
That is ministerial.
So is there a way for us to distinguish from that type of minor development and other types of minor developments that are more?
Not once the structure is built. I mean, the horse has left the barn, literally, at that point.
Well, at the beginning of the process, you know, at the beginning when.
Again, what the proposal is to pick up is when the building permit is for a multi-family, a middle housing, multifamily, that's when we would be analyzing the mitigation requirements, is when we get the building permit.
Right.
Now,
but if they were doing 3 separate lots, would they not come in with that at the get-go? They wouldn't build a structure and say, oh, and by the way, we decided we want to divide this one lot into 3
yeah,
lots.
if they come in with, let's just study, when they come in with an application to put in 3 lots, don't tell us what they're building. We're going to look at it, mitigation requirements for 1 dwelling unit per lot.
Well, it would depend, I mean, let's just say, if you're doing this middle housing, I mean.
If they come in with an application that says they want to create 3 lots for middle housing.
Well, they'd have to, right? Because let's just say it's like an R75 lot. We're not going to let them divide it now and put 3 single-family homes on tiny lots.
No, there's a bigger size requirement, as I recall, for R75. It's like
Yeah, I
9,000
mean,
square
we're
feet.
talking about the types of land divisions that would be on lots that are much larger than 7,500 square feet.
Right.
So, in the R75 zone, for instance.
But let's take the example. I'm sorry. Again, if somebody comes with a land division that creates 9,000 square foot lots, doesn't tell us what they're putting on there.
Right. Well,
people can create lots that are larger than the minimum lot size. So we don't know what's going to go on there. So we would normally do mitigation for 1 dwelling.
That's right.
On that 9,000 square foot lot. Then, after we've created the lot vacant, then they come in for the land division.
Right, yes.
Or they come in for 3 separate homes, 3 dwelling units on it. In one case, under that scenario where they come in with the lot division, then we would get the mitigations for the 3 dwelling units.
Right.
Where they don't come in with lot divisions, then we would not, because that would be a ministerial.
Right. Okay, I was more talking about like a minimum, like not the 9,000 square foot lot. I'm talking about when the special process for providing whether it's a townhome development, specific type, or a triplex, and you're creating smaller lots than we would typically create. So you can is it 7,000 square feet minimum lot size for a triplex? So you put the triplex on, but then you go further and you divide.
Right, so that's more of the middle housing lot division as
totally
opposed to
middle
the
housing, totally
density creating lot, or partition,
Yes.
yeah. Mhm.
Yes. And so you would come in, though, at the time they're submitting the application for the building permit. I mean, they come in at the get-go and say, our intent is to take this R75 lot and put a triplex on it, and we're going to divide that lot so each triplex has its own lot.
Well,
They do that all in one fell
they
swoop.
would have to
We'd call it a
apply.
townhouse at that point.
Yeah.
A townhouse.
We wouldn't
So
call
they
it
come in with a
triplex.
townhouse.
That would be a minor development process.
And that would be
Yeah.
minor development.
Mhm.
Okay, because of the lot division.
That's right. Yeah, you can't create a townhouse without a lot division generally.
Okay, thank you. Sorry,
I
Council.
mean, there might be a way, but it would be very sneaky. I'm not sure how it would be possible.
But I think you put, I'm sorry, I think you put your finger on the conundrum that we're facing right now. If you do it as a townhome, you go through minor development, there's a conversation about what kind of mitigation is required.
Right.
If you do it as a triplex, same impact to the infrastructure, but potentially no conversation about the mitigation required. So I think that is exactly what the policy issue is that we're here to talk to you all about.
Right.
Yeah.
And once you build a triplex, you can't change it into a townhome. Is that correct?
You'd have to go through a minor development process to
But
do
you can
that.
condoize it.
You can condoize it, but we would have, potentially, you could stop it from going from a triplex to a townhome, right? And that person would just be SOL?
No, we have to apply the state statute that allows middle housing lot division. So we would not be able to refuse to say no to a
But
proposed
then
middle
why do you
housing
have
lot
to go through a
division.
minor review then?
Because that's the process we have. It allows us to apply conditions to get sanitary sewer connections, to get the types of utility connections that are needed, easements if needed. There's a lot of things that need to be sort of recorded on a plat, and we need to review it. It's not the type of thing we get at the counter. So that's the established process that the state has
To create the
mandated.
lots, which create the separate saleability of it. That's why we end up reviewing it, but we don't end up getting any mitigations at that point because the structure is already built for the 3 units.
Right.
In that case. And I would point out that we're also sort of talking through procedures where we would let folks know that that could be a difficulty for this reason. If they want to connect to utilities or something in the future and they build a triplex and didn't really think about that, they would have a very hard time doing that if they didn't think about this earlier. So that's something that we're trying to get within our process when somebody comes in for a triplex to say, is this something that you're planning on dividing? Because if so, that might be difficult in the future without thinking about that at the time of its creation.
So I'm a customer, and I want to do something. Which process is more advantageous to me to go through?
It depends on the situation. If you have an existing structure, if you just have a vacant lot, if you have a large lot that you can subdivide, I mean, there are a lot of different components there.
I guess what I'm saying is that I don't want people to go through this process, then all of a sudden be caught with surprises at the end and say, oh, by the way, there's all these other additional things that we would have required if you would have told us that you're going to be dividing this lot up. Does that make sense? I'm just trying to figure out for you guys understand this extremely well. The 7 of us, I mean, some more than others, but I guess you get out to the general public, and I know contractors and architects and developers know it a lot more, but I guess what I'm saying is that I want to make sure people are successful in a project, and how do we make that happen? That's my thing. And with the most efficiency and the most, and when I say efficiency from them, I'm saying efficiency for you as well, so that you're not stuck in, a 400-hour project when in reality you could do it in 20 hours. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think the best way for the staff to provide advice to the developer is to tell us what you're going to do.
Right.
If you're going to build a townhouse, tell us that.
Right.
Then we can make sure it all fits. The risk comes when you don't tell us, or when you decide to try to switch it from, you've already built the structure and you want to, now it was built as a triplex, 1 owner apartments, okay? Now you want to land divide those so they're separately saleable. Well, that's the trouble. I mean, that's the risk.
Right, and we would have different requirements when they build a triplex than we would a townhouse.
Right, even from the building code, you have to have a separate kitchen, bathrooms, sleeping facilities, so they all require, it's not because the city chose to do this, its building code requires utilities to be separately provided to townhouses, so.
Right, but wouldn't they be separate with a triplex as well?
No.
Not necessarily. Well,
they wouldn't have to be.
You could put in the 1 meter, one meter to the building, landlord,
Okay.
simple. Now you want to separately sell those. Now the requirement is each one of them has a separate meter. Each one of them has its own line to the main. Sort of thing. Now you've separated out. So that's where the
Separate building process, really.
separate building process.
And that's
Building
actually,
process, not planning.
that's part of the middle housing lot division as well. The city, the resulting sort of configuration has to have utilities provided for each individual lot.
Mayor, Director Siegel's on Zoom too.
Oh, okay. Director Siegel. And then Councilor Verda.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And Councilor Wendland, I think to your point, and to the point that City Manager Bennett made earlier, just having the ability to have the conversation about what are the requirements puts everyone ahead of the game, I think. And, currently the situation with minor development is that we have early and ongoing dialogue with the applicant, with the customer, But with the middle housing code amendments going into effect, we lost that ability, we lost that conversation, and so this would essentially put that back in place and would restore not the conditioning authority, but the ability to require public infrastructure. We're also thinking about the experience for the citizens, the residents who are not developing, but who live in the neighborhood or live adjacent to the property, and what their expectations are in terms of the level of service or the level of infrastructure that goes in. And just on its face, if they see a triplex go in and it's not required to provide any, pathway or street frontage improvements, but, a property across the street or across town is a 3-unit townhome development, and they are required to put in the infrastructure, then that doesn't really look right. So that's another sort of experience that we're trying to, customer experience we're trying to tend to.
Well, right, but the other way we could look at that is that people are putting in a single-family home that's the same size as either one of those structures, and they're not making any improvements either.
Well, different density, but your point's taken on the.
Yeah. Councilor Burdick has a question. Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's
Okay.
Yeah, I think I would just reiterate a lot of the conditioning practices that we've developed in this concept is based on trip generation. So we expect transportation systems to experience more strain when there are more people using them. Typically, that is 3 units that sort of changes the trip generation sort of threshold, or goes over the threshold, if you will. So that's the impetus behind this. Again, sort of City Attorney Pro Tem Boone, I'm trying to get the right terminology here, but pointed out, we had envisioned a certain amount of density on most lots, 1 to 2 units at the time of their creation. So our concept is to sort of mitigate for anything above and beyond that where it's not already provided. And so, I think that's just kind of conceptually the reason why we had proposed it for 3 or more units.
Right.
And
Councilor.
no, I don't know if I understand, but why someone with a single family home, like building on 4,000 square feet, he's not subjected to the same thing as someone who's building those? What's the reason?
Because there would be more people, and because more people would add more strain on whatever infrastructure it might be. I think in this particular case, we're talking mostly about streets and sidewalk infrastructure. So paved roads, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, pathways, things like that, where more people being located on the site would, increase the demand for using those types of infrastructures.
But don't you think that more people living in a property that size is more sustainable than 2 people living in 4,000 square feet?
Oh, certainly.
And that it put more strain on everything than in the long run. I mean, if we look for sustainability, I'd rather have 10 people in one lot than 2 persons in one lot, 2 persons on one lot. And I really don't understand that. And, it puts strains on folks who want to do you have money, you can build a 4,000 square feet home, nothing, you're not gonna pay any fees except, the regular things. I wanna have something that contribute more to climate change, to carbon footprint, to everything, but I am punished. But the person who is my next door neighbor who's putting more strain on the environment, on anything, it's like we reward them. Oh, you can do this. And developers can even use that and say, okay, we're building single house, but you cannot be, and House Bill 2001, I think, encourage density. And when we talk about density also, we have to allow that, I honestly have, and I don't know, because some legal, that's always, again, the legal stuff. Can we put that, in a legal point of view, in a land use thing, legally, can we do something?
Well, I was going to say that the current system is set up, okay? based upon the comprehensive plan policies that the council, previous councils have adopted, that says that development shall mitigate for the impacts upon the public infrastructure. Okay. And what the code says is when you were in, prior to middle housing, when you're in more than 3 units, you're in minor review, so we would analyze what kind of impacts you had and mitigation. What you're raising is additional comp plan policies that would soften, if I can use words, mitigate, lessen the amount of mitigation required, not because of the impact it would have on the transportation system, but because of other reasons that you have. Well, that's a balance that is not in the current code. And so,
but can we revisit that code? Because even on transportation, we can question that. No.
We have a multi-year process.
Yes.
The council can
cannot
always
just
revisit
continue
everything.
to say we cannot revise the code, and we continue to have, when there is a wrong, we make it right.
I think what Mr. Boone is saying, that we could do comp plan revisions to relook, because this is like, as Mr. Olson's saying, I mean, I think you understand it perfectly, that our current way of thinking about how we mitigate for these impacts, we're thinking about one kind of singular impact, that there's a negative impact to density, but we're not thinking about the positive impacts, that it also has in the community. I think what we're hearing in this discussion is that we'd like a more comprehensive look instead of just, more people, more impacts, let's add costs, to those developments, because as we know, that just quashes that development. No one's going to build that development because it's more expensive to build than the less sustainable development that has a greater, impact on the climate. In many ways, has a far greater negative impact on the community than the denser development. And so if it means looking at our comp plan policies and redoing them, I think that's worthwhile, because this is just a new way. We don't need to be stuck in the same ways that we were thinking 50, 60 years ago.
Yes, this proposal does not make new policy.
Yeah.
Okay, staff did not propose new policy for this. All it does is, as a result of moving some housing units into Ministerial that were not there previously, but we did get exactions, we did get mitigations for them.
Yes.
This would continue the process to provide mitigations for those same types of dwelling units.
That's right. But now today is
That's all I was going to say, is that what this proposal does is implement your current comprehensive plan policy. And so I hear the conversation about whether that's a good policy or a bad policy, but that's not what's on the table today. Because I think if you were going to have a more robust conversation about what you should be asking development to provide, you might not actually say, let's ask triplexes or quadplexes to provide less. Maybe you would ask the question, let's ask single-family homes to provide more.
But we can
In other words, what I'm saying is that don't assume there's one answer to this question that Eric's put in front of you. There's probably 5 or 6. You would need to have a more robust conversation about the trade-offs among those options if you were going to go there. But as I say, this proposal is simply to apply your existing comp plan policies to this new development process.
But that has an impact.
And it's okay if you don't want to do that, but I don't think that we're going to get the robust conversation about when should we require street improvements, when should we require sidewalks through this. You're not going to get there through this.
Right. Well, we're also not going to accomplish getting the sidewalks and the improvements that we need by exacting them on middle housing. Because let's get real, it's not every lot is not going to turn into middle housing. We're going to see much of it as the towns develop.
I'm not arguing with you, but that has been your theory of change up until now. That has been the approach that the comp plan posits as the way you get those things done.
Right. Well, but we haven't gotten them done. I mean, because we don't have any sidewalks, we don't have stormwater infrastructure, and there are big problems in the neighborhood. So we say development pays for it, but that hasn't been the case. Development hasn't paid for it.
Again, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you the current comp plan policy has an idea that when you have these kinds of developments, that's when the infrastructure goes in.
Right. Yes.
And the implementation of House Bill 2001 changes the way we have to approach that development. As I say, I'm not having an argument with you about that. It's just there is a theory behind what you have now. In terms of policy, what I hear is a conversation about we question that theory.
That's right.
If that's where you want to go, that's a much bigger conversation than just, at what point are you going to ask middle housing to provide certain kinds of infrastructure? I would also say to you that I think there's a difference between infrastructure that's a pipe that really does need to be the appropriate size and infrastructure that's a sidewalk or a street where you're really dealing with other impacts. So I guess the other thing I'd say is this needs to be a more bifurcated or nuanced conversation than just simply pedestrian improvements.
And luckily, we have a multi-year process with a 17-person task force that we're raring to go on coming up with solutions. I think it would be really helpful to look at, would this make a difference? We haven't heard from anybody that this cost is so prohibitive that they're not building middle housing. It might help, but we just haven't heard that. We want to know that this is something that would actually target what we're trying to accomplish. So that's something that we do have the ability to do through the housing production strategy work. And we also know, that when we go into that multi-year effort, we're going to sort of have a baseline of what the city is doing right now, and we're going to be expected to do more. So it wouldn't really set the city up for a conversation, if we're going to, sort of exclude middle housing from mitigation requirements, it wouldn't set the city up to have a sort of more broad conversation to say, well, actually what we want to do is, put them back now, because that wouldn't necessarily be a way to promote the production of housing. So we're going to have to sort of go above and beyond wherever we start. And I think it might get tricky if we're trying to sort of take this sort of a few steps backwards as we're sort of undergoing that HPS discussion. That's just one observation.
Yeah, Councilor Roman.
So you're going to ask us to do something today, but I think that the bigger question would be for a 2023 goal to look at the bigger picture, because I don't think this council certainly has given any direction to this new task force or whatever. It's a new group that, or are you reconvening the other one, or, I mean?
So on the 4th of October, City Council appointed a housing production strategy task force.
That one,
yeah.
Right, okay, so I think there's a lot of work to be done in giving them, I think, some direction from council, and I don't think you can do that until 2023. I mean, if you're talking about weaving in, changing other things besides just House Bill 2003, I think we have to have a bigger conversation.
Well, I think Mr. Olson was saying that they're engaged in a conversation around housing production in general.
Right, but I think if council is, as Councilor Boop was saying, if you're changing some of, if council wants to change some of those parameters, that's a much larger conversation that I think the citizens need to be involved in, and it's, I mean, you're changing the wheel or moving the cheese if you're going down that route.
No, but also
because that's a different philosophical.
Yeah, but the different philosophy is: do we want house production, or like what kind of housing we want in Lake Oswego? When we are running around talking about inclusion and everything, and in reality, we don't believe in that. We pay lip service to that. Oh, inclusivity, but $2 million home, no clusters, nothing. Oh, you changing the neighborhood things. No, I understand. Right. This is not the debate now, but we have to have it on mind that we just, things should not continue to be the same thing. It has to change.
Well, there are, there's details, like Ms. Bennett points out, but there's, I think this is a general question. Do we want to have a level playing field for these different housing types? We want single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes to be on the same plane, or do we want to put middle housing through this more expensive, arduous, unknown process, which will essentially minimize that it gets built? I think it's just as simple as that. We're not trying to upend the entire comprehensive plan. I don't want to like put that weight on it. But it is a new way of.
Not in this action.
No.
Right. But what I'm saying
general,
is that if you're good, yeah. But I think there was some discussion about bigger picture things that are a much larger conversation that the community still does not know about 2001, frankly.
Right.
I mean, we know about it, but the bigger community still is unsure of what the impacts. And I want to make sure that we have an open and transparent process as we go through planning.
Well, this is a big process, the housing production strategy. It's a years-long, very big community process.
Yeah, fortunately, we have that all teed up and ready to go. We just, it'll take some time to get through these conversations, have the outreach, et cetera.
But it's a public process to Councilwoman's points.
Right.
I understand that, but so was 2001 a public process. And if you go out and ask the average person like Oswego, they will not know anything about it. Yet they have a house, and when something happens next door to it, that they may not know about or that may be adverse to their thinking, that's when the rubber meets the...
You solve that problem, you come back and let's...
I understand that, but I'm just saying that I think we have to have a larger conversation, and it needs to be, if we're going to start changing how people are going to be spending money on housing. So that's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Council Verdict.
I think a deeper conversation is warranted, but I agree with City Manager Bennett. It's not to be had right now. And I also think with this new committee and new information that I know the city is studying of, how much housing do we have and what types, all that's going to be crucial for us to know how we might want to move forward and how we should move forward. And I think also, we also don't know the impacts of House Bill 2001 yet. So I think it's important that we kind of do our best to, and I hope that this isn't saying it poorly, but kind of clean up where we are now so we can make things as easy process-wise as we can, which I think is what we're doing tonight. But then keep all these questions for the future. And we'll have a little more time with having House Bill 2001 being in existence a little bit longer. Still not a lot of time, but I think time's going to be our friend a little bit, and I think we just need to keep all these conversations going and keep asking these hard questions.
Right. Thank you, Councilor Burdick. And the good news is that Mr. Olson's only through the first part of his presentation.
Yeah, I guess just a few things that popped in my head. It just kind of thinking back to our work on the Middle Housing Code Advisory Committee and a lot of the rulemaking process that preceded that. There was a lot of folks around the state that were very loudly concerned that they considered the House Bill 2001 to be this unfunded mandate, that they were basically forcing cities to go through and upgrade their infrastructure throughout, and that, essentially that was unreasonable. There was a lot of concern from cities at the state's action there. And so the state really made it very clear at that point that, cities, and I think there was a few reasons to do this, but they said cities aren't allowed to say, okay, we don't think that there's enough infrastructure here, so you cannot put middle housing here. You have to allow it, but there was a core concept that you can allow it under the condition or under the sort of agreement that the developer provide infrastructure if it's not sufficient in that area. So I think that was their way to sort of address a lot of those concerns about the potential strain this could have on infrastructure at that point. And that's kind of the concept that we've taken to further, I guess. Obviously it could change, but I think I would just point out that that was kind of, back when we were having this discussion, the last time that City Engineer Rooney, I think, joined us for middle housing discussion, we talked about the potential infrastructure-based time extension request, where the city could take more time, think about delaying the implementation of middle housing to get our infrastructure kind of set and, provide the sort of updates that we think would be necessary. And we said, no, we made a decision at that point that was somewhat predicated on the idea that we could require developments to provide infrastructure when they come in. So I will say that this has been something we've talked about publicly, at least for a while. So that's just one thing I would point out, has been a part of this conversation. So as I've pointed out, and I think I mentioned already, we've actually drafted code amendments. We were directed to do so by the Planning Commission to, essentially make our mitigation requirements more clear and objective, and to also apply them to ministerial development for the first time. So as we've kind of mentioned, we think that this will both help us comply with clear and objective requirements, but also give some certainty to both developers and the public of what they could see when they do see new middle housing come into their neighborhood. And that's the idea. So essentially, we're not trying to make this a specific sort of formula or numerical sort of calculation. Our proposal would just require that development, when it's triggered, that it be upgraded to the standards that are applicable to whatever piece of infrastructure we're talking about. So if we're talking about sidewalks, there are standards, in the Transportation Systems Plan or other sort of city documents that would provide a sort of good sense of what would be required there in terms of the context and what the street design is, sidewalk design, curb gutter, et cetera. So that's what we're proposing here, that, essentially the proposed code amendments would require mitigation essentially for 3 or more dwelling units. And I think that would be another thing I want to point out, I guess, is that we would only require that for new construction under the proposed process. We would not require that for conversions or additions to detached single-family housing that make or that create middle housing. So we're not allowed through state provisions to do that. So we're not proposing to do that here. It would only apply to new construction.
And I understand that that was a compromise that the state made in the rulemaking process because of pushback against middle housing as an unfunded mandate.
Well, actually, this was more, they wanted to ensure that cities would, this was meant to encourage the development of middle housing by saying, or the conversion of detached single family into middle housing, more or less. So the state is saying you cannot require mitigation when that happens. And so we're complying with their
when
ask.
it's a conversion. But
when it's a conversion, right.
But they didn't go as far as saying you can't require it.
Right, that's
because that
that's
was a
correct.
compromise.
That's right,
Okay.
yeah.
Because we
sorry.
would not require this for single-family dwellings.
That's right.
Okay, so it's not all new construction. We're just talking about middle housing.
It's only new construction of middle housing and not the conversion of a detached single family to middle housing.
Triplexes and above.
Yeah, right, 3 or more units, so yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. 3 to 8 units, I guess we could say, if we're talking about cottage clusters.
Well, sorry. If you're doing a land division, a residential land division, you're going to look at the mitigation for a single-family dwelling at that time under this code amendment, and as you have before.
If you're building a single-family house on a single-family lot.
Right.
We would go through the mitigation process, and that's right.
Right, well, this is a ministerial mitigation here, yeah, not the minor development process.
Right, but it's the same mitigation.
Right.
It just, we look at the mitigation requirements at the lot side, okay? Initially, we get basically one single-family dwelling's worth at the lot creation side in the residential development. So it's not like we're, like, I think I heard you say, or at least that's what I heard, was that we're not requiring mitigation for single-family residences. Well, we are, but it's in the lot creation side, not at the time of the building permit side.
Yeah, but practically speaking,
So Evan, I think what the issue is, in a lot of cases, we're seeing single-family homes being built on existing single-family lots that were platted a long time ago. And I think that's the mayor's point, is that if you're tearing down an existing single-family home and replacing it with another one, you're not doing this. But if you're replacing it with a triplex, you would.
That's right. There is a sieve, there is a leak in that section.
Right, right, okay. All right, so now we're going to get into the new process here.
Yeah, I just want to explain it conceptually because I'm not sure we need to get into all of the details. But, just to kind of go over the process here, that these would apply differently depending on the location where we're talking about. So, if you're in a more urbanized area, as we would refer to it, the street improvements, depending on what exists, could look like sidewalks, pavement, curbs and gutters, and utility connections, which would be required to be provided regardless of, it being middle housing or single family. You have to connect to the system. And also if you just elect to connect to it, period. We would have different standards for the rural fringe area. So this is, in keeping with a lot of residents' desires to maintain a more, I guess a less built-out street design with curbs and gutters not being included here, but drainage swales instead, and pathways, kind of the idea. So anyway, there's a lot of different contexts. A lot of these are discussed and specifically referred to in the TSP, and so essentially our process would You know, if you are adding density to the site, 3 or more units, you would be required to make these upgrades, the ones that would be needed on the site. So if there's already a sidewalk there, already pavement on the road, you know, you wouldn't need to necessarily construct it in that case. This might be a good time to hand it over to Erica, who knows a lot more about these things. And I know we just had a really quick slide prepared regarding just, you know, sort of how much this can cost and what this could look like. So I thought this might be a good time just to kind of hand it over to her, and you can talk through what you had prepared.
Okay, thank you. So just to cover, I think there's a question about, you know, what's it cost to develop a single family lot with a single home on it, and it compared to doing like a lot split, 3 or 4 lots. So it really matters about where it is. There's not a good way to say, oh, the price range is, you know, from here to here, because a single family resident, if it has a sewer in front of it, the only thing they're going to have to do maybe is a sidewalk, if there are sidewalks elsewhere in the neighborhood. But if they're not, then the only thing they need to do is hook up to the sewer. So it can be a relatively inexpensive, you know, it's no public infrastructure improvements actually. So that can be very minor. However, a single family resident unit in an area that does not have sewer, but is within 300 feet, like this lower picture, will have to extend the sewer all the way to their property. So that can be extremely expensive for a single family development. And so the same things will apply for this situation. It all depends on what the existing infrastructure system is out in the roadway, with sewer in particular being one of the more expensive pieces that we do.
Right, but whether it's a single-family home or not, it doesn't
or
matter.
quadplex or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. So if that lower one, this lower picture comes in and it's actually a 4-plex, they're within 300 feet of an existing sewer, but they don't have it today, they would need to extend the sewer.
That's right.
That's going to be more expensive per unit than it was for the single family up above. It just depends on where they're coming in and what's out there already.
Well, it'd be cheaper per unit for multiple units.
Compared to a single,
Yeah.
yes.
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 Yeah.
But
This
it
is the
still
current-
will,
this
it
isn't anything
still
new.
will, but compared to the single above, no.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, okay, Councilman.
So the extras that they might have to do, well, let's see here in the other, you went through those 2 slides pretty quick of the list of things that might be considered. Tell me more a little bit about how that's going to change, because if you're requiring all kinds of new things because it's a new development, or so if somebody's going to change it from a single house to a single house on a road that doesn't have sidewalks, they don't have to add sidewalks. That's our current plan.
Generally, it depends on the characteristic of the road, where it is in the city, what other infrastructure is already there. But generally, they might not.
If there's no sidewalks, then we're not going to make one house have sidewalks.
Right, so as a very simple example, number of homes up in the fan, small house, demolished, new big house goes in, there wasn't a sidewalk out front before, there's no sidewalks within 2 blocks, they don't put in a sidewalk.
Right. Same way with curbs.
Right.
Same way with another, lots of different things. So what would change in the multiple housing?
Nothing.
Nothing.
They would still do, if they did a 4-plex on a lot in the fan that doesn't have sidewalk in that area right now,
right,
we would not require sidewalk in front of their
right,
frontage.
or gutters or curbs or anything like that. Okay.
But what does change is it puts a big question
mark. So yeah, what does change then? Why
would we do it?
Why would we do it?
Why would we impose this, what was previously just a minor development process, to only certain types of ministerial developments if we're not going to be asking them to put in?
Yeah, okay.
This is only a very specific example that we're referencing, I think, where there would be no change. So, yeah.
Okay.
Which
So it
sidewalks
all
in the
depends.
context of
It all
no
depends.
sidewalks, but yeah.
It all
It all
depends.
depends on where it is.
And that's what this amendment does. It doesn't change, again, it doesn't change anything on the ground. I'd say. So when an applicant comes in today with a minor development, they say, I'm planning to do this. We open up the books, we see what the transportation system plan requires, et cetera, and all the plans, and we say, this is what you need to do. Right. This is what we want for the area. Right. And then we take a look and we say, based upon the level of development you've got, this is what we can require for mitigation requirements. That's the Dolan test, okay? That's what we do today. In other words, the applicant doesn't look at anything. They come in, they say, this is what I'm going to do, and we tell them, under the conditioning authority, what's reasonably necessary to mitigate the impacts of development. This project—
For minor development.
For minor development, that's right. They don't ask for ministerial. Okay, for minor development, all right. So now, if this passes, okay, so the order of things is flipped. So rather than coming into the city and saying, I'm going to do something, what will I be required to do? The code says, you're required to do what the city's plans say you're supposed to do. However, that can be reduced based upon the level of development. So
we'll let you know.
Well, and we'll let you know. Okay. Same result.
You don't have to go to a LUBA.
From the lawyer's perspective.
So how's that clear?
Well, from the lawyer's perspective, it's clear because you can look at the plan. We've adopted the plans. We say you must build the plan. Okay. Now, if you don't want to build to the max, so that's part clear, because right now we don't say look at the plan. We just say reasonably mitigate. Okay? We don't tie it to any plan. But that's what we do, is we look to the plans, because we don't require mitigations in excess of what the plans require. So the same process is going to happen in engineering. The difference is so now the code's going to say you can build to the maximum extent of the plan. However, there's also a process where you don't have to. Okay, that is relative to the level of your development. Okay, that's the Dolan part, and that's what we apply today too. When we look at the plans now, we say, well, these are we're going to tell you what you're going to build. We look at the plans, we say, well, we can't get all that, so because of Dolan, so we don't require all that. Now there'd be more formalized process, if you will. This is what the plans require, but you're not going to have to build that. Okay? That part of it. Mm-hmm. That's the limitation by city engineer exception.
Right. So we have two things taking place here. We have revised the methodology by which we impose these exactions to what you just described. Instead of coming in with nothing, we tell them it's everything.
We start with everything.
Yeah.
And we go down.
And then it's still done. And you come to the same point.
That's right.
You come to the same point in the end.
That's right.
But legally, this meets the clear and objective standard, so it doesn't set the city up for some legal risk.
And you're going to come there a lot faster, because in the old days, you had to go through minor development action, which was a land use process. Now you're coming in with your building permits.
Right.
But so you're going to get to the same space.
You get to the same space.
A lot faster, which is where the developer is going to save money.
Well, and to get to that place, you also have to appeal to LUBA under the minor development process. So we're proposing to streamline that and actually have its own request as a minor development, where we can just kind of talk through what is roughly proportional if there's a disagreement.
If someone has an issue.
Right. Yeah, so we have two sort of
with people that have issues. Right?
No, that gets resolved at the engineering side. I mean, we've had maybe two arguments in the 20 years I've been here where we've gone to the DRC to argue about the extent of development.
Okay. So that's the first. So we're changing
this methodology. That's a really good statistic. Thank you.
That's good. So we're changing the methodology for developments for which we which we exact these public improvements. We're changing that methodology, and I think we probably all agree that's a good thing. Okay, that's a good thing. The second thing we're doing is we're changing since our HB 2001 code amendments, the types of, because now that middle housing, that's all ministerial. It was minor development, but now it's ministerial. So now for those middle housing developments, even though they're ministerial, this also now applies that exaction process to those developments. And I think that's the piece where we have the issue that we'd rather have all ministerial development follow the same rules: single family, duplex, triplex, boom, no exactions, which has been our current practice for single family homes since the beginning of
Lake Oswego. I just disagree with you. Our current practice has been to exact single family homes when we create the lots. Now, it's a sloppy process. There could be old subdivisions. There could be property that we annex, okay? But if you just take property that's within the city, that land division occurs, that's what we do.
Right, land division, yeah, and minor development, still minor development. Land divisions, still minor development.
Right.
Okay, I'm just talking about your plain old single-family home lot. You might have a single-family home on it now. Someone comes in and they just want to put a triplex there that should be the same as a single family. They shouldn't have to go through this question mark process where, well, do you have to put in a sidewalk or not a sidewalk and go back and forth and add this additional cost?
Prior to middle housing, they would have.
Prior, yes.
Yes. So the question is, and there's no policy change on the middle housing side of it. There was no change in the comprehensive plan policies about mitigation requirements. It was just, they're ministerial rather than minor. Okay?
Right.
But the policy of mitigations remain the same.
Yeah,
That's what this proposal brings to you.
Right.
Again,
But now
you
we've
wanna
expanded.
change- You want to
Yes.
change the policies.
Well, yes, because before we didn't even allow these housing types in any of the areas that we allow them now. I mean, that was the purpose of House Bill 2001, rather than we are in a housing crisis, we are in a climate crisis, and we have to add this housing. And I think we need to really look at how our policies are preventing needed housing from being built, which mitigates all these factors. So yes, to Ms. Bennett's point. So I'm just saying here tonight, I cannot support going forward with a proposal that adds exactions to these what are now ministerial developments, because I think they should be on the same plane. And whether we want to go back and look at how whether or not we require improvements for all ministerial developments, that's a different, that's part of that question. But it is right now, in fact, this tips the scales completely, where we will see no middle housing because of these exactions that we're adding just to those housing types that we don't add to single family housing because of longstanding tradition. So, but I support the second part of this, which is creating that clear and objective exactions process for minor development, but I do not support applying it to the ministerial development. That's my pick on it.
And of course, this is a study session, so you don't have to make a decision.
Right. But we're coming up, but we're prepared for the public hearing.
And again, I guess I would distinguish between those things that are pipe related from those things that are surface transportation related, and I ask all of you to think about that, because I think when I think about the real, I hear what you guys are saying about density. I think many of you know that I think that House Bill 2001 is good for climate change, but I think I would distinguish between transportation, because I think a reasonable policy debate could be had about whether this is a better and more efficient use of our existing transportation infrastructure versus water, sewer, and storm capacity. I think there's no doubt that we want to make sure that a triplex uses more sewer, a triplex uses more water. And so I think I would suggest to you that don't make a blanket statement that you're not going to do this for any infrastructure. Distinguish between the stuff where I think you have a sort of an existing pattern in different parts of town that's going to require a much more advanced capital strategy, as we'll talk about later tonight, versus those places where really, if you undersize the water line or undersize the sewer line, you're really going to cause harm.
Well, Ms. Bennett, I mean, as what Director Rooney said earlier, I mean, even if you build a single family home now, it doesn't have a large enough water line, we're going to increase the size of the water line. So yeah, I am not suggesting that we build any structure that doesn't have appropriate sewer or water capacity.
I think a good way to
right now.
I think a good way to say it is apply the same exclusion that we would apply to single-family dwellings to middle housing.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah.
I mean that's the way that makes the most sense, at least for me.
You build a single-family house, you're hooking the sewer up to it. Otherwise, it's going down the middle of McVeigh.
Yeah.
Just leave that big puddle in front of the very healthy cedar on Laurel.
Yes.
In front of my house, because apparently that is keeping it as one of the most healthy cedars in the city.
Oh, that's a good point.
Good to know.
Yeah. We have a leaf. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
No,
Undersized sewer.
it gathers there.
It waters for sewer.
It's
very healthy. Lots of
Did
mushrooms.
I say sewer water? Oh, man, no, stormwater, sorry.
I was going to call somebody.
Thank you for that. Thanks for that clarification. That was an important clarification. Thank you.
Yes.
Just going to call maintenance there for a minute.
Okay.
All right, I am almost done here. Evan already explained this for the most part, but it's his favorite part and one of the most important ones. We have proposed two separate sort of relief valves here if there is sort of a disagreement on rough proportionality. So one of them would be a little bit more, or I guess less formal, would just be a sort of decision of the city engineer, as we call it, the city engineer reduction, and the other.
I don't like that term, but okay.
Yeah, the action has your name in it. And then there's another one that would be a more formal process that would actually be a minor development where we would have a hearing where we could talk about what's the appropriate amount of mitigation or public improvement for a particular development. So just two legally important things that I need to mention. In terms of next steps, I think this is what I'm most interested in.
Could I stop? I'm sorry, it is my most favorite part, but they are not separate parts. I mean, the process would be on a ministerial, this is what the code, this is what the plans require. City engineer takes a look at your proposed development, says that may exceed what's required under Dolan. So this bottom line, this is what the city is going to require. If the applicant disagrees with whatever the bottom line is, okay, that comes out of the city engineer, maybe there's no reduction, maybe there is a reduction. But if the applicant disagrees with the bottom line, then that's where the applicant can take it to a minor application, it's a minor development public hearing process, where they can contest, as they do today, before the DRC and challenge the rough proportionality of the exaction. So that, as I said, has happened maybe twice in the time I've been here. So that's the ultimate relief valve, and that's retained for applicants.
And for the record, you've been here how many years?
A long time. Let's just say 20 and leave it at that.
Perfect, okay. I just wanted context, like you're not the newbie that has been here 6 months.
I'm not the newbie.
Right, okay.
Is it for any development?
Yes, it's for any development, because mitigations are only required for minor and major developments, so any minor development would have the mitigations imposed on them, and if they disagreed, then that's the process, is to challenge that through the DRC, City Council, BUBA.
Because we don't have a process for, basically we don't apply this to ministerial currently. It would only be applicable now to minor.
There's nothing to exact, nothing to challenge.
That's what we're hoping to establish, is a way to ask this for ministerial proposals.
Well, it's the relief valve to the minor. I mean,
Okay.
And I guess I would also, just for, as the report indicated, Lincoln City has been doing this for nine years or so, is having sort of a separate relief valve out. So.
And I would, sorry.
I guess that is my question is, are we similar to other jurisdictions in doing this?
I think we will be similar to other jurisdictions. I think as a result of middle housing and that sort of thing, that most jurisdictions did like we did and imposed it on the minor development, but the trigger was much lower as to the number of units, okay? Because you got them on the lot creation side, you got them on the higher number of units. Now that everybody has had their number of units elevated up, Portland is, I know if Todd has talked to me, Portland is looking at it. Other jurisdictions are also looking about, well.
So you think everyone will probably reach this same
I think everybody's going to say, yes, this is, to me, it's not rocket science in that here's the plan for the neighborhood for development. We're going to have rough proportionality. We have a chance for people to argue about it. That's, the challenge is going to be to make sure that the plans, are clear and objective.
Yeah, I think just in terms of how other cities are applying it, there are conversations going on amongst active planners that are doing this work for House Bill 2001. A lot of other cities are dealing with this at the same time as we are. The other cities, for the most part, are not proposing to sort of exclude or exempt middle housing, but they are kind of going the other route that we're talking about, imposing some type of mitigation on all development, including single family, is the route that some of those cities are going down. So.
Right, they want a level playing field.
I would also just posit most cities don't have the level of sort of redevelopment that we have in Lake Oswego. So part of the conundrum we have and how do you wrestle with this? No, in terms of like some of the neighborhoods that are highly desirable for redevelopment, they have a different development pattern happening, and so they have different needs for how they require infrastructure. So
yeah, this is a very active conversation in like anywhere in Portland that could be annexed. I guess they're very concerned about this. So. Outer Portland, I guess, it's an active conversation. So just kind of getting to the brass tacks here. So as I mentioned last week, we brought this to the Planning Commission, didn't receive any testimony at that time, and they issued a tentative approval and directed staff to draft findings and bring those back on the 25th. So that's what we've done. We just put out those findings today. So that's the sort of plan for the Planning Commission track. Obviously today we're having our study session at City Council, and we had a tentative date for November 15th to bring this to a public hearing at City Council. So I guess, we are prepared to modify the proposal in a way that would, exclude middle housing in the same way that we would exclude single family or duplexes from these requirements, that only some of them would apply, more or less. And we can bring that back at the council public hearing, or we can spend more time on it. So I guess I know that there's some desire to talk more about this, but I think that's kind of the proposal here was kind of to apply our existing policy that we just didn't have the opportunity to do on the sort of state's mandated deadline earlier this year. We just want to spend a little bit more time on it, but really it's connected to that work. So, I think if we're not going to continue with the same policy, it kind of changes the next steps, I guess.
Well, if we were to go forward and modify this proposal to treat middle housing like we do the single-family duplex, would that still allow us a process to get that pipe portion of the infrastructure?
We could draft it to do that. Yeah, that would be possible. Yeah.
I mean, you gotta have the pipes. Yeah, right pipe. Okay, folks, any comments? The crowd was wild. Okay. What do you all think? I mean, do you want to go forward with the proposal as presented in the very detailed, wonderful staff report, or do we want to carve out go forward with this new and improved, clear and objective path for exactions for minor development and carve middle housing and ministerial development out of that process to put those housing types on the same plane, no exactions.
I'm looking around.
Comments, questions?
I've been quietly observing and listening and taking in all this information, but so the talk about the size of the pipes, right? So, are you suggesting that maybe we treat it the same as the single-family homes, and then just with the exception of making sure that the sewer lines are big enough so that if we wanted to make it?
Well, for sure. Yeah, any development that goes in, you want to make sure the pipes.
Of course, but if it was going to be a triplex that was going to be just simply a triplex that was shared, all three units shared one sewer line versus making it 3 different townhomes, which require 3 separate sewer lines.
There's no changes
So
there.
I think what the mayor is really proposing is that you take transportation and you treat missing middle, the transportation requirements, the same as single family, I think.
Yeah, not necessarily all ministerial.
I think we're talking about streets and sidewalks, I think.
Pretty much.
We haven't heard
stormwater. And stormwater.
I wouldn't go there with stormwater right now. You require single family to do on-site. I mean, you could treat them the same.
I'm not talking about on-site. I'm talking about public improvements.
Curbs and gutters. And,
Because that's
I think
like,
it depends. I think that it depends on what you have in existing infrastructure, and I guess.
well, here's the thing. We just don't want, I think that we should be finding ways to encourage middle housing for all the reasons Councilor Mbu mentioned earlier. And if we come in with a big question mark over middle housing, like, well, what may it be? You know, here's all of our plans. You know, come in with our volumes and set them down and say, here's our plans. And then, but we're gonna ratchet this back and we're gonna engage in this conversation. And we may require you to do this. You may have to look at this study. No one's gonna do it. They'll just build a single family home and we'll get another large, big single family home redevelopment. Because why on earth would they embark on going through this convoluted, uncertain, confusing process? So all I'm trying to do is level the playing field so that if you have a lot that's ministerial development, it's just as easy to build a triplex, at least from the permitting point of view, I don't know technically, but if you have a quadplex, it's just as easy to do as a single family home. And so whatever we need to do code-wise, you know, that's all maybe.
I think we would want to ensure that it's still meeting the levels of service that are required and that type of thing. So I think that's kind of what we're talking about with the utility connections.
Exactly.
And that being a sort of different conversation from perhaps the sidewalks and
Exactly. I mean, it's not going to rain more on the street because it's a triplex versus a single family home, or it's not, you know, I mean, so the stormwater, all these issues we have, it doesn't matter what the housing type is. They're managing their on-site stormwater already. So I just don't want to put these big question marks over these developments and say, well, it depends, and, you know.
Well, you know, I would just point out that we're hoping to make that clear, and we do have, you know, obviously it depends on context a lot. So it's you can't just say there's not just a, you know, easy answer to everything. You have to say, okay, does it have, you know, existing sidewalks? What is this sort of street designed to look like in that particular area on the TSP? You know, there's a lot of different things. It's not a one-size-fits-all plan, but it is clear in that we have planning documents that you could look at and say, all right, this is the expectation of the city.
Right, I hear you. Okay, Director Siegel, you go first.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to give a quick process check. And so where we're at in the process with the Planning Commission, having made tentatively made a recommendation and presumably set to adopt their findings, this will go on to a public hearing before the council if that's, if we're still on track to do that. And then it sounds like we may be wanting to bring an alternate proposal along with the Planning Commission's recommendation, or at least have the concepts outlined so that you have something to respond to and the public can testify on that. Is that correct?
Scott, can I ask, could it go back to the Planning Commission before it comes to council so they don't have to have, let me just ask this process question. Could we just go back there and say the council had a study session and they'd like you to look at this question again so the council doesn't have to deal with two options when it gets to them?
Yeah, absolutely. That's another approach.
And we could do it through the House Bill 2003 larger discussion as well, of course.
Don't lose my clear and objective.
Well, I'm just saying, though, that this larger policy discussion is...
I mean, regardless, we may want to have the clear and objective to Mr. Boone's point. I mean, because that's not impacting any of the rest of this.
I just hate to have you guys have a, like, pick the Planning Commission package or pick something else situation. Rather let the Planning Commission work this issue just a little bit more.
I hear you. Councilor Verdict.
I think I'm falling into kind of what City Manager Bennett just said, is let's maybe give the process a little more time to flesh this out, because it's not easy. I mean, we're obviously all up here, we're trying to get our heads around all this, and I'm a little bit fearful that we're trying to push something through too quickly, and maybe that won't be beneficial for everybody. I guess I just want a point of clarification just to make sure I'm interpreting something correctly. This is really coming down more to if you're building a new triplex or quad, not if you have an existing structure that you are then maybe converting. Because I would say that in and of itself also is very sustainable. So it's encouraging a form, you know, so this is a very complex and detailed conversation. So I just want to make sure we give it what it's warranted. So, you know, there's two sides to both.
And you can imagine that the type of developer that would be rehabbing or trying to convert an existing detached single family might be different than the type that would be building a new 4-unit townhome complex.
But even today, we would not require any of this. That's existing, you know, a rehabilitation, conversion, as you will. That's current process. Someone comes in to convert, no exactions.
That's right. Yeah, that would be a part of our proposal or currently what we do.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, it's good, yeah, but just, Councilor Mance.
Thanks, Mayor. I almost see this as above the street and below the street sort of a situation. And the reason why I say that is in some of the areas where this sort of unit may go, we're going to have older infrastructure that we're not going to know exactly what it looks like until we get into it, which may mean that we'll have to expand the size of the sewer pipes, just saying, or stormwater or any other thing. Now, this could be a secondary proposal to an above the street, if you will, with sidewalks or whatever else we decide. But seeing as how we're doing this before I'm off council, I think that would be an interesting exercise. I don't know how much time that would take to see and know. We wouldn't know cost. We can't know cost, but we can come up with something in our heads and go, gosh, it's going to cost a lot more to do sewer in a place where the sewer was put in 1925 by farmers who were running a pipe down a hill, for example. Again, and I'll say this one time, and I promise this will be it, we do not have a lot of room in this city to build the sort of things that we are talking about. I'm sure if there's money to be made, someone will be able to eke out something somewhere. But we are not going to see multiple quads or triplexes in a row as we might have in years past.
Right.
Unless, of course, that would be in a different part of town where folks might want to annex in, where there are larger lots. Again, I would like to see above the ground and below the ground, just so I kind of get an idea of where we go moving forward, if that's possible. If not, done. I will leave it to my colleagues.
Thank you. Thanks, Councilor Mance. Okay.
And I agree that I too will go along with Ms. Bennett, and let's just get this moved forward.
Okay. Councilor Wendland. Thank you, Councilor Mance.
I agree with Councilor Mans. We're planning for the future, but I don't know how much of that future is going to happen because we are built out. But I guess I just went to the mayor's viewpoint. I would like a fair process so that it's a even playing field. So whatever that means, I don't want to have one subset versus another subset. And the other thing is that I think this is a very complex subject, and it ties into some of the future decisions that the next committee is going to be dealing with. And I would say to look at it as a council comprehensively as one of our goals for 2023, because I think it's kind of like building a house with bricks. I mean, there's a lot of them, and it takes a lot to build a wall. And I don't think we're looking at one brick, and we need to be probably looking at 100 bricks. And that's my fear, is that we myopically maybe solve this, and then it's going to open up another can of worms. So I would suggest, somewhat like you did with 2001, you educated us over time and informed us of the pros and cons, and then we get to the point to where I think we have sound policy. Now, I also respect our distinguished Evan Boone, who gives us legal counsel, and if he's worried about mitigation, litigation, whatever that may happen to us, then I think I agree. Maybe we need to do the simple thing on the part one, and maybe we can do that, and then deal with the bigger planning situation as Mr. Olson gets more involved in 2003. I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's a decision to exclude middle housing. That would be, that we would be moving forward with. So it's not, it's kind of making a recommendation for the task force before we have the opportunity to convene the task force. So, I guess that's kind of the one thing that occurs to me. I think even if we are just going to do the clear and objective piece, we have to do that in a way that excludes middle housing, I guess, to a degree. So, I think it's an action that the city would be taking to say, this is our position, this is our policy, kind of, or this is what we'd like the policy to be. So, I think anything that could sort of complicate that process is just, I'd want to look at things holistically as you're proposing to do as much as possible. But yeah, I don't think that we can sort of just, if we're adopting something, we're addressing that. So I think we have to sort of use that as a baseline moving forward, that, we're moving forward with excluding middle housing from these requirements, or at least treating them the same as single family. So I think that's kind of underlying, even if we do keep that, we're making that policy decision still to a degree. So I guess that's just the one thing I would point out.
Well, I'm not saying that we're walking away from it forever. I'm just saying that I think we need to put it in the block of more decisions that are going to be made where it's going to be a more complex problem along with other things, or opportunities. Let's put it as a complex opportunity for us to solve. Maybe in your head it's not, because you're already you're probably 50 yards down the line where we are. But it's, I don't know if the council is fully, we haven't got the snap yet, so.
Yeah, and it's, as we pointed out, it's a different policy than what we've had. We have the policy in the comprehensive plan, and when we make findings, we have to respond and say how we meet or do not meet that policy. So it would be ideal to have a planning, comprehensive plan policy that supports this, that we can sort of lean back on. So I guess that's kind of where I would like to get if we do make that decision, to do it, so that we have some justification for that. And, I think even if we were to move forward with this, we could probably go back and modify a comp plan policy. So I think, there's a order of operations question, I suppose, on that. But I think ideally we'd be able to have that policy discussion and then talk about the specifics.
Right.
Yes, yes.
Well, it is important to look at. I mean, even with infrastructure like the pathways. I mean, here we're talking tonight, and we have folks for and against pathways. But when the community was built, like many suburban communities back in the 40s and 50s, I mean, it was not in vogue to have sidewalks. We don't want sidewalks, right? Because we don't want to be like we're not the urban area. We drive cars. We're car-centric, we're the suburbs. Hey, look at us. But nowadays, well, that's, absurd, right? So we're going, and now we see that doesn't quite work. We're in the era of, climate change and living more sustainably. And so it just requires us to think about, we haven't talked about our comp plan since we even contemplated middle housing and the housing crisis, and how we're even living to be a more equitable and inclusive community. The last time we did our comp plan, there was no talk about equity and inclusivity in Lake Oswego. That wasn't even in our community dialogue. So I do think it's important that we, look at this under this more, comprehensive lens. And when we're taking impactful items like this, the Planning Commission is great, but, they're seeing things through one lens. And this is a great example of a policy that should be looked at by various, advisory boards, because it has that DEI lens, it has the sustainability lens, and it has the community development lens, so it's important that we're just looking at it holistically, and making these decisions and getting that advice as a council, from our community members that we trust here.
Yeah, and I think I'd just point out, the idea was for us to adopt this and again sort of apply the existing policy where we'd have future policy discussions later. So again, this could change the sort of baseline conversation for the housing production strategy, but I guess I just want to get some kind of direction on whether or not we do want to just kind of try to push forward this clear and objective piece of this, knowing that we are kind of with doing that, kind of making this policy decision to a degree. It's kind of a half step maybe in that direction, but is that kind of where you'd like to go with this then, is move that forward on this November 15th timeline and not go back to the Planning Commission first?
Well, I see City Manager Bennett.
Let me make a suggestion, because I
Yeah.
think we've had a lot of conversation about whether this would encourage or discourage middle housing. Eric, why don't we talk with some developers?
Yeah.
Because the reality is that by making this ministerial as opposed to minor development, honestly, you've already accelerated the process by 4 months.
That's good.
So all I'm saying is it may not be as big a deal as we've made it into. So why don't we go get you some data?
Good.
And then Eric, maybe I'm wrong, but as I listen to them talk, I think we're all speculating about what the effect of this is, and we don't know. So why don't we ask the people who do? And so let us talk about how we could do that and come back. Because what I hear Eric saying that I do think is important is that when we do our housing production strategy, what we require will be the baseline. And we'll be asked to talk about what we're going to do on top of the baseline or, and
Yeah,
so.
but we shouldn't have to add to it just to take it out later.
I agreed. On the other hand, I do think the biggest thing we heard from the community during House Bill 2001 was about the impacts on their lives for density. So I think we need to respect both that we need to make sure this is really a viable housing type, but also that there are impacts from having more people enter your neighborhood. Some of them are good.
Positive and negative.
Some of them are good. Some of them are temporary. But we just need to, I think, have a information for you guys to weigh the pros and cons of this decision. So how do you feel about that? Maybe we have had developers already tell us, and I don't know.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. Obviously, there's opportunities to have those conversations with the housing production strategies. It's really, in a large sense, everybody is saying we have to do X and X type of planning. It's like, well, we actually have a perfect process for that. It's all ready to roll. We really have a lot of different topics we can cover there. If we want to handle this sort of parallel process, I think that makes sense. And it probably, does not make sense to go straight to a public hearing.
And Eric, what I heard Erica and Evan say between them is the truth is the question of what will be required depends on what our existing plans say and our existing conditions are. And so I also think we are leaping to an assumption about, maybe you aren't, but I am. I'm leaping to an assumption of what might be required, which might not actually be what will be required. So let's just get a little bit more data in front of the Planning Commission and you guys to figure out how to get this done. Because the truth is, we need to get some resolution so that's clear, so that everybody understands what the process really is.
Right. Okay. And the impacts.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but if I understand, city manager, if we say that neighbors have to be heard, yeah, I agree, because we work for them. But in terms of building housing, is it that we have to ask people if we should have clusters, or if someone want to try in the ministerial thing, are you gonna take into account?
No.
A builder want to build.
No, that's done. That's done because you've already made the policy decision by adopting House Bill 2001. You heard extensive public comment. I just happen to know that some of the public comment you heard was concern about traffic.
Okay.
And so I think.
No one ever complains about traffic.
I know no one in Lake Oswego ever complains about traffic, except for me between 8 and 8:30 when it all goes to the school up the hill from my house. No, I'm kidding, but I'm actually not kidding about that, but.
Only 168 days a year.
I do think before we decide not to apply the standards that would mitigate transportation impacts, let's just find out how big a barrier those are to constructing this housing. Let's get some data.
We like data. This is
right.
Good. Let's get them in. Okay.
But great presentation,
Thank
Eric.
you.
Well, I appreciate your questions. I'm glad we're able
You
to.
opened a can of worms.
I think I have clear direction, so I really appreciate that, and I thank you for your time.
Good work on this.
Good
we
work.
appreciate
Yes.
you walking us
Thank
through it. It is complicated. Thank you. Director Rooney, thank you.
Or two, I'm so sorry, you guys.
Thank you, Councilman.
I do want to let City Manager Bennett know that we have Director Rooney to thank for your ability to get up the hill, okay?
It's true. Oral Street.
Why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Please.
right?
Okay, we are back in order. We're going to switch the order of the next two study sessions. We're going to move to the garbage and recycling collection rates, and then following that, we'll move to the home demolition tax update. So I'll invite Amanda Watson, our Sustainability Program Manager, to give us an update on the garbage and recycling collection service rates. We also have KJ Lewis and Jason Jordan of Republic Services joining us as well. And then virtually, we have Chris Bell with Bell Associates. Welcome to you all.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Amanda Watson, the city's Sustainability Program Manager. Oh, thanks. As you know, waste and recycling collection services in Lake Oswego are provided by Republic Services, operating under an exclusive 10-year franchise agreement with the city. The franchise expires in December of this year, and a new franchise ordinance will be presented to you as a separate item later on the agenda today. As part of the city's regulation of solid waste collection, City Council is responsible for ensuring that rates are just and reasonable and adequate to provide necessary public service. So in this study session, we'll be presenting options for City Council to adjust rates for the coming calendar year, so effective January 1, 2023. So I'm first going to turn it over to Jason and KJ to provide an overview of Public Services Lake Oswego operations and their annual report, and then I'll outline the rate adjustment options for you all.
Great.
Take it away. Do you want me to?
I'll be fine. All right, thank you. Thanks, Amanda. Good evening, councilors and Mayor Buck. My name is Jason Jordan. I serve as a general manager with Republic Services. I've had the pleasure of serving this role for the last 7 years, and in that role, my responsibilities are to support the operations throughout the Portland metro area as well as North Marion County. And so it's really, it's been a while since I've been able to be back in the council chambers with you in person, so I appreciate your time tonight. One of the things I wanted to be able to speak to is council is hearing, as Amanda talked about, two different pieces, the garbage and recycling rates as well as the franchise. And we think it's very important to provide the opportunity to help you understand and maybe also reacquaint who your recycling and garbage provider is and who we are. And so one of the things that I think was important is I've heard earlier in the work sessions a lot of conversation about sustainability. And looking at the council goals for 2022, the 8 goals that are listed around safety, around community, around investment and infrastructure, one of the things I think that our company has placed a lot of value in is what's called sustainability in action. And really the idea for that is how do we stay relevant for the growth for both our customers and community. And we align that around very key items that I'm going to discuss with council tonight. I'm going to scope it from a large-scale company perspective first, and then I really want to make sure that it ties down to the local level and how it impacts the city of Lake Oswego and the surrounding communities that we're part of. All right, so as a company, when it comes to sustainability, we've set some very aggressive goals that we have out to 2030. And I have the goals listed up here. And one of the pieces that I think is important is tying those into, again, what we do on the local level. And KJ will speak to some of the pieces that tie into the stats and data around our 2021 report. And I want to speak to a couple of these pieces on sustainability. So first one is a company safety, which I think aligns with the first goal that the council has. And that is not only around the safety of the communities that we're in, but the safety of our employees. And for most people, they know that the garbage collection drivers, I think the most recent report has it as one of the top 10 most dangerous jobs in the world. Up there with a roofer, a miner, even a firefighter. And a lot of that has to do with, what our drivers do day in and day out. Whether they're getting in and out in the collection vehicles, dealing with traffic, dealing with heavy machinery. And our goal as a company, reminding, is that we have over 36,000 employees, is to have not a single fatality in a very dangerous industry that we work in. And then also tying it down to an OSHA recordable incident rate of less than 2. So down to the local level, so the Lake Oswego hauling division that supports the city, we are at a 0 for TRIR. And we're really proud of that with what our drivers do day in and day out, especially with the amount of collection and lifts that you'll hear about here in the near future. Also, I think what's also important is the engaged workforce. This is a job that most people don't see as very glamorous, but our folks have built long-term careers. Some are second and third generation in these roles. And so what's very important for us is to have an engaged workforce. And so when you see the 88% is our company does a third-party administrator that fosters 2 engagement surveys a year. And the surveys are focused around questions of diversity and inclusion, right? Do our employees feel comfortable being themselves at work? They're focused around safety. Do they feel and do they see us act in a safe manner? They're focused around career advancement and multiple other things. And so in this study, world-class is usually considered 80% or above. And as a company, the goal of 88% is very lofty. Our local division is at 83. So we have a very strong, again, engagement with our team that cares about what they do. Third piece, charitable giving. This is one where I think as a hidden business, we don't necessarily at times get out in the forefront, but I could tell you from personal experience and just my time at the company is this is something that's very important to what we do, both on a national level and on a local level. And when you see there is the goal of positively affecting 20 million people through our charitable giving. And as a company, we have a separate foundation for that. And there's 2 ways that nonprofits can access funds and grants and opportunities through that. One is through what's known as a National Neighborhood Promise. And bringing it down again to the state and local level, we've been able to have 2 key events over the last 2 years, one of which, mind you, was in the middle of COVID. So it was very interesting how to continue to donate time and energy to build up the community around it. There were 2 that we completed. First was in the Lentz Village, and that was building raised gardens for senior affordable housing. That also was a home place for the local Meals on Wheels. And then most recently, this last year was Seeds of Harmony Community Garden in the North Columbia area. That is a community garden that helps 80 diverse families from all over the world. And we were able to provide a garden with accessible walkways, redo the greenhouse, redo compost areas. And what was really neat about that garden is that also supports a local convenience store that provides accessibility to healthy and fresh produce that otherwise wouldn't be available to that area. So the reason I mention those things and mention what we do, because I want to make sure that there's a connection between not just saying it and seeing it up there, but what we actually do in action down here on the local and state level. The last one that kind of covers 3, the climate leadership. And I, again, was hearing a little bit about this earlier with greenhouse gas emissions and what are we doing to address that. And I do have some exciting news that I'll share in a few moments. But before I do so, I do want to talk a little bit about what we've done as a company there. So Lake Oswego has been known to be on the forefront when it comes to ways that we're diverting, ways that we're acting in a responsible, sustainable manner in the area that my company is responsible for and partnered with. I want to remind the council that in 2016, the city was one of the first to adopt a residential organics program, one of the first of the state. Which is since you've seen multiple cities adopt similar programs, but we were one of the first here. Also, in recent years, Metro has rolled out a mandatory commercial food scraps program. I do want to remind council that we have partnered for many years, and that program was a voluntary basis within the city and the surrounding areas that we also support. So again, one more thing that the city, as well as our partnership, have been ahead of what we're seeing kind of an evolution of sustainability and what we're doing to divert material from landfills. And then I would say, when we talk about investment in greenhouse gas emissions or finding different ways, we obviously operate a lot of machinery, a lot of trucks on the road. And in 2016, the site that we house our trucks, our hauling facility out of Wilsonville, built out compressed natural gas infrastructure. And in that year as well, we deployed 16 RNG trucks to service, again, Lake Oswego and the surrounding communities. To date, we're close to 30 vehicles now that are run on RNG. And the next phase that we're taking as a company is not being okay with saying this is good enough, and finding ways that we can continue to put the sustainability in action. And so the next piece to that is electrification. And so our goal is the electrification of the 5th largest vocational fleet in the US, across the country. In doing so, and which I have learned through my experience too, is it's not as simple as siting and sourcing a charging station and finding a truck that you're plugging in, especially with the business that we have. And so as a company, over the recent years, we've deployed 2 pilot areas, one in Hickory, North Carolina, and one in Boise, Idaho. And what you can see is I think some of the history about how we've built and run feasibility studies, where what's viable and what areas make sense. And so with that, I do want to say the feasibility study is very rigorous, right? It looks at average temperatures, elevation gains and losses of the service areas, legislation, that's supportive of EV infrastructure, the number of lifts that our trucks have to do every day. On a residential truck, the number of lifts can range anywhere from 500 to 700 on more of our rural routes, to upwards of 1,400 lifts a day that those trucks will complete. So all of those things get taken into consideration. And usually it's about a 6 to 8 month study. But I would highlight probably one of the most important pieces around that is the partnership with the municipalities and the communities that wherever that site is located in, and what that looks like. And so I do want to share that this is kind of the first, kind of public announcement that we've made, is that the Wilsonville site has been approved and will be starting the process of electric vehicle conversion over the next 2 years.
Wow.
And so what that means for us is that, again, we are through 2023 going to be building out the infrastructure. And then depending on, because technology changes, the feasibility of in terms of what trucks we can or cannot get changes. But our goal is to have our first deployment of electric collection vehicles by the end of 2024.
Wow.
And so that is, I think, a direct reflection of the partnerships that we have with cities such as Lake Oswego and the, the foresight that you have on saying this is what's important. So I just want to make sure we shared that news. It's very, very important to us. I think it's very important to the goals I think that I've seen the council have. And we're really looking forward to keeping council and staff up to speed on that process. There's still a lot of things that we got to work through, but I will tell you it is coming, and it's coming in the next few years.
That's great.
So for the rest of the presentation, I'm going to be turning it over to KJ Lewis to talk a little bit more about the 2021 annual report, some of the stats around that. And again, what my hope is that ties into not only what you see us as a provider in the community, but also a partner, and the amount of time that we've been together in this journey. And I think more so what the future holds for us with a lot of the announcements and things that I've talked about with our goals. So I'll turn it over to KJ.
Thank you, Jason.
Jason's stealing my thunder a little bit. He has all the exciting news. Well, this is just reporting out on our annual report that we submit to city staff every year. So this is for 2021. And in fact, we have 21 union drivers that service this community. You can see how many homes we service and how many containers we picked up. We have 19, as Jason mentioned, the RNG vehicles serving the city of Lake Oswego. As you can see, the majority of the people that the locations that we service are single-family customers by a significant margin. Here's our container counts. We let the city know every year? How many containers are we picking up? And you can see here the volume of recycling, glass, MSW, and organics. And as you can see, if you combine the recycling and the glass recycling and the organics, it's a significant amount of diversion from the MSW.
Do want to point out one typo. Glass recycling is not 6,900. So residents are not drinking that much wine or having it, so it's actually 694. So just yeah. So I just want to point that out.
You were.
So what points to I mean, we're just looking at these you know, this current year. How has this trend changed between the mixed solid waste and organics since we started offering that organics curbside collection?
Well, so not given actual numbers, because I don't have those in front of me, we have seen the shift. I think COVID has thrown a little bit of a wrench in that because of the increase of obviously residential home use of both garbage and recycling. So it's a little bit harder over the last 2 years to determine that. I'd say what we've seen across the board is volumes have gone up a lot in solid waste, because I think just the fact of the matter is there's more people at home producing more of that. And so I would say the residential organics program has been working, and I think that's something that as we talk with other cities, we've been able to reference how that program works with Lake Oswego as those that are kind of interested of, is this something that is right worthwhile for the city to pursue?
Right, okay, that's great, thank you.
Here's where the material goes. As you can see, the vast majority go to our facility there in Wilsonville, WRI, which is both a transfer station and a material recovery facility. So recycling goes there and gets sorted, and also MSW. Speaking of diversion, as far as residential, that's quite a lot of tons that were diverted from the landfill in 2021, and quite a lot of the commercial weights as well. Now I'm going to tell you a little bit about a program that we started in Washington County, working closely with the county and other haulers to develop. It's called Recycle Plus. Clackamas County will be looking at the same program. It will be presented to the commission at the end of this month. And what that is that's a 20-gallon tote, covered tote that people can put materials such as stretchy bags and film, like the produce bags, number one clamshells, textiles, and compact fluorescents. So they're all separated in different bags, and then they just put them in the tote, and when they're ready to have those things get picked up, they give us a call, and we'll come pick it up for them. It's a very low monthly kind of fee. It's very low. It's $2.50 in Washington County, and then when people call and they want their stuff picked up because it's full, it's $9.25, and it would take quite some time to fill up a 20-gallon tote with those materials. We also in Washington County have begun collecting batteries that people just put in a Ziploc bag and they place in their glass bin, and we'll do the same in Clackamas County. Reminder that you can always, customers can drop things off at WRI because we have a recycling depot there that takes cardboard, e-waste, glass bottles, metal, regular recycling, and also polystyrene. So that foam, number 6 plastic.
Now, can you explain why? So when the things that we put into our commingled bin, they go to WRI. Why couldn't someone put polystyrene in the commingled bin?
Yeah, great question. Yeah. I think when we look at the commingle side of things, so WRI is not going through the full processing, right? So we're reloading, we're taking it to a local processing facility. Portland metro area is pretty lucky in the sense that there's multiple processing facilities. Those are the facilities that have items such as optical sorting, right? the full sort lines that have that. And one of the challenges that we've seen with polystyrene is just the sheer bulkiness of it.
Okay.
Right, and so that's been an ongoing challenge, I think, even when there's talks about how do we collect it, right? And so you'll see a lot of history we talk about is in terms of tons, where polystyrene, obviously, it's extremely light, but it takes up an extreme amount of room. So that is, I think, something where we started with the ability to drop off at the recycle center. The other piece that we found is the polystyrene has to be extremely clean. So mixed in with commingle, unfortunately, right, the contamination piece as it's mixed through, and as you can see on the picture up there is we actually have employees at WRI that go through even the polystyrene that's dropped off separately and sort it, inspect it, and then actually have to bag it and then put it into a covered container before we can even transport it to the local facility, ADJOURNMENT. It's where we take our polystyrene right now.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, so there's a lot involved into it, yeah.
But what about someone like the clamshells? So people know they can bring them to a certain local grocery store and drop them off, but they can't put them in the commingled bin. How are they able to process those?
Yeah, it's great question there. So those specific pieces, clamshells, stretchy film, bulbs, batteries, those are all things that when you go to, and you're more than welcome, council, to visit a local processing facility that handles all the recycling. That's unfortunately material that really is hard when they're pulling out all the other material and processes to have those as well, right? So most people refer to as hard to recycle items. Having a responsible home for those as well, right? Making sure that if we are pulling those out of the waste stream or having it, that many times those markets are a little in flux, right? And so I think one of the pieces that we looked at, for example, the clamshells. Right, we've seen a lot of challenges there through the years of where is a responsible place that will consistently take it. And one of the things we identified, which the state is coming up with, right, your standard recycling list that's consistent across the board, is because a lot of that's been regional driven, right? What processing facility has the capabilities to process the material? What processing facility has the outlets, right, to responsible way to say, hey, as the general public or a resident saying, okay, I can put this in my recycle bin today, but I can't do it next week because there's no market, is trying to find more permanent placements for that and being responsible for what is actually being able to be recycled from your typical residential or commercial commingle.
So there's a sorting problem and then a market problem. But what would people say is they go, yeah, but I can always bring it to the grocery store. So what are they doing with it?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and they're doing exactly what we would be doing here. Is it's already coming source separated. And then think of us as a large grocery store in the sense of we're collecting it. We can, because we already have the capabilities and infrastructure with our routes and customer base, that if a customer so chooses not to, again, make the trip to the local grocery store and put the placement out on the curb, they can do so. And then we would take that in and it's come back, and that's one of the things we emphasize with the separated bags is all of this material has to be extremely clean. And hence why it's source separated and why we see it introduced the way that it has been.
But there is a local market for those recyclables, clamshells.
There's markets for it. They're not necessarily local within the state. And that's one of the things I think that we take a lot of seriousness around is that we are regulated and we have to prove both in DEQ and right within the metro operating plans that we have, is that we are finding responsible outlets for it. So as of right now, those are places that we have been able to identify working with the processors on areas and things that we can find homes for right now.
Thank you.
These are just some, when Jason was speaking about our foundation, and we also give locally, so National Neighborhood Promises large grants, and these are some local events in Lake Oswego that we support every year and are happy to fund and partner with these different organizations and be involved in your community. And thank you. I think maybe Amanda, you should present before questions.
Yeah,
just save the questions for the end.
I don't know if oh, perfect. All right, so I'm going to take you through the rate review discussion of the presentation. So just a reminder, the city sets rates for different types of service that's provided by Republic Services. There are separate rates for residential services, commercial and industrial, which is drop boxes and roll-off compactors, as well as extras like your, if you need a new cart or if you need an extra pickup beyond your normal monthly level of service. These are the factors that City Council, per the franchise agreement, takes into account when setting rates. And the one I wanted to highlight for you here is the third from the bottom, the reasonable rate of return or fair operating margin. That's defined as 10% within an allowable range of 8 to 12%, and that's standard across the Portland metro region and something we have historically done in rate setting. But that's why I will be referring to a target operating margin later on. That will be that 10% number. Actually, I'll go back here. So Republic Services submitted a rate increase request to the city in August of this year, asking for a 15.5% increase across all customer classes and container sizes due to increased costs. And City Council last adjusted rates effective January 1 of 2021. So this is essentially 2 years. It will be 2 calendar years later. And so on receiving this request from Republic Services, the city contracted with Chris Bell of Bell & Associates, which is a consulting firm with experience in waste collection operations. Mr. Bell is on Zoom for the next 10 minutes or so with us for this meeting. And he worked really closely with Republic Services team to review the rate increase request and supporting financial information and make recommendations for rate adjustment options that I'll be presenting to you today. So the rate consultant used Republic Services 2021 performance data, which KJ presented, and anticipated increases in expenses to project the financial performance for 2022-2023. And this slide shows the main contributing factors to the increases in costs that are projected for the 2022-2023 year. Overall, it was a 4.6% increase in Republic Services expenses, but you'll see some of those driving factors here. Things like inflation is obviously not new to all of us. Fuel, recycling processing is a really interesting one. And overall, we're seeing reduced value of recyclable materials right now, or recovered materials, as well as increased cost of transportation to those markets. So that's why that's a really big difference for this coming year. Driver wages and then disposal costs. That includes the Metro's regional system fee as well. So these are the projected results for Lake Oswego for the coming year. You'll see that the first bolded number, return on revenues, is the projected amount, and then the target rate of return is 10% for each of these types of service. And so the rate recommendation options for you all will be bringing the rates to that 10% rate of return. So for residential rates, I do want to just start with a caveat. Actually, a community member just gave me a good suggestion at this meeting tonight that on bills customers are billed bi-monthly, and so every 2 months. And so the rates that you'll see on the screen here are the monthly for weekly residential service, but a community member on their bill would see twice this amount just because it's billed every 2 months. So for residential rates, City Council has 2 options to meet that 10% rate of return. You could choose to apply a 5.27% increase to current rate structures or to set rates at the cost of service. So currently, residential rates are not set at the cost of service. The smaller cart sizes, the 25-gallon cart and the 35-gallon cart, are set slightly below the cost of service, whereas the 60 to 65, it should be 65 in the top there, and the 95-gallon cart, those larger cart sizes are set as slightly higher than the cost of service. And this was a deliberate choice that was intended to provide a waste reduction incentive so that households would, to the extent possible, reduce the size of their cart and the amount that they're throwing away to be recycling more and composting more. So that's why our current rate structure is structured that way. So this is the first option, to either increase across the board, keep the current rate structure, or set rates at the cost of service. I'm going to go through each of these residential, commercial, and drop boxes, and then at the end, we can talk about the recommendations for each. But please stop me if there's any clarification questions as we go along. For commercial container rates, Council last adjusted rates in 2021, and there were actually no increases made to commercial container rates at that time, because at the time, there was a commercial subsidy of residential and drop box collection. And so Council had set rates in such a way that they were going to gradually reduce that commercial subsidy of other types of service. The return on revenues for 2021 show that that policy choice was successful. And actually the rates of return for commercial and residential and drop boxes are pretty much at parity. So that was, there's no kind of need to further reduce that commercial subsidy. We're no longer significantly subsidizing residential using the commercial rates. So the recommendation here is pretty simple. It's just an across-the-board increase of 5.17% for commercial container sizes. There are two additional considerations for council that are related to commercial services, and so I'm going to go through those next. The first relates to the school district. So if you'll recall from the June study session on the franchise agreement, in the current franchise agreement that expires at the end of the year, Lake Oswego school district facilities receive a 50% discount on collection. And at the time, council gave direction to remove that discount from the franchise agreement. And it can be considered instead through rates, right, to provide some more transparency about the subsidy. So council has several options here. Council could decide to eliminate the discount for Lake Oswego school district facilities as discussed in June, could continue the discount, could expand it to other K-12 schools, and could also consider phasing out the discount over time. So I do have in the staff packet, it says that it provides what rates would look like if the discount were eliminated, as well as if the discount were continued. And the difference here is really instead of that 5.17% increase, were the discount to be eliminated, commercial container rates would only need to increase by 2.79%. So that shows you the kind of impact of that discount on commercial rates.
What's the dollar value of the discount? Good
question. I might kick that over to Chris if he is still on the line and can pull that up for me because I don't have that here. I think it's approximately 50,000. That's my back of the envelope, but
50,000.
50.
Yeah. So the estimate that I have, and Chris might be able to jump in with the full number, but the estimate is that it's 100,000 for all the services provided by the school districts. They're getting approximately 50,000 discount.
Mm-hmm. We should get those on every ball field of the city, a banner, a sponsorship banner. That's a good idea, right? For a city.
So this will be a decision point for council. The second consideration on commercial container rates relates to organics collection. So Jason mentioned the Metro requirements for separating food scraps. The business food scrap requirement began in March of this year, and it requires businesses that generate essentially about a 65-gallon cart or 250 pounds of food scraps per week. They're required to separate those food scraps from garbage and separately have those collected for compost, which is better than having them sent to the landfill. And the largest generators of food waste have to comply with this requirement by March of 2023, so that's coming up. Clackamas County is leading outreach to businesses on this requirement, and they've requested that the city of Lake Oswego that we bundle the cost of organics collection into commercial rates to allow businesses to more easily comply with this requirement. So currently, businesses can voluntarily choose to have commercial organics collection, like Jason mentioned, and they are billed separately for that. So on top of their normal rate for garbage and recycling, they would pay an extra fee, and that's that middle column here. We are being requested to bundle those rates so that all commercial customers have one rate that includes garbage, recycling, and compost. The third option here on the left is a cost of service model, because currently that rate that businesses who choose to have composting service pay is 30% subsidy compared with the actual cost of that service. So it's an incentive for them to participate. So these are the three kind of options for City Council. In the bottom line here, you'll see essentially what the impact to other commercial customers would be, or to all commercial customers would be, if the rate were bundled compared with if it was separate or the rate continues as it is today. Finally, the last line of service that we are looking at setting rates on is for drop box and roll-off compactor rates, and these are set at the cost of service because essentially it acts as a rental service. Someone needs a drop box or a roll-off compactor for a project. It's for a set amount of time, and it's not for every month and normal collection like the other lines. And so this table details the inputs to that cost of service rate calculation. The one thing to note here is that disposal fees for drop-box and roll-off compactor services, they're a separate charge to the customer. It's passed on through the invoice without any margin or franchise fee, and so they're not included here. But if you are a customer using a drop-box, you would see an additional disposal fee on your bill. So the recommendation for setting these rates is just to set at the cost of service, which is what council did back in 2021 as well. So the staff recommendations here are to increase residential rates by 5.27% to meet that 10% margin, maintaining the current rate structure, so continuing that incentive for the smaller cart sizes for waste reduction. On the commercial side, to bundle the commercial food waste collection into commercial rates and to increase commercial rates by 5.17%, and to set rates for drop-box and roll-off compactor service at the cost of service. And then, seeking council's direction on the school district subsidy, which would have an impact on commercial rates as well. So, thank you, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Well, okay, hold on here. One question: Are we still imposing the recycling surcharge?
No, that's no longer a separate charge. Yep.
Okay, that's good. Before I begin, in the interest of full disclosure, I mean, all of us are customers of Republic because we all live here. Yeah. In addition to being a residential customer, I'm also a commercial customer, and I'm also a commercial customer who does the organics, currently does the organics program, but fall into a obviously larger class of other business folks who are also, subject to all this stuff. So just want to put that out there. Okay. That said, I agree with these recommendations, keeping the rates, maintaining the current rate structure. I think that is important. We are providing that incentive for people to use less. In fact, when we first, working with Republic, and I think one of the benefits that we've had about having such a long-term relationship with Republic, and I appreciate that you talked about the company. I know many of the employees have been working here for decades and generations. It matters, what company that we are working with, and we do appreciate working with a company that aligns with our, community values. I think Republic definitely does that. But the investments that you make in the community, knowing that you're a long-term partner here, investments in your vehicles, this great news about the electric trucks, that you're able to do that, through a long-term agreement. If you weren't sure if you're going to be around next year, I doubt that you'd be out here investing in electric vehicles and having invested in our organics, collection program and all of that. When we rolled out the residential organics collection, we didn't put that additional cost onto the folks who use the 20-gallon container. And a lot of folks were actually switched to the 20-gallon container and saved money, and they were able to do that because they could divert some of the, food into the large waste yard debris bin. So we heard good feedback from people back. That was some years ago, and so I think maintaining that current rate structure is great. Taking the recommendation to bundle, I think that is important. The fact that everyone's moving towards composting food is great. At obviously commercial and us continuing to incentivize and educate people how to do that at home. It's very easy, obviously, because we put it in the bin. Some people do it in their backyard. Is things that benefit everyone. As we know, food in landfills is the largest source of methane. So just as a community, it's the right thing to do. And I'm fine with the Dropbox thing. I did want to ask, though, too, just as a customer from that perspective, it is very kind of arduous to rent a Dropbox. And I'm wondering if there's a way to streamline the process a little bit. Like, the paperwork isn't like even DocuSign type thing. It's more like we're going to send you a PDF and then you're going to scan it, and it's like, okay. And then payments are taken over the phone. There's no like online payment way to do that. They also, even if you're a current customer, require large deposits, like $600, $800 deposit to get a Dropbox. Just seems like if you're a current paying customer, like, why not just, and then once they collect the bill, then they figure out how much it costs, and then they refund you the money, and it's just, it's a lot, and it's a lot of time on the phone talking to your great team, but I bet there's other things they could be doing.
Understood.
Just feedback there. But otherwise, the, service, everything, your plan for the future is fantastic, and these recommendations look good. I'm sorry, I'm going to comment on the school. I do think it'd be great for us to continue that subsidy to the school district, maybe in exchange for the banners. I do think that would be very nice, especially, your city loves you, we support you. But that's a huge number, and looking at what it adds to the commercial rates, I mean, it's a couple dollars, very, very minimal, but it would have a huge impact on that one, institution, and it is, it's in the schools. So that's my take on that. Councilor Boone.
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry. Can I add one? But I do think we should extend it to other educational, not just to the LOSD, but to other K through 12 schools in town. And I don't know what that would do to we don't have a lot. I can't imagine that would make it that big of a difference, but.
I would have to look at the number of facilities, but we could definitely run the numbers on that. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
And in case it happen, I am a customer, with a school, a non-profit organization, and I am also a resident with, 2 homes where I have to pay for this thing, and
90 gallon bins.
Yeah, but that's it. My problem is why Portland and all those, like they pay almost 2 times less on 65 and 90 gallons than us. And why did we choose that? Like if you go to the rate comparison.
Yeah, so I can provide a little insight, and then please feel free to jump in. So part of it is the rate structure, and so part of it is because we do hold those smaller cart sizes below the cost of service and the larger ones slightly above the cost of service. And the other thing I learned through the operations team and from a rate consultant is that there are higher costs associated with the geography of our community, because we're a very hilly community. We use some more gas, and there are other factors specific to Lake Oswego that make our rates a little bit higher than some other communities. You'll see we are kind of middle of the road for some of the other cart sizes too, so we're not an outlier. But yeah, it's a combination of the rate structure and then LO specific operations.
Well, in Portland, you don't get your garbage picked up every week.
Exactly.
It's every other week. So you get half the solid waste service. You get weekly, but you only get half of the garbage. So even the rates are lower, you're getting half of the service.
Oh, Portland is picked
every other week.
Yeah. And us weekly. No, because I saw the difference. I say, what's...
Yeah.
And another thing, as a customer, I see that, we talk about green, house gas and all that, but we still have plastic containers. That's one thing. And big ones, that's using a lot of the gas, fuel, and all that. Even if you go electric, and we have those, it's, something I don't know how to. I really don't have but if we are going all the way, sustainable, we have to show it. And even in the big dumpster, I give one example: the plastic are not like the squirrels. They eat them, and they can get into that. I've changed. It's my second time I change my things because I'm in the forest. The squirrel. Yeah. Oh yeah,
the dumpster.
They eat the things. They eat the plastic. They chew the plastic and they get in there 2 times. If you ask I called, and those the cover.
Oh, the cover.
No, the cover. I'm not
talking
about that. I'm talking about the cover. They chew to them and they get into that because we have. So I don't know what's. I'm saying that because I heard many other people telling me about that. So, but other than that, I'm very satisfied about your work and what you're doing for our community. Just battery recycling. There are a lot of stuff that we can't. In our homes, you have them and you don't know where to throw them away. Batteries, LED lights, the lights, not the LED, but the others.
Fluorescent lights and the tubes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boop. Councilor Wendland.
Well, thanks so much for the long presentation. And Amanda, all the work and whatever that you've done on this, it's very well laid out, and I think it's very understandable. One thing that I had a question on, well, two things. I support the school discount. I think that's a good way to do that. I have one question. I think there's still some confusion sometimes about when we pick up on which days that you get off for holidays. And I can see it around town when you drive. There's people that put it out and then it's out for a second day and whatever. So maybe a hello, or some sort of communication way. We're coming into November. That might be something for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's. That would be helpful. The other thing is communication of, and I have to applaud all of you for getting through COVID, because I know drivers get COVID too. And you had driver shortages and everything else. And I know these are dedicated people that do not like missing work. And occasionally we had a week where it went by or whatever. We're not having COVID again. I'm hoping that will not happen again. But if there is a snow day, or if there's something along the way, somehow to get a communication, and I don't know whether we have the general text numbers or, I will say Republic is probably, it's big. I can call PGE whenever there's a outage, and they'll tell me within 4 hours of when they're gonna put the service back together. I don't know what system they use. It's super interactive, easily interactive. And I don't know, maybe you have things in the pipeline, but it would be helpful to have some sort of a texting system that just said, hey, garbage is not in your area for today, or it will be delayed till Wednesday, things like that. Just so, my concern is that what happens is those squirrels get around, and the raccoons, not only going through the things, they open things up if it's sitting out for 2 days, and then usually I'm a walker, and it takes me 3 times as long to get home because we're picking up garbage because something got knocked over and things like that. And I'm just trying to figure out that customer sort of interaction with you guys. You're dependable, almost like trains. I mean, we watch the service guys come almost like clockwork. I think it helped to have them come earlier for hot days. That was a good idea. It certainly freaked a lot of people out, because I saw people out in their PJs and nightgowns and whatever, because they weren't quite sure when to put their garbage out. I thought it was kind of funny. But again, somehow notifying people to say, hey, it's hot weather, we're going an hour early, so that just people are, because you're so dependable, when you change a schedule, that's kind of the, oh my gosh, what's wrong? You're like better than the post office. So if that would be part of the plan, but I like your rate structure. I'm glad that you agreed, instead of your initial request, to settle at 5.8 or 5.7, 5.27. So thank you. You're a good partner in that, and we want to make sure, I would say for this council, that if you do have issues in this contract like you've done before, give us a warning if your operating margins are starting to get out of balance. We owe that to you for giving us your part of the bargain. So thank you, and great presentation. And thanks for all the community service stuff that you do too. That's a good thing.
Councilor Wendland, can I comment on the communication, because I do think it's important. We do have a lot in the works. What I failed to mention too is that our drivers, we have just started rolling out RISE tablets. So our drivers are now trialing tablets en route, which allows us the technology and the capability to see where they're at live. And one of the challenges that we always run into is, right, it is still humans. And so we're really focused on, and right, we had mentioned about this earlier in the work sessions, is traffic, or if construction happens here, or if, right, there's a reroute to something, or something's blocked. So we are moving forward with the capabilities, and we're actually trialing and piloting certain sort of customer notices, as long as we have customer email, phone numbers, so we can text, to where we're moving forward to where they can expect, hey, and more so on the commercial side to start, is, hey, your service, right, collection truck is X number of hours out, and when it's completed, our driver clicks a button that's complete, and then, right, that sends a notice out. Or if we have some sort of delay, whether a truck breaks down or somebody calls out, or we have issues where maybe a certain area, based on weather, we can't get to, a call them all or a text blitz, that we're working on that technology. So I do appreciate that. That is definitely something I think we've taken to heart in terms of how do we keep that communication going and with the communities that we're out.
That's great. Right. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Councilwoman. Councilor Mans.
Well, thank you. It was absolutely great to see you. Thank you for all the work that you did and making it simple at this time of the meeting for us. We appreciate that. I had a couple of things. One thing is on the 20-gallon bin. The price differential between that and the 35-gallon bin, it would seem to me, and this is only a thought that I had listening to this, that if we really want people to recycle, which we really, really do, having an even smaller bin, because I know we're two people, we, if rarely, fill up our 20-gallon bin, if rarely. I understand the mechanics of having to engineer something that's going to fit the same, but in the future, perhaps if there's some lighter material or going into the next stage of something, to even have that 15-gallon bin or 10-gallon bin that forces people, I don't want them shoving it in so the lid's open so the squirrels come and eat out of people's bins. But what those of us who could use that, I think would, and there's, as you know, in Lake Oswego, quite a number of older adults who probably aren't using as much as they used to use garbage-wise. That was thing one. Thing two is really interesting. I heard less complaints from my neighbors during the times of COVID as we stood across the street and yelled at each other about garbage pickup than I had heard at any other time in my 30-plus years in town, which kind of boggled my mind because you had drivers' issues and there weren't, there's a lot of uncertainty. I wanted to let you know that. Kudos to the gang, because that always kind of like, well, wait, you're yelling or you're upset when things are going great, yet. The other thing about that, and I discovered this only during COVID or an ice storm or a windstorm, was I get notifications the night before, and it's almost become a family joke. Hello, this is Republic Services. Your garbage will be picked up tomorrow. Please leave out your cans, for example. Even when it's sunny outside and there's absolutely no reason for this to come, and it's kind of comforting. We've seen it saying, well, there's a chance of wind, rain, shower, or because of COVID, expect, et cetera, et cetera. So I appreciate these changes that we talked about the last time that you were in, and I'm sure that they will only get better with time, as you were saying, as we have real time where we can actually track our driver in the way my daughter can track her cat on a GPS collar, right? We go, oh, here he comes, here comes the driver. But again, thank you for all you're doing. Please thank your staff, your team, for all that they do, because you put together a great package here and you put together a great company, and it seems to be running really quite well, so thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Mans. Councilor Nguyen.
Well, thanks again for that presentation. I guess along the lines of communications, I guess, can we just change it so that I don't get a phone call from Arizona? Because sometimes we don't know it's Republic.
That's how you know it's them.
Okay. Who do I know in Arizona?
The only ones that call me from Arizona.
It's like a number. It just tells me when it's,
But they leave a message.
They do, but I never check my voicemail because it's full.
See?
Am I the only one that gets the,
I get them.
The other question I want to ask, I think it's kind of,
Thank you.
Yeah, kind of I guess there was the elephant in the room, but maybe it's not so much anymore. But, sometimes when I, are talking to people at their front doors and I see in different areas they have the Ridwell box, right? And so I'm glad to hear that you have options now to be able to recycle polystyrene and batteries and things like that. But just for those that might be listening, if you could kind of speak to that and see, because certainly the discussion about the services that Ridwell provided certainly got people's interest, people interested in thinking about how can they recycle more, to your point, Councilor Mans. Can you talk to some of those things that were brought up in those types of conversations we had about Ridwell?
Sure. Well, as you said, people are interested in recycling more, and they're also interested in the convenience of doing it at the curb. So we've been working closely, as I mentioned, with Washington County to develop this program. We're only permitted to take what we're told we can take, but if there is interest, we can do more. And so that is how we came up with the Recycle Plus, working closely with Washington County and then now with Clackamas County. And I imagine that cities will be interested in adopting this too, for people who don't want to go to the local grocery store or WRI to drop off their stuff. So we're excited to be rolling it out.
Yeah, and thanks, KJ. We'll be also scheduling a separate council study session on this particular topic, so you'll really get to dig into the details and consider the different options available for enhanced recycling services. Also, a preview for our franchise agreement discussion will be back up in front of you shortly this evening, and I'll have a little bit more to say on that too, but that's a good question. And
Okay, yeah, that's certainly something that would be important to me. As we're getting to sending out another franchise agreement, we'd like to be able to kind of put that issue to rest, and because it's harder sometimes to bring it up when there's already a pre-existing agreement, but now is just the perfect time to talk about it. So,
Thanks, Councilor Nguyen. Councilor Burdick.
First, thank you, and I do get your messages, and I appreciate them. So I think maybe the message that we need to get out to our customers is make sure your information is current, and I don't know if there's an option for a text or an email in addition to the voicemail. Okay, because I'm thinking of Councilor Nguyen's inbox being full. So, but I think, and also making sure or commenting that it's going to not maybe who pays the bill, because that's maybe not always the person who's putting the garbage out. So I get the messages. I really appreciate it. It's very helpful, so thank you. And also thank you for your presentation, all of you tonight. And I'm supportive of the schools. So I'm very good to keep maintaining that. I love the Recycle Plus program, so the sooner we can get that going and include batteries in that. I'm not sure if that was mentioned or not, but yeah. I have my little separate bag of batteries, and that would be so helpful. But I just want to thank you for your partnership. It's very appreciated, and I'm glad we were able to kind of bring this down to something that I think our customers can more easily kind of stomach, especially during these times of inflation that we're all getting hit with. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Burdick. Okay, thank you. Yeah, did you get the direction that you
Yeah, thank you. So I'll be working with the team to get the numbers on including other schools, and so I can have that rate the rate calculation for you all. We'll be coming back. We'll work on a rate resolution and bring that back to council for adoption at the next meeting that we can.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, KJ. Appreciate you all. We're going to take just another 5-minute recess here. We'll come right back. Come on, John. John's got it. Okay, we are back in order. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are going to come back to our final study session on the home demolition and move into instead first our public hearing on Ordinance 2901, which is a special ordinance. I hadn't seen that before, and on our franchise agreement with Republic Services. And to kick off this process, we will have a review of the hearing procedure by Mr. Boone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a legislative decision by the City Council, and I would, the time limits for for any person who wishes to testify is 5 minutes for individuals, 10 minutes for government agencies or neighborhood associations or public interest incorporated organizations. Does the council need to declare any financial conflicts of interest? No? All right, you may proceed with the staff report.
Thank you, and good evening again. My name is Amanda Watson. I'm the City Sustainability Program Manager. I am joined in the audience by Jason Jordan, General Manager of Republic Services, and KJ Lewis, Municipal Relations Manager for Republic Services, available for questions about the franchise agreement. So as you all know, the City of Lake Oswego regulates solid waste collection through a franchise, which is granted through ordinance by the City Council. The city has an exclusive franchise agreement with Republic Services, doing business as Allied Waste Services of Lake Oswego, to provide solid waste collection services within city limits. Our franchise agreement consists of an ordinance and administrative rules that provide details on responsibilities of the franchisee, the city, and customers. The current franchise agreement was approved in November 2012 and expires at the end of this year. And you will see on this slide, this is kind of an outline of the reasons why we have a franchise for solid waste collection. The Republic Services franchise. So in 2018, the city conducted a midterm review, and the midterm review panel recommended a 10-year extension of the franchise. And so we've been working really closely with Republic Services to incorporate feedback from that midterm review and from the June 21st study session, when we presented a working draft of the new franchise agreement to council, to incorporate council's feedback and develop Ordinance 2901, which is the new franchise agreement that's before you today. So I am going to outline the key changes in the new franchise and really focus on those items that have changed in response to council's direction from that June 21 hearing. So this is an outline of all of the differences in the new franchise compared with our current franchise agreement. Other changes beyond these ones are really just more administrative, updating definitions, and more specifically defining allowable and unallowable expenses, consolidating reporting requirements, things like that. So the highlighted items here, I'll go through in detail. These are what we updated in the new franchise agreement in response to City Council's feedback from the June 21st study session. So first, starting with the franchise term, we heard from City Council that you wanted to keep the current franchise agreement structure of a 10-year fixed term. So the new franchise agreement will start on December 13th, 2022, and will be, again, a 10-year fixed term agreement. For rate adjustments, we'll be moving to an annual calendar year service rate adjustment schedule. Currently, in the expiring franchise agreement, rate adjustments happen by request, kind of as needed. And so moving to this annual service rate adjustment schedule provides more predictability for customers as well as for Republic Services. And it will have Republic Services before you each year to talk about operations so you can understand how costs are changing and get more transparency into the rates. Additionally, the new franchise agreement just specifically lays out what I talked about in the rates discussion, that 10% target operating margin, 8 to 12% acceptable range, which is not a change of practice. It just was not laid out specifically in our current franchise agreement. We just talked about this in the rates study session as well. So the 50% subsidy for LOSD facilities is removed from the franchise agreement, and council has directed staff to address that through the rate setting process instead for greater transparency and rates. There have been some updates to customer service standards, and this addresses some of the comments that you all just provided in the last study session. So the new franchise agreement really outlines how Republic Services will be promptly notifying customers and the city when collections impacted by hazardous weather. So this, will include both snow and ice events that might cause collection delays, but also extreme heat that could require early collection times. So that more detailed inclement weather policy will be really helpful for all of us. The current standards on responsiveness will also continue, and the annual reporting will detail Republic Services' response to customer complaints and issues. So we have some insight into how well they are responding, which is great. They're always responding within 24 hours or the next business day when customers have an issue. So the other big topic that just came up earlier this session is enhanced recycling services. So there's strong interest from customers in the metro region for alternative recycling services that are offered by companies such as Ridwell and others. It's demonstrated that folks in our community are interested in and willing to pay extra to recycle those difficult to recycle items, the things that you see on the screen here, so plastic, film, and textiles that are not currently accepted in the curbside collection programs. However, as you know, Ridwell and other companies that are providing those limited recycling services, they're not able to legally operate in Lake Oswego under the terms of the exclusive franchise agreement. Other jurisdictions, including Washington County and Clackamas County, have encountered similar challenges, and some of them, including Washington County, have offered a subscription enhanced recycling services program through the franchise haulers. This is the Recycle Plus program that Republic Services is offering in Washington County. However, since Council hasn't had the opportunity to review the options and determine whether and how to offer additional recycling services for these difficult to recycle materials, the new franchise agreement includes a placeholder exception, and we'll be scheduling a study session for City Council in the new year, most likely, we're determining the date, to really dig into this discussion. There are lots of folks in Lake Oswego who have reached out to the city with opinions on this topic, and we want to make sure that City Council can have a good discussion about it. So the current franchise agreement has this placeholder exception that could enable Council by ordinance, if you were to choose to take the action to implement an exception in the franchise for the licensed collection of certain materials. And so staff will present those options at a future study session. At that study session, Republic Services will also provide more information about the Recycle Plus program and how that's working in Washington County, and a detailed proposal for that. So more to come on that. The new franchise agreement just includes language that preserves Council's decision-making authority on this particular question about alternative recycling services. So these are the main changes. These are the only significant changes since the June 21 working draft that you all reviewed there. And so the recommendation is to enact Ordinance 2901 before you today. And I'm available for any questions that you may have.
So, Ms. Watson, does the placeholder, thank you for that great report, does the placeholder exception mean that Republic can't come and roll out the Recycle Plus program?
No, not at all. It just provides the option for Council to create essentially a licensing program that other companies could be licensed to provide that. And under such a licensing program, Republic Services could be one of those companies that provides the service.
But Republic could, if they were ready tomorrow, they could roll out their Recycling Plus.
That would be another option that Council could consider under the franchise agreement.
But they can't.
It would be allowed under the current franchise agreement.
It would not be.
It would be allowed under the new franchise agreement.
They could do it tomorrow. They could go, okay,
yep.
That's good.
Yep.
That's
so
good.
it's just, it allows the range of options. So it could be Recycle Plus, could be something else.
So which one? Oh, what did you say? Go ahead, please.
There was a recycling company in Lake Oswego that was recycling those small, but for some reason they were excluded from doing it. Is it because of our agreement with?
Yeah, you're probably thinking of Ridwell. James Recycling is another company that provides these recycling services. And yes, they, under the current franchise agreement, which is an exclusive franchise agreement for solid waste collection, those companies are not allowed to operate in Lake Oswego. So this is a decision point for council is to determine how to move forward, understanding that, there are companies providing the service, there are residents interested in the service. How can city council work with Republic Services to provide that service via Republic Services, via potential licensing program or other options we'll
But if
discuss.
Republic Service cannot provide that service, they cannot, no one else can do it.
Well, is it, so as this current, as this franchise is written, would it be exclusive to Republic to offer the enhanced, or could other companies compete in the market for the enhanced?
Council would have to take a separate action to enable other companies to provide the service, but that is possible with the way that the council has the ability to take that action. It would just need to be enacted separately.
But under this, so under the new franchise,
Yes.
Republic has the exclusive, this is still.
They have they have to deal with it either as garbage or recycling. And they're exclusive persons to do that.
But we are allowing these other entities to operate.
I think you actually would need to bring back an ordinance, even to authorize Republic to do the enhanced recycling.
I wouldn't say we're allowing them to operate. I would say that they're operating.
Right.
I think there's also litigation that's happening in Washington and Clackamas counties, and my recommendation to you is that you not decide what you're going to do on this question until you know how that litigation is resolved. We think we may have over 800 homes in Lake Oswego that are subscribing to Ridwell, even though it is not technically allowed.
Okay.
And again, there's active litigation, and I think probably we ought to let that play out.
Okay. So I just heard Mr. Boone say something that conflicted with what was said earlier. Is Republic allowed to roll out their enhanced recycling or do we have to, under this franchise, would we have to take a?
Well, I know.
We don't know.
I mean, I issued an opinion before that said that the type of materials that Ridwell, enhanced recycling, was doing was under the definition of solid waste, okay, garbage, okay, not recycling, okay. So to authorize Republic to recycle it and even to charge then more for it, I think would require either an amendment of this ordinance to deal with that specifically, or a separate ordinance, because we have a placeholder in here, that the separate ordinance would then authorize exclusively someone, and it could be Republic, to do that and to peel it off.
Okay.
Yeah, so city council will have to take separate action either way. What we did with the franchise agreement was just make sure that the franchise agreement did not preclude council from taking the separate action.
I see. That's all so we have a menu of options that we need to consider, and there's more information needed.
It's basically, it's garbage until the council springs into being and creates this enhanced recycling, and the opportunity then to charge for it and what the requirements are for it, and that's what I mean.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Councilor Nguyen, sorry.
So on that topic, again, I know that we just talked about it, but I just want to make sure that, so right now, it would be, I understand it would have to be a separate action for that to define that these enhanced recycling services are separate service, but I just want to make sure we have the flexibility, because as things start to evolve, I want to be able to not have an exclusive, essentially a monopoly on these services, right? And because I want to be able to encourage innovation. I want to encourage people to be able to come up with newer solutions on how to address our changes. And so I'm of the mindset that we've got to be able to provide all the avenues we possibly can to make sure that we are reducing the waste stream going into landfills and really trying to reduce the impact of things that could be recycled or could have been kept out of the waste stream. So it's just something I want to make very clear that we have an exclusive franchise agreement for the essentially the recycling, curbside, commercial.
It's garbage,
right?
But if the council adopts an ordinance, in that ordinance, you would make your policy decisions on how that's going to be administered and what the requirements are of that hauler or haulers, one or more.
Right. So again, it's just what I'm saying is we want to make sure we provide an opportunity for people to come up with creative solutions. And I think Gridwell they recognized that there was a need in the market and wasn't being satisfied. And because of what they did, they were able to elevate this up to a topic. I think that, of course, litigation is never a good thing, but at least we're talking about, at least it's something that is important. And to Manager Bennett had said, there's over 800, maybe 800 people that are using it around that. So certainly there's people feel strongly about it. And so I think we want to be able to share it. As we are learning more about different services, much in the same way I look at this, the analogy I see of this is, taxis that were regulated and were offered franchises. But then now as technology changes and our needs change, we've been able to move towards different types of ride share, So just want to make sure we keep that open, that we don't lock ourselves into an agreement where we can't have other services that might complement what Republic is already doing as well.
I agree with that. Of course, Republic has a leg up, as the person with the touch point to every customer already in
You've got the infrastructure for it.
Exactly.
And I understand, I fully understand that, with the franchise agreement, that they require a substantial amount of upfront investment that's going to take a long time to be able to pay back. So I understand that part. But I don't want to use that as a barrier for others.
You want an open, competitive marketplace for these other services. Yeah.
I think we all benefit from that.
And my only point is, whether it's open or closed, exclusive or open, that's to be decided.
Not for
later.
tonight, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I didn't want to make sure to keep that on the table so that we
don't worry. When we're talking about it, we're going to be thinking about you.
Exactly. Thank you in January.
Remember that Uber and the taxi?
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and open the public hearing, and we'll ask Ms. Linder if there's anyone would like to testify, or else.
No, Mayor.
Anyone here to testify? Okay. We'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion to enact this ordinance. Someone like to?
I'll go for it. I move to enact Ordinance 2901, a special ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lake Oswego relating to the environment, health, and sanitation of the City of Lake Oswego, providing for the establishment, maintenance, and operation of systems of solid waste and recycling services, awarding an exclusive franchise for solid waste collection services to Rossman Sanitary Services, doing business as Allied Waste of Lake Oswego, providing for the adoption of administrative rules, and providing penalties.
Second.
And the discussion, just so will we have to make any modifications for the LOSD and the school's subsidy we just talked about in the rate?
Not in the
rate
franchise
issue.
agreement.
That's a rate
deal with
issue.
that in the rate schedule resolution.
Okay. Okay.
To clarify, so Allied Waste, Rossman Sanitary are DBAs of waste management, is that right? Okay.
No.
Republic.
Republic.
Services.
Republic,
Yep.
sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Oh.
I'm one of their customers too, so sorry.
Yeah,
I've got
that's-
all of them as a customer, so sorry. All right, I'm their customer, restaurant, sorry.
Any other discussion? All right, why don't we take a vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes, we're down to 5-0. Okay, thank you, Ms. Watson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Republic. Okay, so now we're going to return to our study session. This is item 7.2, the home demolition tax update. Mr. Siegel, we appreciate your patience with us tonight.
Oh, certainly.
Thank you for holding in there.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Scott Siegel, Community Development Director, and this evening's study session on the demolition tax is for the purpose of updating the council on the tax, which was adopted in 2019, and to seek your direction on going forward with a public hearing on possibly removing the sunset on the tax, which is tentatively scheduled for November 15th. So by way of background, Ordinance 2831, as I said, was adopted in 2019. The residential demolition tax was intended strictly to raise revenue for parks maintenance. It's a general tax, not a system development charge or a construction excise tax, and it has a 3-year sunset requirement. It expires on January 2nd, 2023, unless the council acts to remove the sunset. The tax is a $15,000 per residential structure that is demolished, and that is defined, that falls under the building code definition of residential structure, meaning either single-family or duplex dwellings. There are exceptions for demolitions of dangerous or condemned buildings and demolitions for the purpose of developing affordable housing. The tax is also reduced by $5,000 for any project that utilizes a certified deconstruction contractor, which is a way of is a means of demolition where materials are removed manually as an alternative to mechanical demolition. Although no builder has used that credit to date, that incentive is available. As you may recall, recently the council amended the definition of demolition, which previously required complete removal of a residential structure to be considered a demolition and to be taxed accordingly. Now the definition provides for removal of where removal of more than 50% of a dwelling's exterior walls or perimeter foundation occurs, that is a demolition, and it's subject to the demolition permit requirements as well as the tax. We believe that change does have the potential to increase the number of projects that are subject to the tax, although we haven't seen enough data yet at this point to know if that's actually occurring. On average, the city has approved approximately 30 demolitions a year. And so this is actually right on target with what the revenue forecast was for the tax. We're anticipating approximately 30 permits a year, generating between $400,000 and $500,000 for parks maintenance. This represents about 15% of the Parks Department's overall maintenance budget. When the tax was considered in 2019, the question was put before you: would the city council want to use some of the funds for purposes other than parks maintenance? And the direction at that time was no, that this is strictly for parks maintenance. One of the alternatives that the council considered was a higher level or a higher rate of tax, where a portion of the revenue could be put toward home retention or home improvement projects for lower income households. For example, weatherization or other projects that would allow for really extending the useful life of a home. And that wasn't the policy direction at the time, and nor is that before the council, or nor will that be coming before the council on November 15th. But I just wanted you to be aware of some of the background and the deliberation that the council had when you considered this. Some of the key policy questions that really I'm looking for your direction on as it pertains to the scope and the content of the ordinance that will be brought before you is one, does the council want to be presented with an ordinance that would remove the sunset? And if so, then we would move forward with drafting an ordinance and scheduling the hearing. And secondly, should the tax be modified in any way? Should the deconstruction incentive be modified in any way, for example, to increase the incentive that it's there to provide for deconstruction? And then finally, any exceptions, any other exceptions or alternatives to the current ordinance that would provide for an exemption for possibly middle housing. And I was just considering your earlier discussion on middle housing, and thought it would be appropriate to ask you at this time if that's something that the council would want to encourage through a tax exemption. We did bring this topic to the Historic Resources Advisory Board as well as Sustainability Advisory Board, and I understand Parks and Natural Resources Advisory Board has also looked at this and made their recommendations respectively. Parks and Natural Resources is supportive of removing the sunset and continuing with the program. Sustainability and Historic Resources submitted a joint statement, and they've asked that we consider perhaps it would be a longer term proposition if we were going to look at the policy itself. Other approaches that might further encourage retention of older homes, or alternatively requiring deconstruction for homes that were built before a certain date, older homes, for example, before 1940. Alternatively, they were also looking at, would the council be interested in increasing the tax in order to generate revenue that could be used for historic preservation programs? So not surprisingly, the advisory boards are looking at options that would further, other public purposes and other programs that the city supports, including historic preservation and sustainability. So having said that, we have the comments from the advisory boards are attached. I didn't actually get the Parks and Natural Resources Board comments in time to include in the council report, but I trust the council's received those. And I'm available to answer any questions that you might have. Again, this is just a study session and seeking your direction on what to bring forward for a public hearing on November 15th. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Director Siegel. So my thoughts on these things, I appreciate the well, I just want to comment that, first of all, I appreciate how this policy was vetted before the various advisory boards. That's a great model. I was at SAB last night, really appreciated their input. They talked about their joint input, and we also heard from members of the Parks Board. I can't emphasize enough how helpful their input is, since this crosses their various focus areas. In regards to removing the sunset, I will say, yes, I do think that we should remove the sunset and come back with a new ordinance. I believe that we should follow HRAB and SAB's recommendation in requiring deconstruction for houses built 1940 or sooner. I think that's a great recommendation. I've heard from Ms. Watson that actually the market could use more deconstruction projects. So it would actually be very helpful as a community for us to contribute to that. Now, I assume, though, those, for homes that were requiring deconstruction, they would not be paying the demolition fee, no fee. I would also like to see the demolition fee just removed entirely for anyone who voluntarily does deconstruction. So I guess that would be homes 1940 or more recent, for whom it would be optional, and to provide that incentive. And I would provide the same incentive for middle housing, since the purpose behind providing an incentive for deconstruction is an environmental one. And so the same, if not even a more environmental benefit applies to middle housing. I think we should extend it a similar benefit following the same logic. In addition, one of the purposes behind this demolition fee in the first place was kind of based on the fact that new single-family home construction isn't paying SDCs, and so this was one way to generate funds to continue to pay for the parks that people are using. Well, that remains true for single-family homes. As you know, middle housing does pay SDCs, so they are paying those SDCs on using that logic as well, in addition to the one I mentioned before. I think it makes good sense to waive this fee. Yeah, those are my thoughts. I was like, how's Councilor Windland doing? He's not here. Councilor Mans, but you're Councilor Windland. I gotta keep that straight.
Thank you, Mayor. When we first had the discussion about this, one of the tenets that we talked about was the fact that older homes had not paid SDCs. Many of the SDCs didn't exist when my 1940 house was built. That, in fact, it was probably built by the people who owned it and their neighbors. I don't know. There's a lot of very interesting things about my house. Thinking of things like that, and thinking particularly of something that everyone who has ever lived in that house has used, which is a park. Everyone has used a park. It was decided that that would be the place where these monies should go. So I am 100% for leaving 100% of these funds toward the use of parks. I appreciate what our folks in sustainability and what the preservation folks have said. I believe that, and I can't be sure, but, and perhaps there's others, perhaps city manager can speak to it, perhaps you can get back to me on this. But I think we're trying to make some sort of decision here tonight. How many homes do we have in this city that are utilizing the funds that we have available for historic preservation?
I might be able to
I'm sorry.
respond.
Please.
Yeah, I can tell you, Councilor Mans, that the funds for historic preservation, resource enhancement are limited, and I believe our budget for that program is, I believe it's been between $10,000 and $15,000, you know, per grant cycle when the funds are available. And the projects are typically very small, you know, replacing windows with more weatherproof materials or components. There have been some larger properties. It's not limited to residential properties. The Hunt Club, for example, is one national historic landmark that utilized the funds for some of the work that they needed. But it's a small budget. There may be only 2 or 3 properties that are able to use that in a given grant cycle.
In a given grant cycle.
Hold on, when I sat on ATRAB, it would vary. It could be 2 in 1 year. It could be, you could have 5 to 7 to 10 applications 1 year, and then you just kind of slowly divvy it up depending on the project. So it really was a year to year.
Okay, and I respect that, and I respect those who want to maintain these homes and want to keep them viable. They're not being torn down. If even, and I will say this with all delicacy, even if there is a window problem, the house will not be torn down, most likely. One thing that does trouble me also in doing anything as far as our demolition of houses prior to 1940, or say 1940, let's use that as an example, is that we have demolition by dereliction, and we've seen that in this city. And demolition by dereliction, to me, is a terrible thing. We saw what happened over in First Edition. There was a house over in Lakewood that I think went for some ridiculously low amount of money because it sat there destroyed. I don't know why no one decided to keep it up. To your point, and to the point of those who are speaking about historic resources, that might be a reason to increase the budget. But again, I go back to the greater good. I have this utilitarian mentality of what is the greater good of the whole? What will that $500,000 approximately do for our citizens? It will help our children. It will help those who are middle-aged. It will help the elderly. It helps everyone. So I would like to see us stick with that program. I don't think that there is any reason whatsoever why we can't rediscuss that as far as sustainability is concerned. I would love to see a program, perhaps working with our county officials, with Metro, to see if there are houses, if there are people who need that kind of help, if we can come together and work in that way, rather than taking funds away from our park. So at this moment in time, I am of a mind to keep things the way they are, removing the sunset, and keeping this really great program that's helped our parks tremendously over time.
And what do you think about the requirement for homes prior to 1940?
I'm sorry?
The requirement requiring deconstruction for homes prior to 1940.
I don't have as strong of an opinion on that as I do on the other two. I mean, I say so few of those have happened. Maybe that's why that totally skipped my mind, Mayor, to be truthful.
And what about exemption from middle housing?
I am not sure about that. I would have to say, no, I would still want that money to go to parks because we're already waiving SDCs, aren't we, on middle housing?
No.
We're going to keep our SDCs.
They are the ones paying the SDCs.
They are going to pay SDCs.
You're going to marinate on that.
Let me marinate on that, and I will.
Marinating.
While I'm stewing over this, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, whoever had their button up next.
Thank you, Councilor.
Director Siegel, can you just answer, or do you know, does Portland require deconstruction for houses pre-1940?
They do, yes. And they increased, it used to be that the cutoff date, I think, was earlier than that, and they changed it, so now it is more recent homes, 1940 or earlier.
Okay, great, that's what I thought. So I would be actually very curious to know if we were to implement a similar, deconstruction requirement for homes pre-1940, what would that do in terms of the revenue that we've been getting from the demolition tax? Because I actually firmly believe that this is important revenue for our parks, and I would like to see it continue to go to our parks. As a little asterisk, I think I'd like to say it'd be great if maybe in our budget next year we could increase, I think it's at 10,000 for the HRAB grants. If we could increase that a little bit, that would be great, but that's, I think, a separate discussion. So I would like to continue this demolition fund going to parks. I think that's really important. I think so many cities often find all of a sudden they can't pay for their parks. So I think this is a very important revenue generator for our park system and doing that. So I'd be very interested in kind of knowing if there would be a great impact to the money that's going to the parks right now if we implemented that deconstruction for pre-1940 and then eliminate the tax if you're doing a complete deconstruction.
Scott, to answer that question, could you, do you guys know how old the homes are that have been demolished? I mean, can we do like an estimate of what percentage of them we would have? Yeah,
Yes,
okay, that's great.
That's what I was going to offer to do that and have that information for the council prior to your hearing.
That's great.
That would be great. And I would be supportive, and one of the exceptions being for, triplexes and quads as well.
Can I ask both of you to follow a question? Are you thinking for any triplex or quad? Or are you thinking about price qualified? Because I understand the impulse, but
price qualified for
I
me.
think it's quite possible that we could find that very expensive single-family homes are being not built anymore, but very expensive duplexes and triplexes. And so I wonder if are you aiming for
affordable,
just any middle housing, or well, and by affordable, maybe we could think about how to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only $15,000.
Medium income,
But again, if you're building an $800,000 triplex, the person demolishing is going to sell $2.4 million worth of. That's where I keep going. Like, what's our goal? Is our goal to really have middle housing? We could have this housing type and have it still not be affordable to middle income people.
Well, I think it's going to be very difficult to, without, serious subsidy to get any kind of secured affordable middle housing. Just the fact that it's more sustainable, even if it's not affordable, it is,
That's fine. I just want to make sure that we're talking about what the objective is. Is it just to get that housing type built, or is it to get that housing type built at a middle income price?
Well, then but there's additional benefit if they're doing it affordable, then they're not paying SDC.
I would prefer.
You finish, and then I'd like to.
I would prefer it going to, now we can define how we're going to say affordable, but I would prefer it to be more affordable than just any middle housing. That would be personally where I'm coming from, at least at this point, without having kind of more information.
Unless we can control the market, unless there is an actual way to control the market and not have a house that looks like a box or three houses that looks like a box, that sells each one for $800,000 apiece. There is absolutely no way that we can, and they call it middle housing because it's smaller or whatever criteria they add, because if there is a will, there is a way. If there is a loophole of any way, shape, or form, someone will find the loophole, period. And I'm not calling anyone out. I'm just saying, to everyone's point, it's super difficult, to your point, city manager, what criteria will we use to put a dollar value or a style value or anything else on a house? If the land costs $700,000, those houses are not going to sell for $400,000 a piece. I can tell you that right now. The triplex won't sell for that amount. Be 800.
Right, which is a unit someone can buy that would otherwise be 3.2. So that's what we do.
There is a,
Well, if it's not middle housing, it's a single family house.
well, okay.
I mean,
Okay, I'm not going to get into the semantics of that, but my understanding of middle housing is housing that fits in the middle. In other words, say my house, for example, or my neighbor's house, or the house that doesn't sell for $800,000. You're absolutely right. It won't sell for 1.7, but we still have inventory that sells for less than 800,000. If someone wants a new house, then I guess that's what they're going to pay.
And I don't.
Well,
I'm sorry, and Councilor Wynn has been waiting very
Very
patiently,
patient.
extraordinarily patiently.
Go ahead, Councilor Wynn.
Just a couple things. So the sunset, I like the sunset. I like it because it forces.
You want a new sunset?
Yeah. To clarify, yes, a new sunset. So now that we've had a chance to try this out, because Councilor Mans and I, we were on the council at the time, we were thinking about this, but then now it's a great opportunity for us now to revisit, see what worked well. We didn't know that HB 2001 was going to be a thing back then, but now we know it is. And so to the mayor's point, maybe we should consider extending this to middle housing. We couldn't have known that back then. So I like the idea of having the sunset because it gives us a chance to kind of keep the ordinance, keep it alive and dynamic and be able to adjust it as we need. Maybe, who knows, because I think that originally our intent was to raise it about maybe $400,000, is that right? But we've been raising, I wasn't quite sure on the reports, the 1.2, is that year to date or is that per year?
That's 3 years. You're raising about $410,000 a year.
Okay.
Actually, it's right on target, right?
That's through September this year. We will exceed the target by the end of the year.
Okay, so if our target was 400,000 times 3 years, that's 1.2, so we achieved that, right? So, but again, I like having a sunset because it gives us a chance to kind of continue to revisit that. I don't want to put something in eternity and memorialize it for eternity. So, not support on that one. I would support, I'd like to have more discussion about supporting the on the middle housing. I think that certainly, so like to your point, Mr. Mayor, $15,000 isn't much, but that combined with whatever we do with some of the the different things we can do on the planning side, combined collectively, that could be enough of incentive for somebody that is wanting to make a conscious effort to figure out how do I have the support of the city and actually do these things. And it's not going to be any one approach. It's going to be like any one incentive is going to, hey, now I'm going to build a triplex instead of a single family home. So I think that can be part of the puzzle. And then I'm still learning more about the deconstruction part of it too. I know that requiring deconstruction for houses built before 1940, it seems kind of arbitrary for me because I just know that sometimes people are already kind of shy away from buying especially older homes, because they're going to be a money pit.
We can't reach
So, yeah. But in any case, well, you can spend a lot of money and it just constantly being that. So already it takes a certain type of person that has a strong stomach to do that in the first place. And now we're making it in order to, if they want to deconstruct it or to rebuild it or something. Any case, maybe I'm not understanding if that's meant as an incentive. Maybe if you can explain more of that, what you're talking about, Councilor.
Well, first I'll leave this, I don't know if, Director Siegel, I don't know if you would like to help start with that or answering that, or if you want me to give my 2 cents.
Well, I can just try to relay what I think HRAB is considering, that in, those pre-war or up to World War II era homes, that there are materials that are just not available anymore. And if you're doing restoration work, that it's really difficult to find those double hung windows or those glass, doorknobs and different components that would be lost in a mechanical demolition. And so, we probably want to know more about what's remaining in our inventory in town, because I'm sure it's different than Portland's. But I would defer to HRAB and our staff to study that a little bit further if you're interested in pursuing it.
And I would say it goes even further, the lumber. So you actually have, the lumber's a better quality lumber. You can reclaim floors, you can reclaim the cabinets. There's so much that can be reused that's not going to the dumpster. So from a sustainability perspective, it makes a huge impact on the environment. And then it also does help the inventory for those who might be wanting to restore a home, or I've seen new homes that are built with old materials. So there's a lot of different ways that it can be beneficial. But sometimes too, you have these older homes and they're just demolished, and you gotta think some of them might have lead paint, they might have other things that then just go into the environment, where if you're deconstructing, it's a little more controlled.
Right.
Makes sense. Thanks for explaining that.
Thank you both, Councilor.
Yeah, I mean, as Director Siegel said, I differ to HRAB on those, things, and I support whatever they do and stuff. And I believe that we should spare some homes, pre-Second World War. I mean, do we want to live in a place where there is no history, like nothing? I mean, it's sad, to come in a place where they say everything is new. That's not a city. You go to Europe, there are 500. You go to Dante in Italy, you go to you go to Firenze, Florence, and you visit Dante's home, Inferno, you know that. But here you don't even know the first mayor of Lake Oswego where they live. There's a building where the postmaster lived here on Boone's Ferry. How honestly we should even prohibit, no one can destroy those homes. That's simple as that. We just cannot continue, because there's a sideline of ignorance even on that, honestly, like that folks who don't like history, don't like culture. It's very dangerous. That culture is dangerous, and our country is heading there. We want shiny things with nothing. There's nothing in those. We are not leaving anything for the posterity. So I'm against that. And even 15,000, that's also my question to Director Siegel. Why are we not staying with the 18 or even more? Like, before I continue, is there a rationale why it's not 18,000, it's just 15?
Oh, yeah, Councilor Rubin, the rate was set based on the goal to raise a certain amount of revenue, and that was 3 years ago. So the goal at that time was $400,000 annually. That's how we established the rate.
Okay, thank you. I think we should raise it, and because Parks and Recreation has a lot of things with climate change, with all the things that's happening. Most of the field, the turf, they're starting to be old. Parks needs more money, and even though the budget will share, but if we can have more money for park, I think we look at all the things we want our parks to be. So I think we should raise it to $18,000 and give everything to parks. And just for Councillor Wen, if park, for example, has $5 million, you know, I'm pretty sure the budget can say, oh, parks, you have too much money, we can take this amount from your part of the budget. But
gold toilets.
Yeah, like, yeah. So with everything they're doing, I think we need to give the money to parks. And it's a part, you know, some park board, they lobbied me, and they were lobbying me in a very, you know, they give me excellent rationale why I should support this, and that's why I'm supporting it. And also because I benefit from the parks, you know, my school, myself, playing every Sunday, so anytime I will support park. But I think we should raise the money also for the demolition and for the middle housing also. My belief is, of course, you know, when we divide a lot for many, it's more sustainable. That's what I believe. But if some people come and say, oh, now it's more beneficial to build those not single home, and we are giving them that tax, it's not fair. I mean, the reason we want single is an old folks, when I get old, my house gets bigger, I want to downgrade to something that's lower, and that's why we want those kind of housing. But I don't want to, or I want to go low, or a condo is 800,000. It's no longer middle housing. It's, you know, people making money, and we should not, as a city, allow that thing to happen. So we can say, if it's affordable housing, yes, no more, no, you don't pay the thing. But if we know that it's commercial, and it should be, I don't know if it's a ministerial, that planning or stuff can say, oh yeah, you know, we know what you're doing. You are going to pay this, or, you know, I don't know if it's illegal. I don't know if it's illegal.
It's not illegal. The tax is really simple right now, though.
Yeah.
And so if you decide that you're going to waive it based on what the next development's going to be, it does complicate it, because now we're going to have to follow up and make sure they actually built what they said they were going to build. I guess when I listen to the conversation, I have to say, as an administrator, my reservation is right now the administration of this tax is very straightforward. You're either tearing it down or you're not tearing it down. Go ahead, Scott. Do you have something?
Administrator advisory board.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So,
Keep it.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, thank you. There is an exemption currently for income targeted housing, so affordable housing that's meeting the needs of those earning 80% or less of area median income.
thank you, thank you. Yeah, yes.
I think I think that's great, and Ms. Bennett makes a great point, because it is a lot to keep track of. I mean, we can barely make sure people build their homes not into the right of way. So, but well, unfortunately, yes. But I think you know, just following this discussion, we should resist this temptation to decry middle housing because it's not affordable. You know, because the whole purpose is that we are short, you know, housing units. And those, yeah, it's a supply issue. Even if, and we are in one of the most affluent communities in the region, our housing here is going to be more expensive, but we're doing more to add to the supply. And we got to think of what the alternative is. The alternative is just another big, expensive home. Okay, that's the alternative. So even if it's a few slightly less expensive homes, that's better than the one big expensive. And the more units that are built region-wide, the more downward pressure it puts on price, including rents and everything else. So it's good for families, even if. So I think that's just saying, because that's an easy kind of knee-jerk to middle housing. Well, it's not affordable, so let's not build it. It's like, okay, well, then we'll get more of what everyone else also complains about, you know. Councilor Mans.
Point well taken, Mayor. I apologize for using that language because it's really inappropriate. You know, really what we have here is a philosophical problem of the size of home that people want to live in. And people want larger homes or they want flat homes, or they want larger flat homes. I mean, we all know what people want. We also, and I know there are some 900 square foot houses in my neighborhood, which is amazing to think of, that people live in. I mean, they're not rental homes, and there's plenty of rental homes in my neighborhood too. 900 square feet. People raise families in them. Again, same thing. But one thing I was thinking about during this conversation, and I'll make this quick, is that we have to remember that houses built in 1955 are now 67 years old, for example.
Where'd you get that number?
I wonder where I got that number from. It was easy math for me, man. So as we're thinking about that, we're talking about houses from, 1940. Pretty soon will be houses from 1950. I mean, I really liked what Councilor Wynn said about renewing a sunset, because we're going to have this issue come up every time we have a new council. It's going to be the same debates. The houses that are 67 years old are going to be 77 years old in 10 years.
What's your point?
My point is that...
Because the reason we said like 1940 was because of the quality of materials.
Right.
And there's a distinct difference of the quality of materials.
Mid-century houses have a certain cachet to them, do they not?
They do, but at least when I'm talking about the 1940 date, it really doesn't have to, I love, from an architecture point of view, I can look at each decade and appreciate and love kind of what that decade creates. But I'm not looking at it from an architectural point of view.
Okay, so we weren't using cedar, say, in 1955.
There's a kind of a cutoff point. I think that's part of the reason why Portland did put it up to 1940.
Okay.
And the exact date can be kind of hard to tell, but I think you definitely get to the point where you're no longer using old growth lumber anymore, or it's very rare in that era of house. You're no longer using, wood windows. You might have more metal windows. So the materials start to change, and they're probably not going to be as in demand as, say, some of the
I see,
older.
so that comes into the demolition
So for me,
aspect of it.
that's where
Okay.
the deconstruction piece comes in.
Okay, thank you for that.
And again, yes, there could be some fluidity to that date, but I think there's a pretty standard pre-World War II. Because you start to get into a lot of mass production after
Okay,
World
so
War II.
in the interest of time, because you guys have been at this for 5 hours, I'm just going to walk through and I'm going to look for thumbs up and thumbs down. Okay, the first item is remove sunset or extend sunset. So I'm going to say remove sunset completely. Who's in favor? Two of you.
Just to clarify, so I mean that we're going to renew it again, right?
No, remove it.
Well, maybe the Administrative Advisory Board has comments on the sunset, why we would
I
not
don't think
want to.
anybody.
You don't care?
I don't want to go back to the advisory boards. We're supposed to be back in
No,
front
I'm
of you.
talking about, I was just sorry. I was referring, what do you as administrator, how do you feel about that?
I don't think you're ever not going to need $400,000 a year for park maintenance. So if the purpose of this tax is for capital maintenance for parks, you're going to need it forever.
Right.
If you want to revisit the impact of this tax on housing production and what's happening, if you believe we have this to discourage demolitions, then put the sunset on. So I really think it's a policy question for all y'all, which is, do you want to create a fund for capital maintenance for parks in perpetuity, or do you want to periodically revisit the impact of this tax on demolition? I think that y'all took a slice of this a few months ago. There were three purposes. One was parks maintenance, one was to discourage demos, and I don't remember what the third one was. But there were three pieces that the council back in 2019 had. Okay, so how about extend the sunset for 5 years?
Well, or I would be no,
no
sunset.
Well, I mean,
two
again,
of you.
here's my pitch for having the sunset, because I think that, we as, when we have this pot of money that's going to be available to us, into perpetuity, right? It kind of gets, it sounds bad, but we can't get complacent. And then what I like seeing is Director Ivan with his reports, and these are the things we did, these are the things we did at the George Rogers Park.
I was just trying to get beyond having to do it every 3 years. I hear the argument about like the accountability that's built in with the sunset. The downside of a sunset is then every council has to raise a tax essentially, and so you put your colleagues in the position of deciding whether they like park capital maintenance in the future. So we could also do it lifting the sunset with a required report every 2 years. I mean, you could do something else, so.
Will this come up before my vote, before I come off council, right? So does it, you know?
This has to happen by the end of the year if you want to continue the
Right, so then
tax.
this is our chance to.
So bring some options back around.
Okay, but we're gonna draft an ordinance for you to take to public hearing. That's why we're having this study session.
Or maybe make it 5 years.
5 or sunset, and we do the vote and move on.
What?
No, I
That's where I was trying to go.
Okay, so who's for no, just removing
No,
the sunset?
I heard two,
Or
saw
to
two of
remove
you
the
to
sunset.
removing the sunset.
Remove.
3 of you. Okay. We'll also, you will still have the option to amend the ordinance to include the sunset. Okay. I'm going to come back to requiring deconstruction for a second. No fee for 100% deconstruction of homes, completely waived. 2 of you, 3 of you, 4 of you. Okay, got that, Scott? If someone voluntarily deconstructs, no fee. All right, requiring deconstruction of houses built before 1940.
I would like more info, I'm concerned about the impact.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so three's not a great number, as city managers like to see 4.
Say that question again one more time.
Requiring deconstruction of houses built before 1940.
Instead of just straight demolition.
Instead of demolition.
Instead of having demolition as an option.
And that's what Portland currently.
And Scott will bring you numbers on sort of what percentage of homes that have been deconstructed over the last 3 years, and also any information we have about the inventory of homes that fit into that category. Because I have a feeling it's not a big number, but I have a feeling it's heavily concentrated in certain neighborhoods. Yes, okay, I'm seeing Scott nod. Okay.
So it's
And then,
four of us said.
yes, I heard 4 of you are very interested in the question. 3 of you are strongly in favor of it. 1 of you is on the fence. Okay, is
No,
that
I
right?
think Daniel voted for the pre.
But then this has got to come up before the rest of our colleagues.
I saw 3 of you really in favor of requiring deconstruction, and Rachel's saying, I want more information
I mean,
before.
I'm leaning that way, but I just want to make sure
Okay,
that by
so
requiring it, we're not.
Let's put it in
choosing
the
our-
draft ordinance, Scott, with data, and then they can strip it out if they don't want to do it. And then
My
I
hunch is
think we
yes.
dropped the issue about no fee for middle housing. Did we drop that issue? Okay. Last but not least, 4 of you did not, 1 of you talked about raising the tax.
So you brought, Mayor Buck, you brought it up about the no fee for the middle housing. I initially was on board with it, but you had mentioned that from an administration part of it, it's difficult.
I just think that you may be better off if you want to encourage construction of middle housing, developing some other strategies. I'm just not sure that this is the,
I'm against, I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's no numerical way of judging this.
I'm with you.
Okay, and then the one of you brought up the idea of increasing the tax, but he was all by himself. So does anybody else want to increase the tax?
I don't think now, no.
I would like maybe to see that it gets reviewed, like so many, I don't know if it's 3 or 5 years, to say at what point, do you consider? So it just doesn't get stuck.
Sunset.
Well, that's arguing for the sunset.
Okay, well, no,
5
because I
years.
also worry that the
5
sunset
years
says it goes away completely, so.
Well, if a council doesn't act on
I mean,
the
we can
tax
always raise
again.
it. We don't need a,
True.
we can always put it on the
Okay,
agenda.
all right, so let's leave it at the same amount in the ordinance.
But I think we should just recognize too that even like, since we are proposing to waive it entirely if they choose to deconstruct, I mean, there's an unknown in terms of like, who's gonna, like what monies will be raised. So, even if we go with the, requiring it for homes 1940 or older, anyone could do it and have it entirely waived too. So just to the.
We also have the unknown of, we've changed the definition.
And we've changed the definition.
So
I
I
don't wanna
think,
put
I
too
think
much on
keeping it
this
at 15 right now is.
Okay.
Yeah.
It
Well,
should
that's-
apply to more projects now that you've changed the definition. Okay, Scott, do you have enough direction from the council? I'm sorry, but I'm concerned that you have 2 more items that you've got to get done.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, City Manager Bennett.
Thank you, Director Siegel.
Thank you,
Well
Director
done.
Siegel. Okay, thank you, everyone. Great conversation. skipped around, so I'm not sure what we got next on. Okay, next on the agenda is item 8.2, which is a special procurement process for the Lake Oswego Recreation and Aquatic Center project. This is work order 305. We have Director
Which
Ivan
item?
Anderholm.
5.2.
8.2. And this is a public hearing. We will start with a review of the hearing procedure by Mr. Boone.
Thank you. Loading problems here. Well, this is a public hearing for a special procurement, which is a legislative or sort of administrative decision by the City Council. Although it's a discretionary act, it must comply with the special procurement provisions of ORS 269C 335 and administrative rules. Here we are, administrative rules. And 279.055 and administrative rules 137.049, 620, 630, and 650 and 660. Persons may testify, individuals out 5 minutes, recognized neighborhood association, homeowner association, government or government agencies, 10 minutes. Time doesn't include time taken by questions from the council. And does any counselor need to declare a financial conflict of interest? Hearing none. Director Anderholm.
All right, good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. Ivan Anderholm, Parks and Recreation Director. Before you this evening is a special procurement process, request for proposals for the Lake Oswego Recreation and Aquatic Center. You have in your report and also in findings compliance with the aforementioned OARs and ORS. To summarize it, what we're asking for is City Council to authorize quote unquote a best value request for proposal for the method of solicitation for the contractor to build the Lake Oswego Recreation and Aquatic Center. To summarize that, that basically is a pre-qualification of contractors wrapped into a bidding process. So it'll be both cost and qualifications that comes in at one time. You will remember, those of you that were on council, this is the same process we use for Lower Boones Ferry. The reason why it is important on this particular project is both the technical nature of the project as well as the complexity of the project. Imagine building a city hall that you have offices, but you also have places where people freely recreate. You have an area where people can swim. And then in order to make that safe for everybody, you're also building a miniature version of a water treatment facility. In addition to that, because of the site is complex in that it is on a major arterial within the community, which will also include extensive public utility improvements. It will also, because of the size of the site, also requires a large amount of stormwater treatment on site, as well as utility extension. Through this method, what we will be able to do is we will be able to look at the contractor's qualifications and experience particular to this type of project. Also, the complexities of a project this large, and also their ability to work with and coordinate with other contractors on site, which is a unique situation for this. And to tell just a short story to drive this home, about 20 years ago in my career, I was involved in a traditional bid process where we did a design, bid, build of an aquatics facility. We did not use a special procurement process, and we did the traditional low bid, responsive bidder. In that particular project, we received bids. We had a bid that was the lowest responsive bidder. We did not have qualifications, just the numbers. And in that project, and it was an aquatics facility, We ended up hiring a company that had extensive work in concrete. They were very well known in the Northwest region for building bridges. Other major improvements, however, they had never done something of the complexity of building either a water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, and really had no expertise in that. Through that project, my personal experience was not only delays in the project, because of the complexity of supply chain for the particular products and when they need to show up on site. It's not just raw building materials, but it's also pumps, plumbing, electronic controls, computerized control of the pumping system. We experienced delays in the project, which ended up costing the community. And in addition to the delays we actually had the equipment, the pump equipment, electronics equipment that was delivered on site early in the project before excavation was even completed. And there was an attempt to keep it safe by stacking it underneath job shacks. So in that case, hindsight, 20 years ago, had I known of this process, I would have really asked for this process, because those contractors that have experience with a complex project like this, and especially when we're talking about building a pool and a facility that not only on this scale, but the complexity of all the different trades, it's very important that we see that they have experience in doing that. And it will lead to a project that not only will more than likely stay on time, but it also gives us an opportunity to see the experience that these contractors have that may save us time and money and value engineering should we get in a situation where we need to do that. With that, I can answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Director Vanderholm. Councilor Mbu.
Yeah, Evan. Yeah, I mean, why is it that when we have a bid, an open bid of the project, that we don't find someone who is specialized in building pools and building stuff? Because it's a process, it's a public utility work. We can send a bid and maybe find someone. It's like when we were building here, we just I don't understand why we can't find someone who knows how to build pools, and we just put the things and we choose that person.
Yeah. So to answer your question, Councilor Mabuk, this process is exactly what you're describing. If we were to take it out to just a traditional bid, we have the plans and the bid set ready to go. If we were going to go through a traditional process and just put this out to bid, there's no assurance that we would have a contractor that has any experience in building a pool or anything like that. This process that we're asking you to authorize enables us not only to look at the bid, but also look at the experience and expertise of the contractor, and to weigh that through a graded system as part of the criteria, so that we get, like Oswego gets the best value both in experience, expertise, and cost of the building.
But does it mean that we already know the group that's doing it? Or
we do not already know the group, but we will ask for proposal on what their experience is, what similar projects, and that will be part of our criteria in awarding the bid.
And
I agree. If you do a design, bid, build, you've done the design, you're going to bid it out, any general contractor will bid on it.
Yeah.
This targets similar type projects, references, reliability, so you're looking at similar projects and their reliability to provide that product. So you have to do an alternative process like this, or a design build, which we've also done, or a GMCG, which we did for this building. That's not a design bid build, because you're looking for some extra qualifications, extra targeting.
Are there criteria beyond just the experience that we're looking at, all things being equal? Let's say you have two bidders, they've both done projects just like this and, great results. What then do you look to?
Well, yes, also cost is a consideration. Yeah, so it really is, it adds all of those together. And so when we do the evaluation, it's not just the experience, expertise on this type of project and their ability to complete projects like this, but cost is also a consideration in selecting them.
Okay.
So we're looking for the best qualified and the lowest bid.
But are we looking at the people that they work with in terms of our efforts to promote work on women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses? I mean, do we ask them who their subs are?
COVID is part of the evaluation scoring.
Yep,
Okay.
COVID is also part of the evaluation scoring, yes.
Good.
So really the layer that we're adding to this is we're asking them to give us qualifications and tell us what other projects, who they've worked with, and then we can also take a look at the quality of the project that was delivered.
And who the key personnel are. I mean, there's a point schedule, there's a point system for 5 major criteria, and you go through that. So
wonderful.
Just like any other request for proposal for personal services.
Okay, that's great. Yep. Okay, we will go ahead then. If no other questions, Director Anderholm, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to testify on this matter? Seeing none. Okay, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion to adopt these findings.
The findings and authorize the request for proposal contracting method to solicit and award the public improvement contract for construction of work order 305, Lake Oswego Recreation and Aquatic Center project.
All right, thank you, Councilor Boo. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Mans. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Director Anderholm. Appreciate it. Next on the agenda, council business, we have the Hallinan Street Pathway Project. Joining us to present are Stefan Brodus and Heike Shipton. Welcome to you both. Thank you for your patience. Thank you to others who may be waiting for this. Thank you for your patience as well.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having us. My name is Stefan Brodus. I am the Assistant City Engineer. Joined with me tonight is Heike Shipton, Project Manager for the project. And tonight we will be giving an update on our Pathways project, specifically seeking some direction on how to proceed with the Hallinan Street location. So tonight I'm going to start with a very brief check-in on the background to this. And then I will go and give an overview of the 4 locations of pathways that are included in the project scope. I'll then give a general overview of the process that we took for public engagement, and then I'll talk about what our next steps are. So just as a quick background, these pathways were identified in our 2014 Transportation System Plan, our TSP. And they're also consistent with our current council goal to improve transportation connections, mobility, and safety for all travelers and for all types of trips in Lake Oswego. The last piece of background I wanted to share is the results of our recent community survey. And one piece of note here is that a little more than half of the residents that were surveyed were least satisfied in the condition of the pathways in their neighborhood. Okay, so moving on to the scope of this project are the 4 segments, 4 locations that you see up on this map in no particular order: Douglas Way, Lanewood Street, Douglas Circle, Hallinan Street, and Boca Raton Drive. And these 4 locations were prioritized by the Transportation Advisory Board using a weighted system in which they took into consideration type of street, volume on the street, distance to a school, the type of school that it was next to, assigned certain point values for those different criteria, and out came these 4 segments. So once the project team received the prioritized list from the Transportation Advisory Board, we then began a public engagement process. And I wanted to spend a minute to just kind of walk through what that process looked like. So it included 2 rounds. The first round took place in May of this year. And our goal was, as it shows on the screen here, just to gather information and concerns. I wanted to point out the photos on the screen, specifically the one on the right that shows just the aerial image of the limits of the project with just this green swath in the middle. Really all we outlined in that map was what the starting point and ending point was. In this first round of outreach, it was very intentionally a blank slate. We didn't want to come with pre-prescribed solutions or anything like that. This first round was truly we're interested in building a pathway from A to B. What is your perspective about the existing conditions? What are the concerns? What are the constraints? What are our opportunities in doing this? So that first round, we had 1 meeting for each of the 4 locations, and each one was followed up with a survey afterwards. Some common themes from that survey, really the most common theme that we heard was a desire to minimize, if not completely avoid, any sort of tree loss, as well as minimize any sort of impacts to vegetation, shrubbery, hedges, things like that may be in the right of way. So, like I mentioned, this was a 2-step process, 2-round process, and in the second round, in between the first round and the second round, we developed preliminary design concepts in order to come back to these 4 neighborhoods with some alternatives to share. And so people were not necessarily commenting on those existing conditions, existing constraints anymore, but rather talking about what this potential pathway could provide or what it could create, both positive and negative. So with that, we held, again, 1 specific meeting per location, so 4 meetings, and then followed up with a survey again. And we did that for each of the 4 locations, and I will share with you the results of those conversations here in a second. I did want to take a minute to walk through the, let's see. Oh, it's a PowerPoint, okay. All right, it's PDF, sorry. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so the first of the 4 locations is Douglas Way. So a couple things to notice on the screen, if you follow my mouse starting in the upper left-hand corner, is the pathway shown on the southern side of the road, providing connectivity to the elementary school, and runs from Quarry Road over to existing sidewalk over here on Hallmark Drive. Some concept renderings are shown here at the bottom right, basically extend from the existing edge of pavement back towards the property lines and try to fit in a pathway at that point. Notice on each one of these 4 pathways that there's going to be some sort of separation from the travel lane. We're not talking about a paved shoulder with a stripe. We're talking about a dedicated facility for bikes and peds. And so in this particular facility, we have this 6-inch raised curb here that provides a separation between peds and vehicles. So the last thing on the slide that I wanted to point out was the results of the survey. We had 49 responses to this, and 98% of which were in favor of the pathway. The second location is on Lanewood Street and Douglas Circle. The proposed pathway picks up from where an existing pathway exists on the south side of Lanewood Street and continues to the east on the south side of Lanewood Street and on the southern half of the Douglas Circle and continues down until it gets to the end at Twin Fir Road. Over here in the upper left is conceptual rendering of what that pathway may look like. Again, vertically separated with a 6-inch curb. And for our survey on this segment, we received 62 responses, 78% of which were in favor. Our third pathway location is on Boca Raton, and it is shown on, north is pointing to the right on this map, just to orient yourself. And the pathway is shown on the east side here. And so this conceptual rendering in the bottom left shows where that might be. This pathway is different than the previous two in that instead of going from the edge of the existing pavement out towards the property line, basically widening the profile of the corridor, we're going from the edge of the existing roadway in towards the center line of the road. And we're able to do this because Boca Raton has sufficient width in order to maintain its current function and fit in that pedestrian facility. Going from the edge of the pavement out would have created significant costs and other construction issues, impacts to private homes. There's a lot of topography constraints out there, retaining walls, things like that would have really added to the overall project cost as well as the impact to the adjacent homes. So with that said, as far as the survey for this segment goes, we received 88 responses, 87% of which were in favor.
Mr. Brodus, what about I know mailboxes on some of these projects have been tough. So I see the one mailbox in this photograph here. So is that going to be moved out?
Exactly. That's the plan for now. That will be finalized as we progress through the design. But essentially, for mailboxes in which there's a sidewalk introduced in front of them, we would plan to move the sidewalk so it's in the same relative position for a mail truck as it's in today.
Would there still be, you know, Country Club, we got those mailboxes like sitting in the middle of the sidewalk. It's crazy, right? So we don't want to repeat that.
No, what we would do in those spot locations, well, at least the plan at this point, we'll go further once we actually get into design, but would be to bump out on the back end at those locations where the mailbox is right behind the curb. That way we maintain our width through there. We just kind of zig out of the way of it a little bit. We don't just maintain a straight line so that you're going from a 5-foot segment to like a 2-foot wide segment. Yes, we'll zig around those.
Yeah.
So does that mean that the sidewalk will cut into the people's property? You know, for example, without the mailboxes, if we're going to go put the sidewalk behind the mailbox, does that mean that
they're moving the mailbox out?
I think I understand your question. In the point where we would move the mailbox in, so this mailbox right here in this picture, if we were to, right now it's at the edge of the curb.
Right.
We would plan to move it so that it's the same relative position to that curb as it's today. So we would essentially, we'd move it 5 foot closer to the road so so the mail truck can continue to deliver it the way it is today. In this point right here, we would have to go wider with the sidewalk in order to maintain our width. What's important to remember here is the right-of-way is not at the back of the existing curb or the back of where this proposed sidewalk is. It's in further. It's in another 5 or 6 feet. We could have built the sidewalk out there, but we chose not to after the feedback we heard from the neighbors that they didn't want those impacts to the trees, to the vegetation, and also on Boca Raton specifically, trying to avoid retaining walls and other sorts of issues like that.
Mm-hmm. And just to clarify, so I noticed on these slides here, you said survey results, 87% are in favor of the pathway on the east side of them. So in general, it's 80%. These are different from the ones for Hallinan, where it says 57% in favor, 43% against. So if we read this correctly, it's 87% for and then 13 against, right? It's not just.
Correct.
Yeah. Because I'm just reading that, so maybe is it, what does that mean that the other half wanted on the other side, on the north side of Boca Raton, right? No, it's just the same. Yeah. You're just trying to demonstrate that there's a vast majority of people that want to have.
Correct. Yeah, that's the intent of that phrase.
And this path is it raised or flat?
It is raised again. Yes, we have a same thing, 6-inch curb separating the travel lane from the sidewalk.
That's great. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, for our fourth and final location, Hallinan Street, different concerns were raised here than on the other the other locations.
I'm sorry, Councilor.
That's okay.
May I ask you about Boca Raton? The houses along Boca Raton, are they in the city of Lake Oswego, or are they a variety of unincorporated Clackamas? Do you know offhand?
I think almost all, if not all of them, are in the city.
All of them are in the city. Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's
Thank you.
Okay. So Hallinan Street, a little bit different. Different concerns were raised. from the neighbors, different challenges and different opportunities. So, and really resulting in potentially different design solutions that were available on this segment. I'm sorry, as far as this location, I want to try to not use location and segment interchangeably, because for this location, we subdivided it into 3 unique segments because they are so different and they have those different concerns, and we may be looking at different techniques to solve those different problems for each one. So for Hallinan Street, we will be talking about segment 1, 2, and 3, and I will go over what the limits and the scope of each one of those are. So for segment 1, that's starting near the entrance of the school on Cherry and headed up towards Hallinan. And what we'd be looking at doing here is building a sidewalk. It's very similar to Boca Raton, in which we took that existing edge of pavement, if you see where my hand is, and we build into the road. Build into the road to avoid impacts to these trees that are just outside of the edge of pavement. And as you go further along the curve, you can see this existing picture here. This was a very specific location that was pointed out to us as a major concern, these cherry trees. And so you can see, again, the concept proposes to go from that existing curb into the road instead of out to the road, which would require us to remove those trees. Segment 2 is the section along the straightaway of Hallinan Street. And you can see in this picture over here on the right, showing what the proposed pathway would look like. We're holding this existing curb line on the outside, and we're building a pedestrian facility in towards the center of the road. And this, again, was out after the feedback that we received, concern with the potential loss of these trees right outside the back of that curb, and the vegetation and landscaping that was in the right-of-way. Finally, segment 3, and this is the most unique one, so I'll spend a little bit of time explaining what this is and what it's looking to accomplish. So this picture on the left is standing at the end of the cul-de-sac on Hemlock, looking towards Hallinan. So Hallinan, if you follow my hand, is out this way. It's the first intersection forward. Behind the photographer in this picture would be the field, the play yard, essentially, of the elementary school. And so there's, this was brought up by the neighbors in the meetings as to be a route in which people would come to and from school, but with 2 major issues in that the sidewalk in these areas reaches an abrupt halt where these large trees are on both sides. So this obviously doesn't meet ADA compliance. It forces people either into the road at that point or up on these hills, and it's a tricky situation. So what segment 3 of this pathway proposes to do is to create bulb outs right here to go around these trees, provide an ADA compliant safe walking path for people using this route while preserving the trees in this area. The other part of segment 3 is at the intersection of Hemlock and Hallinan itself. It creates 4 bulb outs at that intersection, which help reduce the crossing width, which is one of the major factors when you go to evaluate the safety of a crossing. Is just how far do people have to cross. And so those bulb outs will accomplish that. It'll also have the secondary effect of upgrading those non-compliant curb ramps into being compliant with current ADA standards. So those are the 3 different segments. I want to highlight segment 2 and kind of talk about the evolution of that design a little bit. So on the picture on the left side is a photograph of the road we're talking about, and on the right-hand side is the exhibit that we provided in the council report, and I'm going to spend just a few minutes kind of walking through that. So on the next several slides, I'm going to show 2 typical sections, and I'm going to try to highlight some differences between them. They're stacked on top of each other, so you can see the difference from one to the other. On the top side of the screen right now is a typical section of what the existing conditions look like. So I'm going to this would be envisioned standing at the top of the hill on Hallinan, looking north, so looking down the hill. And so from the left to right, you have private property, you have the property line, you have vegetation, hedges, trees that are in the right-of-way but are vegetated. You have a curb, 7-foot parking bay, 11-foot travel lane, a second 11-foot travel lane heading in the opposite direction, so we have one lane in each direction, obviously, and one more parking bay. Followed up by the curb on the other side. Typically, we have mailboxes. Actually, on this segment, all of the mailboxes are on this east side of the road. Then we have, again, an area of vegetation, trees, et cetera, that are in the right-of-way. We have the property line, and then we have the homes on the backside of that. One thing to point out is this separation here, or this delineation, is not striped. So we show it as 7-foot, 11-foot, 11-foot, 7-foot. That's how it's used in practice, but it is not striped at all today. So moving forward from the existing conditions, if you scroll down to what we have labeled up here is figure 3, one of the alternatives, the very conventional way of retrofitting a corridor with a sidewalk is just to install a sidewalk behind or outside of the existing profile. So if you look at here, this would be converting this vegetation, trees, et cetera, that's in the right-of-way, but converting it to a sidewalk. And so while this is a very traditional, very conventional approach, this is the exact thing that we heard in the first round of our public outreach meetings that the neighbors did not want. Okay. So moving forward from there, we pivoted away from that conventional design. And on the top half of this screen, you see the existing conditions are still there like they were on the slide before. But this time, we've repurposed this area that was the road into a sidewalk. Same thing I described on Boca Raton. So what that leaves is a remaining width of road to be reallocated. And on our first pass with this, we reallocated it to be one 7-foot parking stall rather, and then two 12-foot travel lanes. Mm-hmm. So in presenting this to the neighborhood on the second round of those public outreach meetings, the concern here was a reduction in parking, and which can be seen fairly easily by the typical section. So what we have shown in this final slide of breaking down these typical sections is figure 5, which is the one that we recommend in our council report, is taking that sidewalk, still repurposing part of the existing road. So we're leaving this area of vegetation and trees that are in the right-of-way, leaving that still, repurposing this outside area, the easternmost area, as a pedestrian facility, and then repurposing, instead of the single parking stall, maintaining parking on both sides of the road, and then sharing the remaining width in between to have two-way traffic. And so,
is the current road have I can't remember, is there a line?
There's no striping at all on the road.
As it is now.
So
okay.
it's a complete blank canvas.
50-foot right-of-way is normal for that area, or is it larger than normal? I've heard anything from 50 to 60, depending.
Normal width right-of-way is a bit of a misconception.
Yeah, I know.
It's kind of all over the place.
You come from a normal family.
Yeah. I think the segment to the north of here does have a similar right-of-way width, yes.
Okay, but 50 is sufficient for most traffic needs in a community such as this?
For this function of road, I believe this would be, so our TSP identifies typical sections. These are very much templates that could be applied, but very rarely are applied verbatim. But the TSP provides templates for typical sections based on functional classification of roadway.
Got it. Provided nobody has a camper or a pod parked endlessly on a road, for example, it should be, like I say, sufficient or adequate, more than adequate, okay. I got it. Thank you.
Just for clarities, if you know
Thank
the
you.
neighborhood, sorry.
Sorry to bring you up.
That's okay. Erica Rooney, city engineer. So north of Hemlock, just for purposes, because I know you know the
Right.
area, north of Hemlock is 60 feet of right-of-way, and they have sidewalks.
Yes.
So 50 feet is what I have said in the past, up here many times, is the minimum in order to get the necessary infrastructure to handle bikes, peds, and motor vehicles and parking. And as you can see, it gets eaten up pretty quickly. If you had wanted to have sidewalks on both sides and bicycle facilities, 50 feet might not be enough.
Right.
So that's the bare minimum that
But
we
without
tend to work with.
losing the vegetation, or I should say, without having to remove the vegetation as we see in these two examples, this would be the best course of action given what we have to work with.
I think this is the best of all of the priorities, concerns, constraints, and all of those perspectives that we heard. I think this is the best balance of all of those
Okay.
things.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director Rooney.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Mans. Yeah, you all did a great job. I had a chance to listen to the last Transportation Advisory Board meeting, read lots of feedback on this project, both for and against it, and appreciate how you've modified the project. I know concerns initially were with the vegetation, and then concerns I heard with the loss of the parking on both sides of the road. And I see here you've you know, found a way to provide the pedestrian infrastructure while still maintaining the parking, and honestly to reduce travel width, which calms the traffic, you know, driving through the area, which of course is what we did on Boots Ferry to calm the traffic as well. Particular question, because it seems, I mean, this also seems logical, because I mean, we have lots of streets where there's no curb, and they're very narrow, and people just park. They just park on the side of them anyway, right? So even if you didn't provide parking on both sides, people would park on, you know, they're gonna park on both sides, I would imagine, right? I mean, unless you're striping the whole thing red or no parking.
Marked it, no parking.
You would stripe it, no parking? No.
No, people would probably park there unless you signed it or striped it
I mean, we
to
had to
some
do
way
a thing
to
on
restrict.
North Shore recently, because like there was cars always parking. I mean, you could barely ride a bike, you know, through there. So it seems smart in areas where there's likely to already be parking to just plan for there to be parking. On all of these projects, I did want to ask, how are we dealing with the with the installation of the curb? How are we dealing with the stormwater?
So drainage patterns are going to remain basically the way they are. So if you had drainage right here, this shows a flat road, but imagine a crown, and then it shedding to both sides. Essentially, the sidewalk will be pitched to drain in towards the road. So this curb line will still be the receiving point of the runoff. Just the way in the existing conditions, the curb line is the receiving point of the runoff. The curb line will still be the receiving point. It will be pinched in a little bit, and this portion over here to the east of where the curb is will pitch to it.
Okay, well, where does that run? To the bottom?
We'll basically maintain the existing drainage patterns the way it is. We probably won't have either the budget or the ability to build some sort of robust stormwater system, but will certainly be a design consideration to maintain what's already in place.
What's already, okay. I mean, with all the projects. This,
And right, and we're swapping impervious for impervious, so it's shouldn't be additional runoff created.
Okay. I was thinking the channeling, you know. Okay. Do you have a question, Councilor?
Yeah, no, my question is, like, on these segments, like you put 64 in like Boca Raton, Douglas Way, there is no against there. Like, there's no, like you say 87, which mean maybe there are 13 that are against it, or is it that you imply on the first
Yeah, there may have been some people that didn't vote on those, but I think for the most part, it can be applied that it's just the opposite of whatever 87%, it was the 13%. Yeah.
And here in Hallinan, the neighbors, like, they worried about their car being hit or something like, well, how do you answer to those? Because and you know, by the way, I value your work and, you know, the hard work you put on this stuff, and with all the controversy, you being out there, it's a very hard thing, you know. But I just, like, I believe that when I ran for city council, I ran for I remember talking to Director Rooney about, why in Lake Oswego we don't have a sidewalk. It's dangerous, and, you know, near a school we need sidewalk. But the neighbors also, their input is, what would be your answer that if we put this, is it more dangerous than it is what it is right now?
So,
you know, I
so
don't know if
transportation engineering guidance would state that a roadway that is narrower is inherently safer than one that is wider. By parking on the sides of the road on a narrower road, again, the engineering guidance would suggest that the speeds are going to lower and that the risk to the cars and to people would be lower.
Director Rooney, that's it.
He's onto it, yes, he's got it right. And as a matter of fact, I think Mayor Buck just mentioned a street, North Shore. So very, very narrow. Parking was impeding into over halfway across the road sometimes. There's not a lot of accidents. Right. You know, I mean, it's just, people have to slow down because it's more congested, and therefore leads to that calming effect that can come. When you look at traffic calming techniques, one of the first things they want to do is narrow the roadway. Because when it's open like this, some people say it's like a landing strip. That's right. And they'll go faster. If they can see it and it's unobstructed, they'll go faster. It's just a natural reaction as a driver. So narrowing is one of the first and easiest calming effects actually applied in traffic engineering.
Right. Yes. Councilor Mance.
Laurel going down the hill was approximately 30 feet all in?
Through the narrows part? Through the cliff area there, or the probably.
Yeah, I seem to
because
recall.
I'm trying to remember. There's one sidewalk, the roadway width, and then the wall. So it's probably about. It might be 25 to 30.
25, and yeah, okay. Not allowing for.
It has two-way traffic, but we added through the.
We had two-way traffic and walking and.
Yeah, and we had.
Vegetation.
We provided a pathway or a sidewalk there, a raised sidewalk.
Right, now we have a sidewalk.
Yes, but before it was.
No, there was no sidewalk, and people would walk down there for whatever reason, which I think was part of
the impetus for putting it, doing it. Yes.
And it was, obviously it was a huge safety issue. There was a debate at that time, and I say this because I lived up at the corner, that folks felt that no one would ever walk down the sidewalk. And I think Director Rooney took a lot of the heat on that because she was the front line. Well, yes, she was. And I wouldn't say it's heavily used. We do live in a suburban neighborhood, but on a nice day, it certainly is. And I don't think the sidewalk is wider than 5. Is it?
Probably 5.
5, right around 5?
Yeah, it's unobstructed. There's no mailboxes or anything
And
on it.
I know a good job is done keeping the foliage cut back, so maybe it seems a little bit more. but as far as I know, there have been no accidents or buses stuck up at the top or the bottom since that project was finished. So that, to me, indicated that a sidewalk can, in fact, be a safety factor. So thanks for helping me remember that one. It was a big one. Thank you.
I think, listening to the comments at Transportation Advisory Board and listening to their discussion afterwards, I think it's, these projects are for now, but they're really for the future. It's not just for the today. So we got to think about the growth of LO and the need that is here today, but that need's going to grow even more, as time passes. So this isn't for just current neighbors. These are people who are going to be living in this neighborhood and others, and those that connect to it and attend the Hallinan school. The Transportation Advisory Board reminded themselves that it's a project like this that is kind of really checking all the boxes of the highest priority projects. I mean, connecting not just to a school, but to an elementary school. I can appreciate that these projects all entail compromises, and there are pluses and minuses. It's not to say it's all pluses, but at the end of the day, having safe pedestrian infrastructure is safer than not having, for pedestrians, it is safer than not having pedestrian infrastructure. I do not believe I just can't buy the argument that it's more dangerous to have pedestrian infrastructure. I think that's not logical. I think that we realize that, as I mentioned earlier in the evening, I mean, we're in a city that historically was built with no sidewalks, it was suburban, and you wouldn't put, it was in fashion to not have sidewalks because it was car-centric. But now we see that we've grown more urban. We're not in the suburbs pushing back against, we are not in the cities. I mean, that was seen as that's what brought crime. That's what brought. I mean, there's many symbols to the lack of pedestrian infrastructure. But now we want walkable neighborhoods. People want to live in walkable neighborhoods. Neighborhoods that have a higher walk score have higher home values. I mean, there's lots of benefits, to the neighbors who are living here. But it's more importantly, it is for the whole community. I heard comments at Transportation that, well, I live on Hallinan and we have gates that go to the school. So our kids, we need to walk on the street because they go right out the backyard. I thought, well, but the pathway isn't just for the folks who live on Hallinan, it's for the entire neighborhood. So the input all matters, but these are community projects and community investments, and they're not just for the now. They're for the future. So I do think this is important. I think it will improve safety in the neighborhood. I think it will be a great benefit, and I do appreciate the public outreach that you all have done, and the way that you formulated a plan that really works to meet all the needs, even if it's not accepted by everyone right now. I think you've done a great job.
Thank you.
How does everyone else feel about this project?
But not done.
Just one more brief moment. I did want to summarize the results of the follow-up survey that was performed. Just like the other locations, we did perform a survey after our second round of public outreach. And by segment 1 received 57% in favor, 43% against. Segment 2, 54% in favor, 46% against. And segment 3, 64% in favor and 36% against.
And how many was
80-some people?
89.
89 people took the survey.
Councilor Willett.
Was there any contact with the school district and the administration there to find out if there's input from them?
We received a very broad statement of general support for any pedestrian facility in or around a school facility.
But there wasn't any, we didn't have a conversation with like the PTA, or we didn't go to a PTA meeting or anything, just kind of.
I contacted the school. I tried to get hold of each principal and left messages and didn't get a direct call back. But I left the messages.
And our contact was with their capital improvements project manager, who has a very significant role in putting in new facilities, redoing the schools, and is actively trying to advocate for more pedestrian facilities in places such as McEwen. So they're very well aware of this effort that goes on in the TAB, and TAB's looking at the next round of projects to consider. So they've always contributed that way each year, or each time.
And just for the record, the school board has requested and is very supportive of pathways as a safe way to get to schools. They've been requesting this for a long time. So, okay, thank you.
Counselor Wynn. Thanks, Counselor Wynn. Counselor Wynn.
Oh, yes, no, I look in the slide here when I see 57%, 54% in favor. But I see it compared to the other projects, it's just much more support. So I just want to understand more about why. I know that some people had already had commented during the public testimony that they had some opposition to it, but I'd like to see how do we get more. So we're not just, again, just like on city council, we make decisions when there's 3-4 split. That's not good, right? So much in the same way, we don't want to have neighbors being like a 3-4 split here. So how can we get that to a more of a consensus that that we're moving in the right direction? Because it seems too divided.
I think we didn't poll after every iteration of the design. I think what you would have seen there is the design has been constantly evolving to meet or to try to balance the concerns expressed from the neighbors. So
Go back and ask these same people, in the latest iteration, what do you think? Are you still against? Are you it would just help us. Again, certainly I was quite surprised to see that there was so much opposition in a project. And most of the time people are begging for these types of improvements, but for this neighborhood to have this much opposition seems kind of unusual for me. But maybe Councilor Mann being part of the neighborhood, maybe you have more insight on that. But it would seem to me. Yeah.
Let people drive. This is a school that also has a lot of hills. It's not very flat. People drive. They park in the circle down here around segment 3 on Hemlock Street.
So people just generally just opposed to having sidewalks at all and just would rather have the wider roads?
I don't know that. I honestly can't say that because the emails that I've gotten from people, apart from the people that I've met with, I did meet with the Cohens, full disclosure, and others in the neighborhood. Those who are not directly on this street, but who have children who go to Hallinan who are of an age who could walk, because this is not when I was growing up, not everyone is comfortable sending a kindergartner, to walk to school. It doesn't, you should be able to, but not everyone is.
Yeah.
But those in my neighborhood who had 8-year-olds, 7-year-olds with a sib or a friend, they were very excited about the fact that they would have a sidewalk going in that direction and then coming back down and giving them a little bit more freedom or leeway. And also to avoid, this may sound silly.
Do they have they have that in their neighborhood? Do they have sidewalk?
Well, they do. There is and there isn't. The neighborhood was built piecemeal. It was built between the 40s. I mean, there's every age there, but say between the 40s to 60s. Okay. If you look here on Hemlock, all right, where Hemlock goes to your right, that's sidewalked, all the way up there. Okay. That's sidewalked.
Both sides.
Okay. Both sides. But what happened was the next development up, segment 2, if you will, sidewalks were not put in. Why? I wasn't there.
What was?
I have no idea. Things were done often during that time. If you go around section 1, and please correct me if I'm wrong, engineering staff, if you go around section 1, there was, you're entering Glenmorey there, and Glenmorey traditionally, as a neighborhood, had a more rurally kind of feel, as it was started or built by a man who imported plants from all over the world. And I think he was a riverman. He had something to do with the river or lumber or something to that effect. So Glenmorey, totally different feel there. And you'll find that all around the south side, particularly. Perhaps you see it also up in Lake Grove or other parts of town, but the south side has very distinctive feels. So as you're coming up Cherry Lane there, you're in Glenmorey. You come around the corner, you're in Hallinan. The houses were built in the 50s, maybe early 60s. Right, Collins? Yeah, okay.
The house was built in 57.
57, okay. And all the way down the line, up into the 60s, 40s. My house was built in the 40s. There's houses that were built in the 1890s around the corner from me.
Can I ask you, so there's 3 segments here. Do they all have to be built at the same time to make it more sense? Can we build it in phase? Can we say, let's build segment 3 because that has the most, most in favor, and see how that goes and see how, and then come, and because certainly, I'm sure the other neighborhoods that are down on the list that would love it will have these built, and they would welcome this with open arms, but.
It'll be more expensive.
Yeah.
Because you'll have to mobilize 3 times.
Well, I certainly understand that. Certainly, we're building everything all at once.
I don't
What
think
does it accomplish then?
But I mean, I just,
Keeps the kids less safe for longer? Is that-
No, like,
Please.
yeah, no, what I want to say is this, as a city, we will have to face every time neighborhoods and neighbors, being not happy about what we're doing. And, there's some time when you just, when we are doing policy, it's for a long term, like the vision is a long term. It's not, if we were like polling neighbors, should we put this stuff or not? Most of the neighbors would, the people who are here, because the city is tall, they would say they don't want us to build this thing. Some of them won't see Mount Hood because of the building, but yet it's a public utility we have to put. So it's the same thing. Neighbors are gonna be, and I am always for the neighbors. I'm always gonna side with them, but in this, it's a safety problem. Every city that respects itself has, like sidewalk on their things for people to walk, for elderly people to walk, for people to walk their dog. You cannot walk in a street. It's in like rural part of, America where you can go because there's no lot of car, you walk on your thing. Now there's a lot of cars. There are a lot of electric cars that you cannot even hear when they come. And you were on a street walking today, like 10 years ago, a car, you will hear them. Now you don't even hear the cars, they are coming. So, either we legislate and we go and people get mad at us because of what our stand, but in the long run, they will understand that what we say is the right thing. And we always should go for the right thing. We should, people work. And even if we were talking majority, which I hate in here, because this is technical. You can have something technical, 100% are against it, but this is the right thing to do, we do it. We are a city government. Of course, we represent people and we should always do, things that are good for them, not like it's not a popular contest. We have our engineers, we have our people that work in the city that we trust to say that we have to do this. Honestly, we should do it. I mean, it's easy also for the neighbors that are not impacted to say, yes, we are voting for that. One day there will be something coming for them, and it's the same thing with the safety. We need an antenna. No one wants to have it until we have a big major things, and our, responders cannot think, and we say, whoa, it was your fault. It's no. City at some point has to take their responsibilities. And the responsibility is why we are elected here. You take your responsibility, you do what is right. And you go out, people will throw tomatoes on your head, you move on. This is that's why we are on the dais. It's not easy. And I think today we are facing a thing like that, and I think our people work very hard on this. Everywhere, look at the people from Waluga, they want sidewalk for safety. We are starting this thing. It was part of our goal. We have to move on and do it. That's honestly, and that's what we should do.
Thank you, Councilor Boom.
Thank you.
Councilor Burdick.
I look at this project and I struggle because there's not more people in favor of it, but I also believe that sidewalks are safer, especially when we're near elementary schools, and it's going to provide more safety to the students and the families who are walking to and from, and hopefully we'll get more people walking and less cars being driven because of the sidewalks. So I think the sidewalks are going to provide a safer method. I know change is hard. And I know there's been projects in town in the past where I've been like, it's just going to cause traffic chaos. It's going to be terrible. But I have to say, our team knows what they're doing, and I've been proven wrong every time. The traffic hasn't been an issue. So I trust our team. I believe that you've assessed the situation and are offering, solutions that will provide for a safe environment. I think you've really tried to work with the neighborhoods and say, okay, you don't want vegetation and trees impacted, so how can we make this work? Respecting those. And so I appreciate that. And again, I don't want the neighbors to feel like you're not being heard. You are, but this is one of those situations, as Councilor Mboop kind of stated, that this is a safety situation here. And again, especially with it being with an elementary school.
Right. Thanks, Councilor Burdick. Yeah, I think we kind of follow our North Star in that regard, and that is safety, and it's kids, it's the disabled, and seniors. And a lot of the folks that, me, probably most of us, we don't care. We'll walk down the middle of the street, zigzagging between cars.
Still not well.
It's fine.
Doesn't mean we feel safe.
Doesn't mean we feel safe, but we'll do it. But what you don't see, and even now, look at, we saw videos, current conditions. Well, people who don't feel safe, they're not going to be out there. They're not going to be out there because they don't feel safe. If you're in a mobility device going down a road with parking on both sides, you're not doing it. You're just not doing it. So we got to think about who's not there because it's not safe. Not just who's there now using it. The people who are there using it, they think it's safe, of course. So it's important that we're making policy and decisions that's taking care of the most vulnerable among us, and providing this basic infrastructure is a big part of that. Okay. Any other comments from anyone? Are we seeing consensus to give direction to move forward on these segments? Nods. Okay. Team, thank you very much. Good work.
Do we want a motion?
I don't think we need a motion or anything. No, it's not.
Could we, we had a lot of head nodding. There was all head nodding. Can I ask a question, though, in regards to the TSP? So we had our neighbors in here so someone who has a project, if people are listening and they're like, hey, I've got a pathway project, and they go to the TSP, a lovely, lovely document, and they look there and it's not on there. So what's the process to get a project added to the TSP? And why do we even have a TSP? Why don't we just let people come in and put sticky notes on projects, and, we just pick a few off the wall?
That's a lot of sticky notes. So the TSP, as mentioned earlier, I think this evening, is about 8 years old, 2014, I believe we approved it. And so in general, about every 10 to 15 years, you're supposed to update them, particularly if you're a growing community. Our infrastructure changed very little between the last two TSPs, and it hasn't changed much since then either. So what modifications we'll need to do for the next round are probably minor, but nonetheless, it's always good to dust everything off and revisit those things. The TSP is loaded with several hundred pathways, as you all know, and I've talked about that before, that are often, again, missing segments, missing facilities throughout the city. And so we are whittling through that by having this prioritization approach that we started a couple of years ago under your direction and extra funding guidance as well. To get a new project on the TSP, we can go through an amendment to the TSP, a very formal process to add a street, or we can catch it in the next round, which will be, again, probably in the next 2 to 4 years. We'll need to do a TSP update, and we go back out to all the, we engage all the neighborhood associations. Here's the list we had from the last one. Is this right? Are we missing anything? Should anything change? How do you feel about this? We get that kind of input, and then I'm oversimplifying because it's a lot of work, but that's how we would go out and get updates to the TSP on some of those projects. Okay. So I would say, though, the process to put them in the TSP right now won't get them any closer, given that our priorities right now are school-related, where there are no facilities at all.
Right.
And so that's where you'll see these top ones that we've been doing this year. The next round of priorities are going to be the same thing. It's like where there's no facility at all. Waluga has, although not the best, they do have pathway shoulders there on both sides. So it would not rank well against our current prioritization of safe routes to schools.
Okay.
But it's not far to Douglas Way. So how come Douglas Way was chosen and not Waluga?
Well, so Waluga wasn't in the TSP at all as a project.
It's not.
No, because it had 2 facilities already, one on each side, or what was considered, at least at that time, as acceptable facilities. Now, we could debate that.
Yeah.
And I agree that a separated or a vertically separated sidewalk is definitely better than a shoulder. But Waluga, in its general location, is quite a ways away from a school. I'm not saying people don't maybe use that, but the priorities that we're focusing on right now are those that are right near schools. So our top 37, 38 that we've talked about over the last couple of years, if you looked at that map, which I have it in my head, but they're all very, very close to the schools. Those are the top priorities. That's not to say the rest aren't on the list. It's just these are the 30, 40 that we're focusing on.
Safe route to school, yeah.
This council loves to airdrop things. So what would be the, could we airdrop a pathway project into, let's just say, we wanted to. We want this project on the TSP. Do it.
I'm sorry, say that again?
We want a project on the TSP.
We could
say that
well, I can't just go change it with my crayon
Can't
in
just
the book.
go
No,
into the
I'd need
computer and type in.
No, can't do that. We'd have to go through a process to come in here and have an amendment. There's an official process through resolution, I think it was. We've amended it once.
So Eric, I have 2 questions for you. It
Add
seems
a
like the
project.
ADA transition plan is very likely to address this issue of the shoulder paths. Am I right about that? You've got a lot of shoulder paths in town, and a lot of them on very high volume, high-speed streets. And so I don't think that Quarry is going to be the only place. And I certainly don't want to discount the impact to the folks working on walking on Quarry. I'm sorry. Quarry as well, but they actually have a separated path. Sorry about that. I'm thinking about Iron Mountain. I'm thinking about South Shore. Lakeview. I think you've got a number of places in town where you're going to confront this exact same issue, and almost all of them also have topography.
Right, no, we hear you. I'm talking more on the process.
All I'm saying is if you're going to go down that path, I think the ADA transition plan is going to give you an opportunity because you're going to have a policy question related to the pedestrian facilities that are not separated from the motor travel lanes. Right. So I think you can take a look maybe at all of them as opposed to just deciding which one is the most worthy.
Right. Well, I think we want our neighbors to know that we hear them.
Yeah.
And we appreciate their comments. We're all on the same page in regards to the safety.
Yeah.
There's just, you know, more to it than us gaveling down, making this project happen and make it happen tomorrow.
Right.
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 But the you know, like the reason we should admire them is the video of 24 minutes is very pertinent. I mean, everything they say, I drive there.
Maybe we should have a video contest.
No, yeah,
for the
but
next
it's
pathway
a
project.
really, you know, when I watch the video and I drive there every day, I believe that.
Have you run over any children?
Maybe
you don't know.
It's dangerous there anyway, like that's it. Yeah, no, I'm not saying, and I hear you, but it means that the others like Iron Mountain and no one has come forward to say that we need this thing. So I think Waluga should be considered on this TSP. And no,
Well,
yeah, I'm not saying that the others should not be, but
no, but there's been a process that has gone through lots of eyes, and there's a lot of people that have been on this list for a long time. So you're going to knock somebody down the
no,
list.
I'm not saying to knock anyone down. I'm just saying that they.
I'm fine with moving people onto the list. I think we're going to have to do some evaluation.
Right.
And to City Manager Bennett's point, the ADA considerations are going to be a
factor. They can say that we cannot walk there anymore.
Well, I would love to have more pathways everywhere. I just want to remind the council that we have had this list for a long time, and we really didn't make any progress until we made some significant decisions to
until
money
we
over.
decide.
And
It's
so,
this council that
I
decides.
think we have moved the ball. We've had some forward momentum, and it's a priority of this council, but we have $100 million on the list, and we're funding it a couple $1 million a year. We probably won't get every path while I'm still alive, but we will still work on doing that. That's right.
8 years, Counselor.
Is it 8 years?
8 years, right
Yes,
here.
right. And Jackie's been after this too. So we just have to be careful about when somebody, which I'm not discounting at all, and I appreciate advocacy and I appreciate enthusiasm and professionalism of what you can do on an iPhone now. But that being said, we need to follow our processes, and more importantly, I could probably have 25 people do 5 different locations in Lake Oswego with a 3D movie that, you know, will be an hour and a half full feature if they thought that they could get a pathway in. So I think we just have to be deliberate is all that I'm saying.
Right.
So not to say that we shouldn't add, but I don't want to give false expectations that they're going to all of a sudden jump ahead of the other 38 that have been on the list for a long time.
No, but no, what I was saying is they deserve, I mean, they came and not only advocate, but they show. And the fact that shoulders are not places to walk. That's the truth. Like we can.
Yes. We all agree with that.
Yeah,
We agree.
that's what.
100%.
But
It's not the only shoulder in LO.
But we put it and tell them to walk.
Lake Oswego would
on
stop
it.
walking though.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Then if we.
I mean, it's not the only shoulder.
Until a lawsuit or something comes, you know.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, wonderful.
What direction?
This issue will be back. Do you guys need direction? Do you guys need a motion to make sure?
There's a motion.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to have it on the record
No,
as
there's a
to,
motion. Move
we're
to-
going to either.
I'm sorry,
There
I
we
can't
go.
hear.
There we go, there were the options.
So the way the council report was written was essentially 2 options for the motion. Option 1 would be to move to direct staff to proceed with design and installation of the pathway at the Hallinan Street location based on the configuration shown in attachment 1, figure 5 of the council report.
Yes. Okay.
Just as a quick reminder, configuration 5 is the one shown on the bottom of the screen. Sidewalk in from the existing curb, two parking stalls, and redistribute the travel lane in between the two. And then option 2 is to move to direct staff not to proceed with the design and installation of the pathway at the Hallinan Street location.
Thank you. Would someone like to make a motion?
Go ahead. Oh, I move to direct staff to proceed with the design and installation of the pathway at the Hallinan Street location based on the configuration shown in attachment 1, figure 5.
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that motion passes 6-0. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. All right, I know it's been a long meeting. Does anyone have any absolutely pressing information they need to?
I have one thing you just need to know. We're about to mail letters to the top 200 commercial customers for the street maintenance fee, about the upcoming conversation about the street maintenance fee increase. So if you hear from any of your friends, we're also going to talk to the chamber tomorrow morning, Lake Grove Business Association as soon as they next meet, just to let them know.
Are we gonna tell them or?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to tell them that it's going to be before you until you guys make the decision to actually increase the fee. Then, of course, it hasn't happened. Just want you to know, I think some of you will get letters because you're in the top 200. But some of you will begin to hear from your friends who own businesses in the community.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bennett. All right, thank you, everyone, for a great meeting. And we are adjourned.
Thank you, Eric. Yeah.